in the NFL. You went to the NFC Championship game to the Super Bowl.
Yes. Kind of spoiled me a little bit, but
what was that?
I was expecting to do that all the time.
What was the night like in Miami when you guys won the Super Bowl?
Oh, that was amazing. It was so funny because I still felt like I was in a dream. And even when we jumped up on them so quickly, I was like, man.
First play of the game, Jerry went over the top on the post route.
Oh, my God. And I'm thinking, am I going to wake up and see that I'm still sleeping and it's a dream and the game hasn't even started yet? Because it was kind of smoky, because they had shot off the fireworks and everything. But, man, it was just the greatest feeling to know that, like I said, when you start in the beginning, everyone thinks they can win. Anything can happen to derail you. But the fact that they didn't and we went the whole way like that and we played the way we did in that game, it was just
But didn't you feel like, the Chargers had some good teams. That was not one of their better teams with Stan Humphries at quarterback. Did you feel like when you finally beat the Cowboys in the championship game, essentially you won the Super Bowl?
Well, we had, like I said, some really good coaches that made sure that we did not think like that at all. That right away they were like, and don't overlook the team that we're about to play, and showed us on film, of course, all their great plays and all the things that they had done to get there to where they are.
Although Steve threw 6. Mike Shanahan was mad he didn't throw 8.
Oh, my God.
He told him he's going to throw 8. He could have had 8 touchdown passes in that game.
That would have been unbelievable. It was already unbelievable. That would have been.
By the way, the longest touchdown run of your career was 57 yards.
That's it.
Until right now, when you just went 80-plus down the left side.
I think something got called back, though.
Yeah, holding. We're not doing that.
Ricky, do you feel like just going toward the modern game for just a moment here and focusing back into Week 13, I think running backs should and could be in the MVP conversation much more. Last year, I absolutely would have picked Christian McCaffrey, maybe a little biased. I think Derrick Henry is worth an MVP under his belt in the season.
Yes.
And now, I've thought of you last night, actually, looking at the NFL leading rushers, because I'm like, Ricky Waters went from San Francisco to Philly and Seattle and continue to have 1,000-yard rushing season with 3 different teams, never really having to reinvent himself and just play his game. Right now, the top 3 rushers all came from different teams as free agents. Saquon Barkley is going off on a revenge tour.
The running game is back in the NFL.
It's back. Right, it's back.
The aforementioned Derrick Henry looks about 3 years younger now with Baltimore. And Josh Jacobs, who we've talked about all week, just crushed the Niners and has been crushing a lot of teams as a new member of the Green Bay Packers. Talk about how cool it is to see some running backs sort of keep their thing going when they think it is a little bit of an undervalued position sometimes.
Yeah, it has been seeming like it's undervalued, but it's back, baby. They are back, and I love it. It's the way I love watching football. I love seeing the backs get the ball. I love seeing them throw the ball to them. I love seeing them break tackles. I love the screens, all that kind of stuff, the draws, the delays. Get them the ball however you can. But I just feel like it's that position. There's so much asked of you. Even when they fake the ball to you, you're getting tackled. People don't know. Like, yeah, the camera goes with the quarterback, and then they watch the throw and everything, but you don't know that they just 5 people tackled me over here when they faked the ball to me. And also the blocks that I had on the backside and everything to keep Steve up there so that he didn't get hit, so he could throw those touchdowns. That's why Steve, to this day, you talk to Steve, he will say, man, how much he appreciated me and did not want to see me go at all.
One day, maybe this year, we'll find out the night before, or the Thursday, I guess now, before the Super Bowl. You may join him in Canton, Ohio.
And that would be lovely.
Thank you, my friend, for coming in studio. We'll look forward to see you tomorrow at the Costco in Pleasanton. But mainly, is seeing the glimmer of your son's eyes. What you've done, a gift called Shane. And you put it so beautifully on this holiday week of Thanksgiving. Too much hate, too much division in the world and in our country. Brother, we got to love each other the way your brothers love each other in the football field and the way these brothers love each other in your household. So thank you and coming in and making me smile.
Yeah, thank you, Ricky.
Thanks, bro.
And you know what made me say all that was the Gold Bar whiskey.
See, look, he's feeling good. I
gotta drive out of here. I better stop at 2. I could do one more touchdown. We'll do that.
We'll save some for Buffalo.
He's coming to Buffalo.
Yeah, I'm coming to Buffalo.
Man, how about good thing Buffalo's a night game. We're kicking at 8:20. I got to hang with Elliot in the Gold Bar all weekend. I'll be barely able to make. I'm going to take you to Chippewa. They're going to love the Gold Bar. You ever play in Orchard Park? You must have during your career, right?
I don't think we did.
Against the Bills?
I remember playing there.
Well, you played in Philly. It's kind of like that.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Well,
thank you, guys.
I will wrap things up by saying this. From a work perspective, it is a real privilege to have had you in studio today. From a human perspective, it is amazing to see and meet your beautiful family. And from a responsible host perspective, Shane has his driver's license. I confirmed during the break, so he's going to be driving home. And fourth, when that gold jacket does come, because this is Manifest Tuesday, you know what we're celebrating with, Elliot? Gold Bar Whiskey.
Gold Bar Whiskey.
He's got the gold jacket on. Just give him that. I tried to give Shane a shot of the gold bar.
Breakfast
He
of
said no.
Champions.
He's a good kid.
Yeah,
Good
he
kid.
doesn't even mess
Waters
with that.
family, beautiful. Thank you all.
Oh, amazing. Well,
you.
more on the other side. I don't know how we're going to rebound from this exorcism, but that's why we got Walter.
We're going to score touchdowns in
be
Buffalo.
responsible.
Every time we score a touchdown in Buffalo, the whole Bay Area has got to do a shot of Gold Bar whiskey.
Let's do it.
Right?
Let's
Gotta
do
tell
it.
you.
Thank
Do
you.
it out of the Rick House.
And it's good.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
On KBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
49ers President of Football Operations and General Manager John Lynch stopped by the morning show today with Murph and Marcus and voiced his displeasure with the recent play of the San Francisco 49ers heading into yet another must-win game, this time in Buffalo, or as everyone's calling it, the Papa Bowl. Check out that podcast and more on the KBR app, YouTube, and KBR socials.
Stop letting high interest debt weigh you down. Pay it all off in days thanks to Loan Pronto's new Rapid Equity line. Greg Papa here. Listen up, homeowners. Imagine a completely hassle-free way to cash out your home equity. No appraisals, no paperwork, no waiting. Loan Pronto's all-new Rapid Equity loan uses AI-driven technology to get you approved for cash out in as little as 1 day. One client got $100,000 approved in under 24 hours, wiped out their debt, launched a home improvement project that is now saving over $1,000 a month. Instant approvals, low fixed rates, fast transfers, get cash to consolidate all your debt and get a fresh start for the new year. Call Loan Pronto and see how much you qualify for. Imagine this time next week you could be credit card debt free. Don't wait. Get your cash fast. Call 415-808-5721. LoanPronto.com, 415-808-5721. LoanPronto.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
So great having Ricky Waters in studio. That was a real treat. And by the way, that's a guy that has over 10,000 rushing yards in his career. So we're going to be having our fingers crossed for a little gold jacket ceremony there, because I would say, Greg, gold jacket, even greater than gold bar.
Yes. They both are good. They go down smooth, but the gold jacket and 10,000 rushing yards. He also had over 4,200 yards receiving. He was a dual threat. When you think of the Buffalo Bills, obviously going back to Looky, here comes Cookie and OJ, but Thurman Thomas was one of the greatest running backs ever as far as being able to catch the ball out of the backfield and run it. And Ricky Waters was like that. He was saying how close he is to Thurman. And I didn't know Christian McCaffrey, his dad told him, studied video of Ricky Waters. I mean, Ricky was only here 3 years, and then he went to Philadelphia for a segment of years. He was there for 3 years. He spent most of his career in Seattle, but he had 1,000-yard seasons everywhere he went. He rushed for 1,200 yards when he was 30 and when he was 31. And then the ability to catch the ball out of the backfield. I mean, he had 360 catch seasons, and it was different back then. Thurman was more of an outlier. I mean, Emmitt Smith didn't catch the ball as much out of the backfield. I'd have to look at it. We want Roger Craig to make it, and our heart breaks. I mean, Roger was the one that started all this, using the running back as an extension of the pass game, and really those were runs, but they just did it out of the box to soften the box, and Roger was the first 1,000. Marshall Faulk, obviously, and then Christian. But Christian's had 200 catch seasons in his career. So as you're watching McCaffrey, I think of Ricky and more Roger. But with Buffalo, it's Thurman Thomas when you watch the Bills play. And they throw the ball to James Cook as well. But what a guy, what a character. And when he went to Philadelphia, the media's there different. But and just a great story with his sons and the adoption of the gift called Shane. I mean, it's the beautiful. He said it so well. It's Thanksgiving week. We have so much to be thankful for. But just love each other. Let's try to bring each other together, no matter what color you are, no matter where you came from. Too much division in this country and in this world right now. But Ricky Waters is a good dude. So Brian Young went in. We want Roger Craig to get there. And Roger's got a path to make it on the Veterans Committee. I think Ricky may have to wait a little while longer. He's been there before as a finalist. But I said if somebody knocks on your door, because you find out technically the Thursday before the Super Bowl, at the honors, NFL honors, but you're there all in a tuxedo and suited and booted to take the stage. They come knocking on your door randomly, like with Patrick Willis. When they knocked on his door and he was brought to tears when Bryant Young showed up at his sister's house. How powerful was that?
Oh,
so I said, Ricky, make sure you're not home in a bathrobe drinking Gold Bar whiskey. When they come knocking on your door, make sure your two sons are there to tell the story, because that's when he does go to the Hall of Fame and he tells the story of his adoption and the adoption of the gift called Shane, he's going to make America just sob like babies.
I mean, and it was really special for me to have his family in today because, like I said, I have not experienced fatherhood for myself yet, but I was really moved by what Ricky said about Ricky Jr. and being 7 years older than Shane, and how the top of his Christmas list was having a little brother, and just the way he's been able to support him. And I'm 3 years older than my younger brother, and We watched the Harbaughs play against each other last night, and family is an extremely powerful thing. And I know that we're coming around the time of year in the holidays, Greg, where what family means to people, whether it's technical or symbolic, it looks a little different for everybody. But the important message is to just treat each other with a little extra kindness. And you don't always know what everybody might be going through. And I think that here, when we are running these shows, it's kind of like I said the first day I did the show, when we had the changes at KNBR, and that affected us in a lot of ways. And I understand that me sitting in this chair now for the first time is a major privilege. And I thought about your old longtime partner, John Lund, and just kind of going back to the foundation of that radio is fun. We're here to make it fun. So, yeah, not a great week for Bay Area teams and a lot to complain about in the context of sports, but we just had a blast here with Ricky Waters, his family, Elliott Gold Bar Whiskey, and manifesting some awesomeness that could come the 49ers' way.
The exorcism. And that would have been a John Lund segment. When I had a birthday, October the 10th, I was born in the middle of the afternoon, like 1:18 in the afternoon, and I wanted to toast my birthday. And I just called Elliott. I texted him like literally an hour before. I said, "Can you bring the Golden Joe in?" And the next thing he knows, I got you. He shows up with a box, and we're toasting with a Golden Joe. So Elliott's family. The thing, it's great having Ricky back around the faithful. He was only a Niner for 3 years. I just got a text from Steve Young himself, and it very simply said, "Biggest mistake we ever made was letting Ricky Waters go." Wow. And you think about it, doesn't it seem like he was here longer than just 3 years? And I would say also Charles Haley was a big mistake on each side of the ball. But he was only here 3 years, and he wound up going to Philadelphia. So those two moves, one on defense and one on offense, honestly, if Charles Haley was a Niner throughout the entirety of that, how many Super Bowl rings would Steve Young have if they didn't let Charles Haley? Well, Charles was different. But did you have to let him go to Dallas? I can see where you had to move on from him, and it was a different story. But the biggest mistakes they ever made, Charles Haley on offense and Steve Young, biggest mistake we ever made was letting Ricky go.
Walter had the same reaction as you, by the way, when we're going over the years Ricky Waters was with the 49ers yesterday. He's like, that's it? Because the 3 years just felt so incredibly impactful. And correct me if I'm wrong, but he didn't really play his rookie year. He had to sit out a year on IR, I believe, when he first came in.
Yes, but he was productive at 92, 93, 94. He didn't play. Was he drafted in 91 and he didn't play that year?
I believe so. And I think he won the national championship with Notre Dame in 88, I want to say.
Yeah, it's a highly productive player. William Floyd, we talk about the Roger Craig, Tom Rathman backfield, but we did a whole thing on the 5 eligibles that the Niners currently have, and you could put it up against the 5 eligibles that any team in pro football ever had. The Steelers had Franco and Rocky and Swan and Stallworth, and whether it was Grossman or wherever they were playing at tight end, the triplets in Dallas. There's been some great eligibles, the 5, but the Niners have had, going back to Roger Craig and Tom Rathman, and whether it was Dwight Clark and Jerry and T.O., and whether it was Russ Francis or Dr. John Frank or Brent, but that eligibles that the Niners had was Steve Young at quarterback, but the 5 eligibles around him were Ricky Waters at halfback. Well, William Floyd, bar none, was a huge fullback. What a player he was. He could do it all. And then obviously JR and John Taylor, and then Brent Jones at tight end. That's why when you look at the current Niners, and it just struck me when McCaffrey, when we had him a first full year and we went to training camp last year, and that Wednesday before the Steeler game, you got Christian McCaffrey, Kyle Juszczyk, George Kittle, Deebo Samuel, and Brandon Ayuk. And then you got as your third, Jawan Jennings. And the bottom line, why are they not as successful this year? Brandon Ayuk hardly played. Deebo Samuel's not been the same guy. George Kittle's been amazing. That's why I'm wearing the chubby in honor of George and his wear. And then Christian missed the first 8 games of the year, the 3 that he's been back. He's playing. Nobody works harder than that guy. But the production, he's not gotten in the end zone yet. Juice is juice. Well, when you look at it, it's the quarterback and the offensive line, obviously, are huge. But those 5 chess pieces, the eligibles, and the way you deploy them, and the way Kyle moves them all around, it's positionless. McCaffrey's a halfback, but he's a Z, and he's an X, and he plays in the slot as an F, and Debo's a Z, but he's a back. And they move them all around. You got to have pieces around. And then the Niners have had some of the best fivesomes ever with Joe's group or Steve's group, but that's why the group that Brock has around him right now, they just haven't been healthy. They've missed too many games collectively.
It's hard to get really good injury luck 2 years in a row, and the 49ers had brutal injury luck in Brock's rookie year with how that ended and being on their third quarterback, getting to a point where their fourth quarterback got concussed, and they didn't have a quarterback to finish that NFC Championship game in Philly. Last year, all their injuries kind of got out the way in that 3-game skid they had to go from 5-0 to 5-3. Then it was pretty good from there. And this year, it just has not been anything close to what we saw injury luck-wise last year. But we're going to take another quick break. About a half hour left here on Papa and Silver on a Tuesday. And wherever we go next really depends on how much I can talk JD out of turning around his schedule, because I was going to let him go, but he's a sicko, and he's like, maybe I can be connected in 5 minutes. I'm like, JD, it's Thanksgiving week. Take some time off. So,
is he home?
I think he might have ran home, for all I know.
This is tomorrow night's the biggest drinking night of the calendar, so I think we have to go from Gold Bar Whiskey to JD. Oh, number 7.
Yeah, we'll stay tuned on that, but that's all coming up here on KMBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
KMBR, the sports leader.
I think the Bay Area is collectively waking up a little tired today. It could be your mattress. Do you have a Sleep Number bed? The Sleep Number Smart Bed uniquely contours to your head, neck, and shoulders for more comfortable sleep. 94% of Sleep Number Smart Bed sleepers report better sleep quality versus non-smart bed sleepers. So the Sleep Number Smart Bed lets you adjust your bed so it's firmer or softer whenever you need, so you can get the quality sleep you need to boost recovery and performance like a certain football team that we know. So we are heading into the holiday season. You're going to be having long days and nights, so you want to be able to get your best quality sleep. So pick up a Sleep Number bed, and you can do it this week during Sleep Number's Black Friday sale. You'll save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed, plus free home delivery when you add a base of any kind. It ends Monday, December the 2nd. It's only at Sleep Number stores or at sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, the official sleep and wellness partner of the NFL. See store for details.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Papa and Silver back here. Rounding out the show all the way up to 2. We got the most people I've ever seen in studio in a long time, because not only is it a Greg Papa in studio day, Carrie Crowley, who will be co-hosting with Adam Copeland's coming up, is also in studio. And that's not even to mention the party we just had.
Ricky Waters, his 2 sons, Elliot Gillespie, Mama Gillespie, with not 2 shots with us, but I haven't seen Carrie Crowley, let alone in studio or anywhere, since the end of the Giants' 2021 year. He pulled a Buster Posey, and he retired right after that. Kind of retired, but he's back. But he's not covering the team on the beat. And I don't know how many Giants games I did that year, 120. And then the 5 in the playoffs against the Dodgers. And I hate when people just dismiss that 107-win team. We've seen a lot of great baseball in the Bay Area, and the A's with Tony La Russa have had some great teams. And Felipe Alou's first team won 103 to win wire to wire. But we've never seen 107 wins. They were just automatic the way they were able to win. So we will get into Giants more, obviously in the coming days. Buster was on a podcast, and I think the big debate right now is Hassan Kim or Willie Adames. There's a way to get both. I don't think they'll do it and then cut the payroll. I mean, that would be the ultimate thing, is to play Hassan Kim at second base. Or, Adame, he has more range. He's got to get over the labrum tear in the shoulder. Can he throw the ball? And that's his throwing arm. Do worry about that. But he's a better defender than Adames. But you can't play, Adames can't play second. Cam McCann, he's really good at it. We saw him do that. That was the reason Bob Melvin was upset with A.J. Preller in San Diego. He didn't want Xander Bogaerts. And they signed him to a huge deal. And he thought Hassan Kim's a better shortstop. And now, after Bob's gone, they flipped it. And Bogaerts went to second and Hassan Kim went to short. But just, seeing Kerry, obviously, and talking ball with him. And what exactly do the Giants do in the offseason? Do they spend? How much do they spend? We know they want to improve pitching and defense. Is Adames, he's going to hit home runs in this ballpark as a right-handed hitter if you get him. But how much will he cost? And then Juan Soto is talking to the Dodgers. That was, we thought the usuals, the two New York teams, Toronto Blue Jays, Boston Red Sox, the Dodgers. Seriously, what did they? And the word is not only talking to him, they made an offer to Scott Boras for Juan Soto. What would they possibly do with him? Come on. Would they let Teoscar go if they signed Soto? I can't imagine he'd go there. I think who knows what he's going to do. But the Giants, we thought, were the Giants going to be in the Juan Soto sweepstakes? Apparently not at all, because 5 teams made offers. Yankees, Mets, Red Sox, Blue Jays, Dodgers. Giants did not make him an offer.
I'll tell you my big concern with the Giants heading into this next season, and that's that a third of their batting lineup could theoretically be a little bit of a liability at the plate, but you have to play them because they're so good defensively. Of course, I'm talking about Patrick Bailey, and I know you're on the camp that he needs to give up the switch hitting because that just takes a lot on him, and I agree with you on that. Jung-Hoo Lee just has such a small sample size with Major League at-bats, and he wasn't hitting the ball particularly well, but I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt because he was in the majors for just such a short period of time, and we've seen what he could be defensively. I'm really excited about that. And then if we're talking about Matt Chapman, he had his moments of hitting. I think he was a timely hitter on a team that really did not have a lot of timely hitting. But you're never going to not play Matt Chapman, not just because of the money you just signed him, but when you see what he is defensively, how could you not have him out there at third base?
Well, honestly, I'd move him to shortstop. I said that when he was here, when he was talking about signing here. I'd sign him and then say, sorry, we're going to move you to short. You're the best shortstop on this team. Now, he's a great third baseman. I mean, obviously, Gold Glove, and he's on the argument for Platinum Glove. And well, we've seen a lot of great third base play here with Xavi on the other side of the bay. And, you know, obviously the Giants have had good third base. Pablo was serviceable. There's nothing like this guy defensively at third. But I think he'd still be an above-average shortstop. But they're not going to do that. You weaken two positions. And if you got Hassan Kim, he can field. The question is, can he throw with a torn labrum? I don't know what they're going to do. I think Casey Schmidt is going to have a bounce back here. I would not get rid of that guy. When I saw him initially, I thought that is Matt Chapman defensively. He's got that kind of arm and got that kind of range. It's just he can't play third. And that was my theory, was I want Chapman to play short and I want Casey Schmidt to play third. Could you imagine the left side of the infield with those two guys? But we'll see what they do. And then, Blake Snell, Corbin Burns is out there. It's going to be interesting to see. But I think the bottom line is, ordinarily when John was here in most off seasons, we'd go through the list. And the Athletic did an incredible thing where they listed, the top 40 baseball free agents. And then you just click on each guy and it gives you their contracts and what they project. And it's just like, it's all right there. And I can get it a fingertip away. But honestly, I'm not going there. John would go there, but I think the realistic thing is I don't know if they're going to spend that kind of money. When they're talking about rolling back the payroll and being under the CBT line, they've got money to spend, but it's different. And everybody got on Farhan for being too Oakland A's-ish. I think that was from ownership, and he spent this past year, and he spent it on the wrong guys, whether it was Jorge Soler signing guys late. In any event, ordinarily, this is the time of the year. It's holidays. Let's go shop. Let's go buy up all these players. What do you want? Hassan Kim, Willie Adames. Both. I want them both. Play Kim at second base, play Adames at short, or flip them. But the reality is, I just don't feel they're going to do that. I don't know how bold they're going to be in spending for free agents this winter.
Yeah, my expectation is that they probably won't be super bold in Buster's first year. I think it is going to be a little bit of a retool. I think they're going to look at the farm system. Randy Wynn was on with the morning show. He was on with you and JD, and he's going to be a big part of overseeing that farm system and seeing what they have there. I would like to see them go and sign some bats. I know the defense is important too when we talk about a Hassan Kim, assuming he can overcome that torn labrum. But yeah, I don't know. I think the Giants, and this is kind of taking a page out of the Marcus Boucher book a little bit, but it seems like they will sign pitchers and draft hitters, and I almost want to see it the other way around, where they go and seek some bats that they know are going to be successful now in a park that's hard to hit in, and then worry about the pitchers in the farm system.
Well, I don't know about Blake Snell as a lefty coming back, but they are going to bring back another left-hander. Ordinarily, we would talk about this more, and we may get Jason Stark on. We should reach out to him. His story in The Athletic and the podcast with Buster. Madison Bumgarner is coming back into the organization. I don't know what role it's going to be, whether it's spring training or later on. I mean, with Farhan, and I think Farhan's getting kicked around a little bit too much. He did a lot of good things here. But Madison Bumgarner would not come back in the Giant organization in any role with Farhan Zaidi here, whether he was disrespected and Brandon Crawford. And, sometimes you have to make hard calls like Bill Walsh did, and guys don't like it. But with Buster Posey there, exactly what is Madison Bumgarner going to be doing with the Giants? So he's going to have some reunion in the Starkville podcast with Jason Stark and The Athletic and the Wind Up podcast. He mentioned it, so that's something we'll get into more. And whether you just have him at spring training, Willie Mays did, and Bonds has been just around, and Barry's around the team a lot more for BP. But he's just for spring training, or do you want him actually to be around the team? Ryan Vogelsong, I think, will be involved a little bit, but it's just interesting. Madison Bumgarner is coming back. Now, the key thing would bring to get the the big time Timmy Jim, the freakazoid? Would you get Tim Lentz to come back in the organization in some way? Matt Cain but Madison Bumgarner, fire on the mountain. He's coming back.
When you said lefty, I thought he was going to go in the direction of Robbie Ray, Walter. I was at Robbie Ray's worst game against Atlanta.
He's not going anywhere. Well, that was a bad first inning.
Yeah.
That was bad.
I think Mike Yastrzemski ultimately statistically had a better night. Yeah, he did. He made it through the whole inning. Yeah.
Oh, and then out of the bullpen.
Yeah, out of the bullpen.
Yeah.
Anyway, that was a fun one, the Brave series. That was kind of the point where I'm like, yeah, this season might be done. That was my Buffalo Bills of the baseball season. But I'm joking because we had the
saying if we lose this game in Buffalo, it's over?
No, it's not over. I think 9-8 can win the division. And actually tomorrow, we're going to look at the other three teams, Greg. That's going to be a big focus of tomorrow before Thanksgiving. Let's look at the other bad NFC West teams, and I'm talking about all of them, and just figure out if the 49ers can be a little bit less bad and the Rams, Seahawks, and Cardinals can just kind of stay what they are and maybe dip a little bit. Maybe the 49ers mathematically have a way out of this at 9-8. That's what we're going to talk about.
So after we lost to Seattle and all the sky was falling, I turned to Mike Kohler and I said, it's possible. I don't think it's probable, but it's possible. Looking at Lambeau, at Orchard Park, the Niners could lose the next two games and go to 5-7. And then I said, then we win the rest of the games and end 10-7. Now, Detroit is there, but I think the Niners can beat Detroit on that Monday night, December the 30th. They have a way of getting Jared Goff off the spot. If he's off the spot, he is offline. They're beatable. But even if you can't do that, and now Miami's playing better, I think what's interesting, mathematically, is it possible to make it at 9-8? Because these other teams are going to cannibalize each other. Somebody's got to win, right? And Seattle just beat Arizona. Guess what? They're going to play in 2 weeks. A week from Sunday, they're playing again in Arizona. Can Seattle beat them again? But then if Seattle wins too many games, we can't catch them. And we've lost 3 division games and all these conference games. So we have to come up with a scenario. Is it mathematically possible? Show me a path. Remember, we had to get a path to 270 to win the White House? Show me a path. Can you get to 9-8 and win the NFC West with all these conference losses? What do we have to happen around the Niners? It could happen, though, but I'm not sure. We have to pull it out and go red marker, gold marker. I'm not sure it's possible they can win at 9-8.
If the 49ers steal one of the Nebraska districts, they got a shot at it.
It's the blue wall.
I think you might have just given me my Silver Linings playlist for tomorrow.
All right?
I think you might have just sparked something in me.
Well, are you going to Levi's tomorrow? I'm going to be there tomorrow on a Wednesday.
No
You're
Levi's tomorrow for me.
All right. Well, either way, we'll do it remotely, but I think that's maybe we'll do it when we come back from Thanksgiving, but even if they lose in Buffalo, and they could win in Buffalo, they can win.
Yes.
These teams. This team went to the Super Bowl last year. Buffalo was home watching that game. Anyway, it just can you mathematically, because they're going to have to win some. You got to beat the Rams. You got to beat Arizona. You got to go to Miami and beat them, and they're playing better. Buffalo's hard. Detroit's hard. So if you lost
Chicago, you can win.
They can. Yeah. Well, they are. I mean, it's a pat there, but what if they all wind up at 9-8? And then we got to get into tiebreakers, and we know the division tiebreakers and the conference tiebreakers. I got a page of like 3 notes here on conference and how it all works. And what if they all wind up? What if we have a 4-way tie at 9-8? Cardinals, Rams, Seahawks, Niners. Who goes?
This is going to be such a hilarious
We're
use of time.
We're not going to point differential, are we? How are we doing that?
Yeah, I was going to say,
we're not flipping a coin.
Number 12
and
is
I'm not sending out Fred Warner to call tails. Damn! Finally came up tails last game at Lambeau. We still lost. You want to go heads one time?
If it gets to tiebreaker number 12, we're in Fred Warner territory, Pop. We'll wrap things up on the other side. Play a couple of cuts that I think are funny to play and fit into some larger themes in our show. And Kerry Crowley out in the bullpen had a coffee in one hand and the Gold Bar whiskey in the other. So I have no idea what you're getting in 10 minutes. We'll find out, though, and hand it off to Copes and Crowley. It's Pop and Silver wrapping up on KBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
49ers President of Football Operations and General Manager John Lynch stopped by the morning show today with Murph and Marcus and voiced his displeasure with the recent play of the San Francisco 49ers heading into yet another must-win game, this time in Buffalo, or as everyone's calling it, the Papa Bowl. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR Social.
Now, back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, wrapping things up here on Papa and Silver before we hand it off to Adam Copeland and Carrie Crowley. If you want to get your Niners fix in, Matt Mayoka will be joining them at 4:50 later today. And a couple of cuts I wanted to play before we officially get on out of here. Well, we haven't even touched on the Harbaugh between Jim Harbaugh, John Harbaugh, and John Harbaugh moves to 3-0. We don't talk about the Super Bowl here in the Bay Area. I get that, but hey.
How about Thanksgiving night 2011?
Oh, it's
How many times did they get sacked that night? 11? I lost track. They blitzed the entire game.
Yeah, that was a rough one, too. So this was actually the first one to not be super depressed about. And Jim Harbaugh actually had a pretty funny quote. He did end up losing the game, but since we had Ricky Waters Jr. and his brother Shane in today, I thought, why not have a nice quote with a brotherly theme here before we get on out of here?
Oh, it's I love my brother, and I'd lay down my life for my brother, but I would not let him win a football game, and he wouldn't want it that way.
He's 0-3 against him.
Yeah, the quote didn't age well, but I still thought it was very Jim Harbaugh of him to do.
I wonder what Jack Harbaugh thinks of the current game their sons are coaching. When John Harbaugh went for a 4th and 1 on his own 16-yard line. I remember Barry Switzer doing that in Dallas and just laughing out loud at him. Remember when Bill Belichick did it? It was a 4th and 3. He was playing Peyton Manning, and he threw the ball to Kevin Falk, and they came up a yard short. Remember that? And then they wound up losing to Peyton Manning. Where's football come now? What does Jack Harbaugh think of his son going for a 4th and 1 on his own 16-yard? And it worked! And he did it again and again, not of his own 16. And he didn't even have the quarterback run, the best running quarterback we've seen in decades, or King Henry. He had the tight end, Mark Andrews, take a snap, and they ran the version of the tush push on a 4th and 1 on their own 16. What did the analytics tell you? What if you don't make it?
I had to go back and watch that because I saw the Ravens do the try to draw the Chargers off sides. They didn't end up snapping the ball. I think it was a 2-minute warning, and then I go and grab something in the kitchen, wash a couple of dishes, just whatever the normal chores that I put off for the day were. I come back, I see the Ravens down near the red zone and into the end zone with the Rashad Bateman long touchdown, and I'm like, what happened here? They went for it on 4th and 1 from their own 16.
On their own 16. Football's changed. Football's changed.
One more cut to play before we say goodbye for the day. We talked about the Warriors for the first hour of the show. I was not very happy about that loss. It didn't sit well with me. It is one of 82. But another team that really struggled last night was Michael Malone's Denver Nuggets. They lost, I think it was 145 to 118.
They gave up 145 points. OG Anunoby went off. The Cat Van Du went off. What is Doug Moe coaching that team? They gave up 145?
Not very like a Michael Malone team at all. And he was asked after the game if he was going to go and flush it. Here was his response.
Kind of flush and doesn't.
No, that, man. No, we're not flushing. You don't flush when you get embarrassed. You don't flush when you gave up 145 points. You don't flush when you didn't play hard, didn't play with effort, didn't play with physicality. I'm not flushing anything.
Oh, he sounds like Doug Moe. Wow. Doug Moe's team, they give up 145, but they'd win 146 to 145. His dad, Brendan Malone, I knew him at Syracuse well, good assistant coach in the NBA for years. Is Denver, what's going on with them? They gave up 145 points at home? Wow.
No, that, man.
I agree. I agree.
No, we're not flushing.
Yeah, losing Kentavious Caldwell-Pope in the offseason was not great for them. And when you got the best player in the world, you should be able to stack a good roster around him. But we got a long season to go. A lot of people don't even pay attention to the NBA until post-All-Star break. So we'll save all that for another day. But, hey, great show today, Greg. Thank you to Walter. And what a beautiful exorcism we had.
We did. Think it'll work? I got one more gold bar shot in me here.
Yeah, we might have to take a few.
You think it'll work? When the Niners score in the gold zone in Buffalo in this game, just think and then do the gold bar shot. Is it going to work? Are they going to score more? You're not Tim Ryan, but you're pretty good on the foghorn.
I could never be Tim Ryan. I'll take any percentage of Tim Ryan that's above 10. Well, anyway, that's going to do it. We'll be back tomorrow for
Tim
one
Ryan's
more.
on tomorrow.
Yeah, and he will be on
Matt
tomorrow.
Mayoko on tomorrow.
And we'll have one more good show before we hit Thanksgiving. So we'll hand it off to Adam Copeland and Carrie Crowley. And a big thank you to Walter and everybody in the studio for a fantastic, manifested fun Tuesday. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Oh, f*** that, man. Wait.
His love of the game brought him to the Bay,
Blank the Dodgers for life.
while his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Copeland and Copes.
Let's get it on.
Adam Copeland
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
and Adam Copeland
Adam Copeland has arrived!
on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Swear to God, that horn that Greg's leaving looks like a bong. I wish it was. Adam Copeland and Carrie Crowley with you on a Tuesday afternoon, and we'll be joined today by Matt Mayoko, our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area. We missed him yesterday. He was still flying back from Green Bay following that Niners 38-10 loss at the hands of the Green Bay Packers. And Carrie's hanging out with me today. This is my last day before the holiday. And then we get an announcement at the end of the show about the new show. And I guess I'll be on, starting on Monday of next week on the 2nd. What's up, Gary?
You want to do an announcement right at the beginning?
No.
I won't be on. So there you have
There you
it.
go.
8 years, good for nothing.
Oh, f*** that, man.
Good for nothing, Carrie Crowley. What's up, bro? How you been?
Doing well. Just got back from my annual college football trip, Lincoln, Nebraska. So great weekend there. And
Went to catch some Matt Rule ball.
I did, yeah. They got bowl eligible for the first time since 2016. Stormed the field, second consecutive college football trip where we stormed the field. This one made sense. Last year we were at Clemson, South Carolina, and they were playing Drake May in North Carolina. And for whatever reason, Clemson decided at that point that they would storm the field for beating North Carolina. So back-to-back years that we've been a part of it, and it's been really cool.
So are you kind of like storm chasing now?
Yeah,
You're
I think-
looking for games with upsets?
Exactly.
So wait, did you just go to Lincoln? You go one new
One
stadium a year?
college game a year. There's 6 of us who've been doing the trip now. This was my 4th time. A couple guys have done 7 trips. They went to Tennessee early. They went to LSU early. I joined in 2019 for Athens to go to UGA versus Texas A&M.
Sick.
And this year we went to Lincoln, Nebraska. It actually came down to, were we going to Texas UT game, or were we going to go to Lincoln, Nebraska? And we wagered, because the vote was split 3-3, so we wagered on the men's gold medal water polo match over the summer. And I think it was either Czechoslovakia or another country that put us over the top for Lincoln.
Wait. What did the wager? Who was wagering on what? And what did the men's gold medal match in water polo in the Olympics this past summer have to do with where you decided to go on the college football trip?
Absolutely zero to do with where we decided to go. But there were 3 of us who voted Lincoln. 3 people voted Austin, Texas.
So it was you each picked a side in the men's gold medal match in the
Exactly, and
Olympics.
the winner determined. So we flipped a coin beforehand to determine which trip would be represented by which country.
So which trip was represented by which country? Who was it?
I have no. I mean, I'll have to look up who was in the men's gold medal.
This is
water
good.
polo. But it came down to like the final seconds, and I think it was like a 3 a.m. finish on the West Coast. So absolutely 0 people were awake for that when that happened. But nevertheless, flew into Omaha this weekend. Went to Lincoln, Nebraska, an hour's drive outside of Omaha, which, when Memorial Stadium is full, 3rd largest city in the state of Nebraska.
When the stadium's full,
When the
it becomes
stadium's
the
full.
third largest. It's the 3rd largest attendance of anywhere in the state.
Exactly. So it
when the
starts with
stadium's full.
Omaha, then it's Lincoln, and then Memorial Stadium in Lincoln. You get that 85,000 strong. For, by the way, the national record, 403rd consecutive sellout at Memorial Stadium.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's like a Giants baseball game in 2012.
They love their corn.
Another
They love their
sellout
corn.
here from AT&T
Except
Park.
it was different because when the Giants did their sellout streak, there were a lot of empty seats.
Yeah, I mean it's always about sellouts are always about tickets sold, not
Yeah.
butts and seats. Because
Tickets
they're not going through the turnstile counting them.
No.
You know what I mean? They're going with the gate, just
Yeah,
however many have come through. By the way, for those wondering, the men's gold medal water polo match, in the Olympics. For those wondering which side Kerry was on. So, I'm sorry, what were the two trips? It was Nebraska and what else?
It was Nebraska and Austin, Texas.
Okay. Oh, God. I would have been on the side of Austin.
Here's the reason I didn't. Because A, I've been there before, and B, I knew that Arch Manning wouldn't be the starting quarterback this year, so we'd save Austin for the year that Arch Manning is the starting quarterback.
You weren't down with some viewers.
Who cares? I don't need to see the Raiders' backup quarterback.
Yeah, well, I mean, what team is that guy? That guy just seems like a perennial backup. He'll bounce around the league for 6-7 years as a backup.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
sort of what it feels like.
He'll make some good money.
Yeah. I mean,
selling cars one day back in Texas.
Yeah, he'll never pay for well, maybe he will. Maybe he will pay for things. They're not winning big games like they're supposed to. So it was Croatia, Serbia.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Serbia won its third straight Olympic gold medal. Dude, they're hanging banners in Serbia.
Exactly,
Picking up medals, I guess I should say. And there's already an actual physical trophy that's handed out. It's a medal. They're not getting banners, but damn, Serbia is a juggernaut.
Yeah.
So you couldn't have been feeling good if you were on. You had Serbia then.
No, well, I had Serbia because I voted Lincoln, so I felt great going into that match.
You felt great about the Serbs going into that against Croatia. 13-11.
There's very few teams I trust more than the Serbian men's water polo team. So.
Serbia was not expected to get back on top in Paris.
Yeah, well, that's what those people who want you to think. Yeah,
well, that's because since Tokyo they'd finished 9th and 8th at 2 World Championship games, and then here they go with their
we're
third
not bringing out the start. We are not bringing out the starters for our low class matches.
Yeah, dude, we're not going to the FIBA games with our number one
back-to-back gold medals. It's call me up in 4 years and we'll get the band back together.
Exactly, it's exactly how it works. Adam Copeland, Kerry Crowley with you. Matt Mayoka will join us a little bit later. We're getting into plenty of 49er football stuff, and the Warriors who fell last night, dude. Back-to-back games, the Warriors have blown double-digit leads. Like big ones, 17 and then 18 points in the fourth quarter. We'll talk about more of what's going on with them and the depth. But just in general, after what happened, I mean, I haven't talked to you since the game on Sunday. That was as bad as this is maybe as low as any 49er fan has felt about save losing a Super Bowl. Of course, that feels terrible. But in terms of the hope and the trajectory and the expectations for this team, this has got to be as bad as it's been in the Shanahan era.
Yeah, I mean, you lose to the Seahawks and you're thinking, this isn't good. This is 3 bad division losses, fourth quarter at home. It may not be our year is kind of the feeling, the sense that you get around 49ers fans. And last week on the show, I think, we talked to a lot of people who got the sense that, hey, if they just were able to go out against Green Bay and right the ship, different opponent, you don't see your division foes, one time a season. You see them twice a season. So you got film on that team. Mike McDonald had seen the 49ers a few times. You can chalk that up as maybe an aberration, although you lose 3 divisional games in the same year. It's not necessarily an aberration. But the way in which they lost the Green Bay Packers, so dispiriting, and it sucks any reason for optimism out. And that's not to say that, there couldn't be renewed optimism if they went out and shocked Buffalo, or they got on a hot stretch down, the final few games of the season, they beat Detroit, but no one has any expectations for this team anymore. We went from the beginning of this season thinking the 49ers have a legitimate shot to be back in the Super Bowl, to a few early losses, the Rams, Cardinals. Maybe their ceilings like NFC title game or even divisional round, to losing to the Seattle Seahawks and thinking, gosh, it would just be nice to get a playoff berth at this point. To right now, it's like, do you want them to keep losing? Like, is a top 10 draft pick valuable? Because that's the conversation that people are having right now. It's not how quickly can the 49ers get back off the mat. It's, I don't know that the 49ers will get back up off the mat. That's how dispiriting and disheartening that loss to Green Bay was. I mean, no Brock Purdy, no Nick Bosa. Take away all the guys who either didn't play or weren't at full health. It doesn't really matter because it's the NFL. You play 17 games, and it's one thing if it's week 15, week 16, you've lost a bunch of starters. 49ers are a shell of their former selves halfway through the season.
Yeah, and it's not just the question of is it bad to keep losing? Do you want to get into the playoffs? Like, of course you want to make the playoffs, but at what expense? And and if you get in,
what are you going to do in the playoffs?
It's fraudulent to think that they're we kept using the term yesterday, intellectually fraudulent, to say that they're a team that could get into the playoffs. And even if they did, it's going to take you 10 wins, probably a tiebreak. Because I was saying yesterday, like at 9 wins right now, 9 wins might win the NFC West, but not for the 49ers because they wouldn't have enough in the tiebreak to overcome any of the teams above them. Yeah. Right? Like you have to pull away by 1. Arizona doesn't look as good as we thought they were a couple of weeks ago after the loss to Seattle. Seattle's leading the division
looks good now.
Their defense is spectacular now.
Yeah.
And they're winning the way they did with Russell Wilson.
Mike McDonald's a good coach. And that's the issue the 49ers now face is we went from the beginning of the season thinking that Kyle Shanahan is head and shoulders above the rest of the coaches in the NFC West to now you look up and it's like, man, Mike McDonald's defense has Kyle figured out. This is a guy who not only won last year with a very talented Ravens team, but assessed the 49ers in that first game, came back and completely shut this team down when they had Christian McCaffrey healthy. You look down at the Arizona Cardinals and no, they're not good, but no one expected them to be really good. And yet they've got more wins than 49ers because Jonathan Gannon's a pretty good head coach, and Drew Petzing, even though that offense struggled against Seattle, he's a pretty good offensive coordinator. No one's going to question the credentials in L.A. with Sean McVay. They're always at least a baseline level, and now we're wondering, you strip away the talent from Kyle Shanahan, is he really that much better than we believed him to be at the beginning of this season? Because sure looks like a pedestrian operation to me right now.
Well, and I think it begs the question, is the talent at the level we thought it was coming into the season? I mean, Christian McCaffrey's obviously not playing at the same level, but it's, I think he gets a bigger window based on how great of a player he has been and the amount of time he missed. We were doing the same thing with Brandon Ayuk missing training camp, but how long were you going to let that go before you go, he's just not performing? Tebow Samuel's obviously not the same guy he was, and the expectations for him. The only guy who's exceeding expectations is George Kittle. Like, he's playing even better than I thought he would, and he's one of the guys who you maybe thought would start to break down just based on the level of physicality with him, and it's nowhere near that. So Niners at 5-6. We'll talk more about this one a little bit later. Matt Mayoko joins us at 4:50. Adam Copeland, Kerry Crowley with you. More good news for Bay Area sports teams. Warriors blow another double-digit fourth-quarter lead. They're up 18 last night on the Brooklyn Nets, and then Dennis Schroeder goes off in the fourth quarter. They score 41 points.
Dennis Schroeder goes off.
That's what you want to hear. Dennis Schroeder goes off, and Warriors without Jonathan Kuminga for a second straight game. You look at the front part of the season, and we knew that the schedule was a little bit soft. Was it fool's gold? We'll talk more about that in the depth of the Warriors after blowing back-to-back double-digit fourth-quarter leads to the Spurs and then the Nets. Also, they get OKC tomorrow, so it doesn't get a whole lot easier. Plus, you hit the road this weekend to take on Phoenix, and then they go to, where they go? They go Phoenix and then Denver before they come on home for a back-to-back. Adam Copeland, Kerry Crowley with you. More to come, only here on the Sports Leader. The Warriors blew their second consecutive double-digit lead last night in the fourth quarter in a loss to the Brooklyn Nets. How you feeling, Warrior fans? Is the depth all that good? Let us know. 808-KNBR, 808-5627. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. Underdog is the place to play if you're a sports fan looking to win money while watching sports. With over 5 million happy players and $2 billion won, Underdog makes it fun and easy to cash in on all your favorite athletes' performances. And you can make a play with only $1, or you can go big with their pick'em game. You can win up to 1,000 times your money just by choosing higher or lower on a player's stats like passing yards, touchdowns, three-pointers, double-doubles, and much more. They got all your favorite leagues, NFL, NBA. You can pair them together. You got college football in there. You've also got some college basketball out there now, and Underdog puts the power to cash out in your hands now. You can either keep riding with your entry or tap the Win Now button and cash out whenever you want. Plus, every dog deserves a second chance, and with Underdog's rescues, you can get your money back and receive a promo if an early injury causes your entry to lose. And this season, Underdog is going to be running a special promo or bonus almost every single day, like Profit Boost, where you can pump up your winnings with just a tap. When you apply the boost to eligible entries or discounts, you'll get adjusted projections on certain player stats to give you a better shot at a big W. And free picks, they're basically a sure thing. A player just has to go higher than a half a point. So what are you looking like? Higher than half a three-pointer made for Steph Curry on Wednesday night for that pick to win. Plus, all new users get that free pick. Just download the app and use promo code KNBR to deposit now, and you can get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. That's promo code KNBR. Must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Now, back to Adam Copeland on KNBR.
Shot clock down to 7. Schroeder on Steph. Kick out. Left wing 3 is perfect by Trendon Watford. 20 made threes. So this game flipped. 26 points in the final 18 minutes of the game. And so for Steve Kerr, he's got a team that's 12-5, but the last 2 games are definitely going to be ones the Warriors think about a little bit. And they can't lament it too much because I think one of the best teams in the NBA in OKC is coming here on Wednesday.
Yeah, a little bit different vibe around the Warriors than what we saw in the first part of the schedule where, I mean, they were red hot to start the season. They went out on that road trip, went they go 5-1 or 4-1 on that 5-game roadie. The one loss to Cleveland, who at the time was undefeated and the best team in basketball. They beat Boston in Boston. They beat OKC, and they'd done it with the depth. And then almost instantly after losing DeAnthony Melton for the season, who had only played 6 games, and I'd wondered, and I'd asked this last week to Dieter, and we talked to Marcus Thompson about it, Mark Spears. I was like, how big of a loss is this? I mean, I know they planned on him being their 2 guard and they're starting 2, but really it's about what he does for you defensively. He can get to the free throw line a little bit, but also they made it a priority. They used their entire mid-level exception on DeAnthony Melton in the offseason. Like within 20 minutes, I think the report was, of free agency opening, they went out and tried to land him. So they blew back-to-back games in the fourth quarter, 18 points against the Spurs, 17 against the Spurs, 18 against the Nets last night. Do you feel at all like what we saw in the early part of the season was any fool's gold?
A little bit, yeah. And I think that what I am struggling with right now is figuring out this team that came so close to dropping some brutal games early in the season. Like they blew that Houston Rockets game before winning it in overtime. They nearly blew that OKC game before pulling away at the end. And who knows, if Chet's healthy for the rest of that game after he goes out early, maybe it's a different ballgame for this Warriors team. And yet I look up Copes, and don't get me wrong, back-to-back losses, fourth quarter collapses. It's incredibly disappointing, but this team's still 12-5. Like this team still has exceeded my personal expectations for where they should be. I think we also need to grapple with the reality of the situation that with no Melton, it becomes increasingly clear that the Warriors' potential hope that they could get through this season without needing to trade their depth for a superstar was never going to work that way. And so while we could picture that sort of a thing working out, if you've got Melton playing well, if you've got Pajemski becoming better than he was a season ago, which he's not right now, if you've got Kuminga taking a full step forward.
He's worse than he was a season ago.
Exactly. But if all of those things happen to work out for the Warriors, and they kind of look like they were going to through the first 8 to 10 games of the season, then you could say, well, maybe the path to winning this year is just strength in numbers. Maybe it's depth. Maybe that's the way in the new NBA where you've got this second apron and teams can't exceed the luxury tax without extremely harsh penalties. Or just coming to the quick realization that a month from now, all we're going to be thinking about is which superstar can the Warriors trade for, which players they willing to unload, and will they be that much better if they go out and they get a superstar, depending on who it is? Or is it just kind of a A-B+ caliber player who they hope can take them to the next level? Because we can all look at this team, we can all see that they got off to the great start, but we can all also see that they struggle to hold leads, and we know what they need. They need another finisher. They need someone who you trust in the fourth quarter. You can trust Steph. You can just Draymond to make the right plays.
Wiggins is playing great, by the way.
He's been tremendous, all-star level. But You need another scorer in the fourth quarter. The Warriors don't have that right now.
No. And in terms of who they got beat by, I mean, they were missing players yesterday, too. Nick Claxton out of this game. It was Dennis Schroeder who got it all done for him. Like, who was this team? Half the guys, I was like, this is the team. When the Warriors were up as big as they were, 18 in the fourth quarter, and then they allow 41, I thought, there's no way this group of guys is going to come back. And you heard Bob Fitzgerald make note of it at the end there. 20 made three-pointers, and it's because of what they did in the fourth quarter. Mm-hmm. The Warriors didn't shoot that much worse from three. I think they were 20 of 45 were the Nets. The Warriors were 19 of 46, so they were just off the mark. But in terms of something that is starting to stand out, and Carlos Ramirez filled in with me last week, and he brought my attention to this, and it's starting to become more of a story. And I don't know that this changes the course of this game yesterday, but maybe based on you lose the game by 8 and things got away from you late in the fourth. The free throw shooting. Warriors are officially the worst free throw shooting team percentage-wise in the NBA, and they only get to the line like middle of the pack. They're like 15th or 14th or maybe even a little lower than that in terms of attempts per game at 22. They're shooting 69.5%. Only team below 70% in the league from the free throw line.
I mean, the local comparisons are very easy to make. For the 49ers, it's special teams.
I was going to go
For the
there
San
too.
Francisco Giants, it's base running and defense.
Yep.
Like, they all have this glaring weakness that holds them back from being the team that they should be. And for the Warriors, their free throw shooting has officially gotten in the way of several wins. They go 11 of 17 last night. Look, you don't flip that game because it's an 8-point differential by making 6 free throws. But the game certainly feels different if you make those 6 easy points. And that is what's so stark about this team is, like, they do a lot of things right. They hustle on the defensive end of the floor. They spread the ball around pretty well, and were doing so even more when Melton was healthy. But the issue for this team is they're being held back by their own self-inflicted wounds, their own self-inflicted mistakes, and it's the same thing for the San Francisco 49ers. When you look at their special teams, it's like teams aren't putting that much pressure on them on special teams. It's a blocked kick here. It's a missed kick here. It's just inexplicable
issues. It's a variety of lack of execution, too.
And,
it's like
and
not
that's
only
the
one
issue.
thing.
Yeah.
It's all specialists who aren't specializing in anything.
Yeah, exactly. With the Warriors, it's not one player who's bad at free throws. They're being dragged down by having several subpar players who've gotten in the line and missed their shots.
See, and what you're saying about the comparisons to other Bay Area teams, I was thinking about this yesterday when I was doing the show with Dieter, because he was saying, when we talked early in the year about the depth, and everybody's like, wow, the Warriors are so much deeper than we thought they were. They're a much better team because they can sort of mess with their rotation game to game. They have like 8 different starting lineups or 7 different starting lineups in the
Throw
first
Lindy Waters out there. It'll be fine.
games. Yeah, and by the way, he's been fine. Like, it's been okay. But it's sort of like when you have a bench player in baseball I look at, or you look at guys like people looking at the Giants roster and you go, well, is Tyler Fitzgerald an everyday guy? I don't know, but he's probably not an everyday shortstop.
Yeah.
And you probably shouldn't count on the production you got from him for that month and a half that you got it. He didn't project out as that player. So sometimes you have a guy off the bench and you're like, dude, why isn't this guy playing more? Brett Wisely, that happened to last year. We were like, why aren't they playing Wisely more? He was mashing every time he came up. Well, then they gave him everyday at-bats, and that average came back down. He kind of regressed to the mean a bit. Teams started to figure him out. Now, baseball, a different game. Adjustments happen. Slumps happen. It's a little bit different than losing a jump shot or something like that. But in terms of trying to rely on pieces that are not everyday players and are not superstar players or guys that you can get on their back and have them carry you for a week, like Klay Thompson was a guy who could do that. When Steph went out a couple of years ago in February, Klay had, after having a tough return, one of the best months, if not the best shooting month of his career in February, because he could put the team on his back. The Warriors were able to get into the playoffs, hold on to that 3 seed, and ultimately win a title. When you do that with players who are not everyday guys, like, the rotation is not going to look like this when you get to the playoffs. You need like 9 guys, 8 guys. You don't need 12 dudes or 11 guys in rotation.
Well, you can only piece it together for so long. And look at who the Warriors won with when they won titles. Yes, during the regular season, fans fell in love with the strength in numbers mantra that the Warriors touted. You got to the playoffs, I'm pretty sure that in the final 5 minutes of every game, it was Steph, it was Draymond, it was Klay. You had Iguodala out there for his lockdown defense, sensational passing, and some years you had Kevin Durant. Look at the teams that win in the NBA right now. Look at the Boston Celtics
out there at the end of the games.
Yeah, exactly.
Closing games.
You can't win with role players, and that's no offense to a Lindy Waters who serves a very valuable role on this Warriors roster. If he's able to help them win 2 or 3 games over the course of the season with a very positive plus minus, it's worth having him around. And you can't win 82 games with your superstars. But get to the finals, Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown are going to win you games. Like, get to the finals, and Luka Doncic and Kyrie Irving willed the Mavericks through the West for a reason. Like, there could be teams that finish in front of them, and that's maybe what happened to Oklahoma City last year. They were so good, but it was Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and then it wasn't really someone else who was playing at that superstar of a level. And you need 2 to 3 consistently every postseason. And this isn't just true across the NBA. This is true across every single sport. So it's finding help for Steph. That is the Warriors' number one mission. And until then, it's avoiding these losses, hanging on, and getting the most out of Andrew Wiggins, which is what they're doing right now, which is one of the reasons they're so good right now from a record standpoint, 12-5, better than expectations, is because Wiggins, for the most part, has been that guy. But come 7-game series in the NBA playoffs, are you rolling with Steph Curry, Andrew Wiggins, and Draymond Green in the year 2025? Probably not.
No, you need more than that. I mean, if Wiggins is giving you this production like he did, I mean, if he's going to pull down like 6 rebounds a game or 7 boards a game like he did in the finals or in the playoffs a couple of years ago, fantastic. I mean, he's been awesome. One of the quietest, I think, productive players for the Warriors.
Absolutely.
We haven't had to talk about him at all, and he's been productive damn near and he's been out there like every single game.
He's fun to watch.
He's not missing time. And he's been great. But no Kuminga has obviously been a problem. You want to see growth from him. But, are they better than the sum of their parts right now? Like, I wonder if you start talking about adding that superstar player, and this is always the question, is what would you have to give up? And at this point, there's not enough.
Who cares?
At this point, there's not enough to suggest it wouldn't just be multiple first-rounders.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, everyone's going, can you trade Kuminga? Can you trade Podziemski? If you can move Podziemski and go get, like, Dante DiVincenzo to help you out right now, that'd be great. That's effectively the role that he took over. Plus, white guy for white guy. I'm down with that. That's just it's a clean swap. It's a clean comp swap for me. But DiVincenzo would give you...
keeping track.
Yeah, for those of you scoring at home, DiVincenzo for Podziemski. But I think it would probably still take you more to get that. Because, again, Podziemski's not producing in the way that Joe Lacob anticipated he might be an all-star. I don't think any of us are seeing that. But without Melton, the hope, I think, was that, well, maybe we can just put Podziemski in that role in the starting lineup. But right now, it's unreliable.
But also, at the end of the day, when you're trading guys for a star or you're trading future draft picks, my whole thing is, who cares? Like, who cares what prospects you give up in the moment? If you're a baseball team, who cares what draft picks you give up to go get your franchise quarterback?
I'll trade anything if I think I'm getting value, and if it pays off, like that's when you go. You can't get mad. Like, I'll never blame the Giants for trading
Zach Wheeler for Carlos Beltran.
Yeah, and Giants fans will still be mad. And I'm like, dude, they were coming off a World Series win. Buster Posey was injured. And Carlos Beltran was like the best player available and one of the best in the game. And they were aggressive. They went out and got him. They tried to get Pence first.
Yeah.
Tried to get Hunter Pence, and then ended up, of course, after the Phillies got him, landed him the next year. But when you're aggressive, and like, I'll never be mad at the Giants for going and getting Chris Bryant. Now, I don't know what Canario is going to be. Is that who they traded?
Yeah, Canario and Caleb Killian.
There you go. I mean, again,
2 guys who might be off the 40-man right
they're
now.
just prospects, and they're just draft picks that I mean, right now, what if that draft pick ended up being James Wiseman, and you get Jimmy Butler for him? You're like, well, that would probably help you more than whatever that Wiseman pick ended up being, and that's the case. Right?
And there's this big fear that Kuminga could one day turn into a superstar. But guess what? You're trying to win while Steph Curry's 37 years old. Like, we don't care about the Warriors in 2027, 2028.
Steph Curry doesn't?
No, certainly not.
Why should he?
You owe it to him to go out and be as good as you can possibly be in the year 2025. And for the Warriors to do that, it is going to take some sacrifice. It's going to take some hard decisions, but it's also going to take grappling with the reality of their situation, which is depth cannot win you a title.
I don't think the strength in numbers thing, to your point, is not why they won the title. They won it because so many different guys were willing to play different roles and could, and they could mix up the rotations throughout the postseason. But they were starting like, it would be like Zaza starting the first 5 minutes of the game and then playing the first 5 of the third quarter, and then that was it, right? And then you had David West would come in and play a few. Like, you had different rotations, and you had things that you could plug and play, but ultimately it was like 9 guys.
Yeah, exactly. And when it came down to the final 5 minutes of the ball game, Steve Kerr trusted 6. Like, there was a maximum of 5 guys who they trusted, or 6 guys who they trusted, and it was usually 4.5, and whoever happened to be the 5th, great, you know?
Yeah.
It's that sort of a situation. And the same is true for every team that wins a title in modern basketball.
Adam Copeland, Kerry Crowley with you. Is the Warriors' defense that bad, or was it just a couple of flubs here? 17 points they blew in the fourth quarter against the Spurs. By the way, Wemby's a freak, dude. That guy is just insane.
Still shooting 10 threes a game.
I said to Dieter yesterday, I was like, how long? I mean, it's like on the table that it's like within the next year and a half, he's the best player in the world. And we're all just like, for the next 20 years or whatever. Like, that might just be the deal. This guy's insane. First team all defense last year as a rookie.
Yeah.
Takes 2 steps to get from like the 3-point line to the hoop. I don't know how he ever misses anything from under the hoop.
I also don't still understand why he's shooting 10 threes a game. Like, it's a fun novelty, but dude, if you're 7'5", you got to bang in the post a little
He's
bit
averaging
more.
like 23 points. I did the numbers yesterday. In like his last 5 games, just like 54 rebounds or something crazy, or 64 rebounds. We're doing like, what the hell's going on here?
Yeah.
Adam Copeland, Kerry Crowley. How bad's the Warriors' D, or was it just a couple of flubs here? Are they as deep as we thought? 808 KMBR is the number to call and to text. A little bit later, we'll catch up with Matt Mayoko at 4:50. We got some tips and picks for your Thanksgiving Day games. I'm off for the rest of the week. You'll have Dieter and Kerry tomorrow. Or
Positive show.
Or as our caller yesterday called in and said, hey, Derek, I love reading you in the Merc. Derek Kurtenbach, Adam Copeland, Kerry Crowley. More on the Dubs next on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Adam Copeland on KNBR, the sports leader.
Let's play some basketball! Adam Copeland, Kerry Crowley with you. Tuesday afternoon, Dubs fall last night to the Brooklyn Nets. Dennis Schroeder got him for 31 points. He scored 14 of his 31 in the fourth quarter as the Dubs give up 41. Like, Steve Kerr said to us numerous times in the past and even earlier this season, their goal, and I think you just have to make it your goal, it's a great mindset to have, is when you have a offensive weapon like Steph Curry, you know you're going to be able to shoot threes. The Warriors, I think, make fourth most threes in the league per game, like 16 a game. They take 22 or something a game, maybe even more than that.
No, they certainly take 30.
Like, sorry, they're
a
higher
lot
than that.
more. They're probably making about 22.
Yeah, maybe that's what I'm looking at here. They're fourth best is my point in three-pointers made per game. So I love the focus of Steve Kerr. Like, if we can be a top 5 defensive team, the offense will take care of itself.
Yeah.
And I'm with that because basketball defense directly translates into offense. When you have offensive, you have players who are combustible in the way Steph Curry is. Draymond's been shooting the ball a lot better this year. Wiggins has been playing well. But to your point, they need more. Do you feel like they're an elite defensive team still, or do these last two games change any of that? I will say length continues to be a problem, like in the paint for them.
Length's been a problem for the Warriors since they decided to hire Steve Kerr as head coach, and he prefers Draymond as a small 5. And I think like that strategy has worked for them for the better part of a decade. And while Draymond may not be the player that he was at the pinnacle of his NBA career, I still kind of default to they know what they're doing from a strategic standpoint. Like Steve Kerr has been in the trenches in this for a decade. There's nothing that I can say sitting here on the radio where I can second guess him and say, yeah, if only they played Looney a little bit more. If only they worked with some bigger fours.
The loon dog.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I just feel as if basketball, or specifically defense in the NBA, is so difficult to figure out from a rotation standpoint, so difficult to figure out from a which of your stars should guard which of their stars, and how do you maximize Steph on offense. So for the most part, I'm much more comfortable being critical of offensive maneuvers and rotations in terms of bringing in guys with your second unit and figuring out like the best way to get the ball to your scorers in the fourth quarter. I honestly can sit here and say whatever the Warriors feel comfortable doing defensively, like most days it's probably going to work. And then there are some days where you get completely exposed, and that's happened the last two games. And it nearly happened earlier this season, against the Rockets. We mentioned the near collapse against the Thunder earlier this year as well. So they've got to figure something out in the fourth quarter. And I do think that some of that is just like you're missing DeAnthony Melton, and he was going to be a fourth quarter guy for you. Like one of the main reasons they spent their mid-level exception on this guy is because when they faced off with Memphis through the years, he was someone they hated facing. Like they knew that he would give Klay Thompson and Steph Curry trouble.
Yeah.
And if he's giving them trouble, think about how he's going to do against the fourth and the fifth best shooters in the world.
They got him for defense, yeah.
Exactly.
Right.
Like the fact that he had a game where he poured in 20 points, tremendous. DeAnthony Melton's whole goal with the Warriors was to play great defense down the stretch of games, and now they're at the point where they just need someone to step up and make their team more complete. I think that they hoped it would be Podziemski. He's not that player right now. Like he has taken a step back. He doesn't look comfortable on the court. He's second-guessing himself. You can see that a little bit in the hesitation on offense and defense, and maybe he'll snap out of it because he showed last year that he has the potential to do so. But until that point, they're probably just going to be outmanned a little. And when you're outmanned a little, your defense is going to sag a little. And when that happens, you're going to allow teams to go on runs that get them back into games. And so this is going to become a little bit more of a theme, in my opinion, unless all of a sudden one or two players it starts suddenly clicking for and the Warriors suddenly trust them in the final 5 minutes of games. But I don't think that Steve Kerr is to that point yet with 4, 5, 6 these different rotation pieces. Like, Buddy Hield's not going to be the answer for this team defensively.
No, you're getting the best out of Buddy Hield, I think, in the position that he's in. And that's what Steve Kerr said, and it was quoted in a piece by Sam Gordon in the Chronicle from, I think it was yesterday, about how the Warriors' depth has allowed Steve to take minutes off of Steph Curry and Draymond early in the season. Like Steph at 36.
Super
and Draymond
valuable.
You have to. And Draymond at 34 or 35, whatever he is. Like, this is not the time of the year where you want them out there for 30-plus games. That's why they're running with like 11 guys a game, and you're keeping basically both of them. Nobody on the team's playing 30 minutes, it seems like, at any given point. Now, the Warriors are still, after these last two blown games, defensively, the fourth best in terms of defensive rating at 107.5 in the league.
And that's 17 games in, almost a quarter of the way through the season. That's pretty darn good.
They're still good, even after blowing two fourth-quarter leads, a total of 35 points in the last two games.
And that's also not having Melton for, half of those games because of the early season injury? Yeah. So, wow. So 11 of those games, 2/3 of those games you didn't have Melton for.
And that's why I wondered, like, how big of a loss was Melton, or will we even know? And I think the thought is, well, the potential of what he was going to help you do and what he was going to do for you in making you jump to that next level. It would also make maybe making a transaction for somebody else a little bit easier because you could move him to the bench if needed and he could still be a closer for you. But to your point about being outmanned or needing more, they're going to need another player that can support Steph offensively. Because, again, I think the defensive rating is going to be there. They're still fourth. Now, they do allow they're seventh worst in the league in points allowed per game in the fourth quarter. But, again, that's not necessarily indicative of everything. There's efficiency that comes into play there. You pointed out the potential for losing close games. You can also look at those and go, well, they won a whole bunch of games, so they were figuring out how to win in different ways.
Yeah.
It's different than like how the Niners won in Seattle earlier this year, and you're like, man, that almost happened again where it got away from them. Instead, you go, whew, okay, cool, move on. But even Fred Warner after that game said, yeah, it did start to feel like, oh no, is this just like the last couple of times this happened? Same with Tampa. Mm-hmm. Everybody's going, oh no, are they going to blow this one? Multiple penalties at the end of the first half, the missed kicks, all that stuff starts to feel like it's snowballing. I haven't gotten to that point with the Warriors, but now that Melton's out and a couple of these things have happened, it is something to monitor and pay attention to.
Well, here's the other thing that directly compares the 49ers situation. Margin for error is derived from the number of stars that you have and the people that you can count on in the closest moments of games. So you look at the 2023 San Francisco 49ers, and they had Fred Warner, Nick Bosa playing tremendous football at the right time. They had Brandon Ayuk, Christian McCaffrey, George Kittle, Deebo Samuel firing on all cylinders when they needed to be firing on all cylinders. Brock Purdy was elevating the offense last year. So you've got 6, 7, 8 guys who are all playing well in the month of January, all guys that you trust in the fourth quarter in the biggest moments of games. And when you've got a number of those guys injured, when some of those guys have taken a step back and they're a step slower this year, your margin for error dissipates. And all of a sudden, those games that were 2 scores are 1-score games. And when you don't have closers, those 1-score games go the other way. And in the NBA, the same is true. Like, the Warriors don't have a Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum and a Drew Holiday, who's really that third star in Boston, that they can turn to in the closing moments and say, go win us this game. It's a tie game. We're down 2. We're down 4. This is all you.
Yeah.
The Warriors build up their lead by winning those early minutes with their starters on the floor, by having the rotational advantage that Steve Kerr has schemed up, has figured out in the second quarter of games and sometimes in the third quarter of games. And then when the other team decides to go, you know what, we're going to lean on our stars in the biggest moments, all of a sudden the Warriors look pedestrian because they don't have that same caliber that other teams can reach. Now, That doesn't excuse a loss to the Brooklyn Nets because the Nets don't have the talent that matches up with the Warriors. The Nets are not as good of a team, but those 2-score games in the NFL that are really 10 to 15-point games in the NBA, those become 3 to 5-point games in the NBA. And all of a sudden, if something bad happens, say Jonathan Kuminga's not available and you plan on closing with him, hey, that 1-score, 3 5-point game, that becomes a loss.
Yeah, and to your point about the Nets, not only are they not a good team, they were missing Dorian Finney-Smith yesterday, Nick Claxton, and Ben Simmons. You're always missing Ben Simmons.
I was going to say, Ben Simmons, what roster, is he available?
Is he ever playing again?
I had no clue that he was playing for the Brooklyn Nets these days.
One of the most perplexing careers in the last 20 years in the NBA.
In all of North American professional sports.
For how it started for him, was he Rookie of the Year? Yeah, 17-18 Rookie of the Year, 2-time All-Defensive. He was an All-Rookie team, Steals champ, 3-time All-Star. He was an
3-time All-Star?
He was an All-NBA player in 2019-20 out of Australia.
He played that recently?
Yeah, dude. I mean,
it was like a decade since he's been on the court.
So in this season, he's played 13 games. He started 11 of them, 24 and a half minutes a game. He's scoring 5.5 points per game.
Yeah.
I don't even 6.5 assists. We still got vision. I mean, he was. he was looking to be like a
still sees the lane, man.
He was going to be an incredible hybrid type player. Like he was going to be a great passer, a pretty damn good scorer. His shooting percentages had gone up, and then Philadelphia just broke him. That was bizarre, man. They just booed his career out of town and almost out of the NBA. What'd you say, Tim?
He was so touted coming out of college.
Oh yeah, I mean, people couldn't wait to watch him in the NBA, and he apparently delivered, but all of that's been overshadowed by the fact that we all remember him for being the guy who just doesn't play.
Yeah, and the weirdest thing is that he went to LSU. That was an odd one for me. I was like,
following in Shaq's footsteps.
I think his mom was like a former LSU tracker.
Love my Tigers.
Something like that. I don't know. Go Tigers.
North Star, Tigers bar.
It is. I've watched a couple of games there this year. Might be at the Star later today. Adam Copeland, Kerry Crowley with you. Getting ready for the Star a little bit later tonight. Head up to North Beach and hit North Star. Why not, dude? I was at Boardroom last night watching the Dubs take this L.
Clemson bar.
At the hands of the, well, so is Showdown's a Clemson bar.
Oh, wow.
They've got orange soda.
Multiple Clemson bars in North Beach and San Francisco.
I thought Boardroom was an Oregon bar.
Oh, okay. Maybe the affiliations have changed over the years.
Yeah, I think they're an Oregon bar. They're also, aren't they a Bills bar?
North Star?
No, Boardroom Bills bar.
Okay.
And I think North Star Eagles bar.
I don't know. I'll have to do some recon tonight.
What you got, Tim?
I was just thinking about the hangry meal at Showdown. That's all.
Shout it out. It's fantastic. Every Sunday till 3.
There we go.
And Saturdays as well. Adam Copeland and Kerry Crowley with you. Derek and Tim are here also, but whatever. We'll catch up with Matt Mayoko at 4:50 this afternoon, and we'll get more into 49er football when we come on back. We'll get more on Kerry's thoughts on where the Niners stand.
Check that rundown. Pretty built out today.
Yeah, I don't know what we're doing after that, after the Thanksgiving Day picks. We'll get into some 49er football when we come on back. Brock Purdy did throw yesterday. Kyle said it was positive. I guess nothing bad. He said he felt okay after a little slow ramp up for Brock Purdy. He said we're basically in the same holding pattern that we were last week. More to come. Adam Copeland, Kerry Crowley on the Sports Leader. Ricky Waters stopped by with Greg and Greg this afternoon to chat 49ers and his shot at the NFL Hall of Fame. Listen to that podcast, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Now, back to Adam Copeland on KNBR, the sports leader.
Adam Copeland, Kerry Crowley with you on a Tuesday afternoon. We have like afternoon hoops, don't we? Are we like early college basketball season? We're getting like Battle for Atlantis type stuff?
Maui Invitational.
Maui Invitational. We don't get Atlantis
Riveting
anymore.
Maui Invitational last night. And guess what, Copes? Number 2 UConn goes down.
I saw that.
Colorado with the buzzer.
Yeah.
Our Buffs.
Well, I'm only a buff ball guy when it comes to women's soccer. And by the way, it's just soccer. There's no men's soccer team at the University of Colorado.
They also don't have a baseball team.
How about that? Probably a good idea because they'd be playing in the snow in like February or March.
Hey, Dion somehow.
Had to cut all these programs so Dion can come on down, dude. Adam Copeland and Kerry Crowley with you on a Tuesday afternoon. Matt Mayoka will join us at about 4:50 to talk some 49er football. Kerry, give us your state of the 49ers as it stands right now.
That's a very broad way
It's
to
a broad.
open
Well,
this.
I mean, we haven't talked about it. I mean, everybody's, I think, on the same page. I said yesterday, maybe the one thing that unites 49er fans more than anything is, doesn't everybody think Jordan Mason should play more? It's the only thing I think you can get every 49er fan to agree on.
Yeah.
Not keep Kyle, not throw it more, not run it more. Just, where's JP Mason?
Exactly.
Get him in there. That's all anybody wants more of.
Yeah, I do think that, though, that's kind of indicative of the larger issue at play with the 49ers. And you brought this up earlier. The 49ers brought back all their talent. And so you're coming off of a Super Bowl. You're coming off a great run to an NFC title. And when you bring everyone back, you assume that everyone's going to be at the same level. You assume that their talent is going to remain the same.
Yep.
And the reality is in the NFL, when you get a year older, when you've got 20 games that you played the year before on your body, it takes a toll. And things don't click as easily. And all of a sudden, the guy's a step slower, a half step slower. And in the NFL, when you've got 1 or 2 stars out, when you've got 1 or 2 guys playing a half step slower than they were a year ago, all of a sudden you look very average because the margins in the NFL are razor thin. Think about all of the times that even during the 49ers' best years, 2019, 2021, 22, 23, where they lost to just mediocre teams. I was looking today, back in 2021 when the 49ers were rolling, they lost the Colts like 30-18, and it wasn't close.
Was it Wentz in the rain?
Yeah, it was Wentz in the rain at Levi
game.
Stadium. They looked horrific.
I remember that game. I was there, and I was just like, this is just why are we at this
But
game?
in the
It's
NFL,
really-
you're allowed 4 or 5 of those a season, and you can still be one of the best teams in the league. And you get those because we all know how tight the margins are in the league. Like, coaching can take you to a certain point. Quarterback play is really what separates teams and elevates teams. Is why the Chiefs are continually good, because Mahomes just finds a way. Like, at the end of the day, Patrick Mahomes finds a way. And right now, the 49ers don't have closers. That's the biggest issue with this team throughout the season. You go to that Rams game early when Ronnie Bell could have closed the game.
Ah, man, the Ronnie Bell play.
You go to the Cardinals game where they just didn't have the defensive line to shut things down.
And Mason fumbled it.
Like, not a closer in that moment. He's been great to watch all season. He got the 49ers to the point where they were competitive, but he wasn't a closer on that particular day. And that hurts them. You go to the Seahawks game a few weeks ago, and there was no one on defense who stepped up to close that game out. And to be quite honest with you, they didn't really close out the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Like, yes, they won on a last-second field goal, but they were the better team all day. They blew them out in terms of total yards, but they didn't close the game because they had no one to just step up and say, this is my moment, this is my time, and this game is over.
You don't give any credit to the offense on that last drive against Tampa?
I give credit to the offense.
The offense was the strength, and they did go out and shut the door. I mean, they got back into field goal range.
At the same time, it was 23 points on that day.
Sure.
Jake Moody had plenty of opportunities to step up and help the 49ers make that a 2-score game, make sure it wasn't close.
Yeah.
But they shouldn't have been in that position. There were too many times in the red zone where they settled for field goals. And when you settle for field goals, it's going to inevitably lead to close games. And so I think that the 49ers are suffering from a issue of assuming that the talent that they brought back would all be at the same level this year. And it's very clear that when you get a year older and you don't evolve, you don't innovate, and I don't think Kyle Shanahan has. I think this is clearly his worst coaching job in the NFL since joining the San Francisco 49ers. You go back to that first year, they lose 9 games. They had 0 talent. Like, you're running out Brian Hoyer, Nick Mullins, and C.J. Beathard that year. you're not winning games.
They're playing tight ends and guard.
Yeah.
Remember they were so hurt in that game in Philadelphia? They ran out of offensive linemen.
And I think we all agreed at certain junctures that season, like, Kyle was doing a good job. Kyle was getting guys open. The 49ers just didn't have the talent to play. And so I'm struggling this year to give it, like, accurate assessment of where the 49ers are, because I don't know if this is on Kyle for not innovating and executing, coming up with new ways to keep his team relevant against teams that have clearly evolved from a defensive standpoint to shut down his offense. Like, you look around the league, the book's kind of out on the 49ers. Or is it the fact that their players just simply aren't as good? Like, is this a function of what happened to the San Francisco Giants going from 2016 to 2017? First half of that season, you've got Posey as an all-star. You've got Crawford playing at a high level. You've got Johnny Cueto.
Started the all-star game.
Yeah, as good as any pitcher in baseball. And you come back in 2017 and, man, that season took a toll on Buster as the catcher. He's not hitting for power anymore. Crawford, you ran him out there every day for 6 years, might not be the same guy. Like, Bell, hot and cold as a hitter, and he got cold at the wrong time. And, oh, by the way, Madison Bumgarner rode his dirt bike off a mountain or something where he throws his shoulder out. And so you're dealing with a catastrophic injury.
Don't get me started on Whit Merrifield the next year. You know what I mean?
I was there that day.
Scottsdale?
Yeah, I was. But I think, like, that's the issue, is you're seeing a team that just assumed that every player would be at the same talent level, and you're seeing a coach who didn't give himself enough opportunities before the season to enable himself to think about what the rest of the league would do when they caught up to the 49ers and how he could stay a step ahead. And I don't know if that's a function of not having Kubiak and McDaniel around him, and if it's a function of all the brain drain the 49ers have lost, but clearly Kyle can't do this on an island. And clearly the 49ers players have taken a step back. And so what it all leads up to is a team that was really good last season is really mediocre this season. They're not bad. They're never going to be that bad as long as Kyle's here.
They're aggressively average right now because of the talent and, again, perceived talent. Because coming into the season, to your point, and this is what we're saying, is everybody expects the team to be the same caliber of players that they were last year, especially with the guys who are established. Like Fred Warner's playing at an all-pro level, but he's sort of faded just because in the last few weeks, just because you're not seeing him fill the stat sheet as much. The defense has just been getting gashed. He's still out there doing what he does, but where were you in the first couple of games without Fred Warner forcing those 2 fumbles?
Oh, he was amazing.
You know what I mean?
4 games in, he was tremendous, and then he rolled his ankle. Like, he's not been the same player since he rolled his ankle.
You had 2 of the 11 defensive starters on the field on Sunday who faced the Packers in the divisional round in the playoffs earlier this year at the beginning of 2024. So, again, for me, it's Jimmy's and Joe's. It's not always X's and O's. But to the points you're making about the guys he's lost, I don't know that they were less creative last. I don't know enough about play calling. It certainly feels, and I think everybody would agree eye test-wise, that they're not all that creative. And you look at teams like the Detroit Lions, and Dieter said yesterday, well, yeah, they have cool plays because they have cool players. And right now the Niners players aren't playing as cool as they did last year, so they're not capable of doing the same stuff. They've been hurt, sure, that's part of it. But to your point about the league catching up to Kyle, maybe it's just that the talent isn't at the level that it was. Maybe it's about so many miles in the legs. Maybe it's about going deep last year, the emotional hangover. There's so few teams that have even gone back to the Super Bowl the year after losing it. That's why every year there's like 5 different teams that make the playoffs. It's tough. They're playing a first-place schedule. What's weird to me still is how far above the league they seemed last year offensively and where they seem now.
Yeah. I think one of the big things for me is we all look at, innovative play calling as Juwan Jennings being completely by himself, 10 yards, no one near him. And that happened so many times for the 49ers with various receivers for their first 5-6 years of Kyle Shanahan's tenure, where you just have a receiver who was unbelievably open, and they ran this cool play that was all based on misdirection, and you have a receiver completely wide open. What's different for me this year about the 2024 San Francisco 49ers is you watch the Detroit Lions in the run game. You watch the Green Bay Packers in the run game, and they're doing really cool and innovative things with their offensive linemen. Like, you're seeing guards pulling, a mile away. You're seeing counteraction. You're seeing trap. You're seeing a bunch of things where Josh Jacobs is getting 3 yards beyond the line of scrimmage and no one's put a hand on him yet. Or you're seeing David Montgomery or Jahmyr Gibbs get in the open field and no one's put a hand on him yet. Whereas with the 49ers right now, you've got Trent Williams playing at a level that he was clearly, right now, he's clearly below where he was last year.
And he's hurt.
Like, Jalen Moore is a serviceable guy and was serviceable on Sunday against the Packers, but he's not going to be able to separate for you on the offensive line. Like, Aaron Banks isn't the player he was a season ago. On the right side of the offensive line, total work in progress. Like, you got Jake Brendel, who probably wouldn't start for most NFL teams. You got Colton McKivitz, who might not start for most NFL teams. You got a rookie in Dominic Pooney, who's been great, but he's also a rookie. And so you can't be that creative with these guys on the offensive line. And so all of the innovative stuff that we saw in the run game, we almost never see highlights right now. Posted to social media, posted to YouTube. You go anywhere and look at 49ers play calling and the breakdowns, you never see, man, what the 49ers did here to throw off the defense opened up a 15, 20-yard hole for Jordan Mason or Christian McCaffrey and Isaac Guerrero. We never see that this year. And that, to me, is a huge difference. Is it feels like either the line isn't the same or Kyle doesn't trust the line at the same level, and or the coaches that the 49ers have lost the last few years, they're the ones who've been really responsible for the creativity in the run game. Maybe it's Kyle who comes up with the creativity in the pass game because they just don't feel the same to me rushing the football. And the foundation of Shanahan's success in the NFL, to me, even when he's had a good quarterback, be it Matt Ryan or Brock Purdy, has always been, can the run game open up the pass game? And that's not happening right now.
Well, in terms of what the Niners have done this year, like run percentage-wise, yards per attempt is the one we always look at. They're still going fifth best in the league at 4.9 yards per attempt. And the teams that are most successful in football this year are kind of back to like the old way of just running the ball.
Yeah.
Even the Ravens, we know they do it better than anybody else. They're going at like 6 yards a clip. They run it at like nearly 60% of the time or something because you've got a quarterback in Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry's. I believe he scored. Did he score in the game yesterday? So he scored a touchdown still in every single game this year. It's unbelievable what they've been able to do. But again, Philadelphia, second best in the league at yards per attempt. Look at what they're doing.
Look at Saquon. I mean, the play where he shoots out of the gap and scores from 70-plus against the Rams, it's just the 49ers don't have that burst right now.
Yeah, they just don't. And the separation isn't there in the secondary. You're not getting – I mean, look at the chunk plays and the explosive plays this year that just haven't been there.
Mm-hmm.
Last year the season they opened in Pittsburgh?
Yeah.
And Christian McCaffrey breaks
Ayuk, big game.
60-yard run for McCaffrey for a touchdown early.
Yeah.
Like you could see the holes opening up. Felt like every game you were getting a McCaffrey streaking into the open field. Or how frequently do we watch a game where all of a sudden the play develops and there's Brandon Ayuk standing in the middle, or you check up the sideline by himself? I feel like we haven't seen any of that this year, and so much of that was put on, well, McCaffrey's not there. And I thought, that can't be all of it, though, right? That can't be the only reason everybody's open, because they were getting guys open for years before McCaffrey was here.
Mm-hmm. And look, there have been great games this season rushing the football. Up in Seattle, 230-plus yards. Against Dallas, 230-plus yards on the ground. Like, the 49ers have found a way against mediocre competition or bad competition this year. But of late, and late in games this season, they either haven't put the ball in their running backs' hands, or B, haven't been able to trust their running backs because they've had to go through the air to win games. And I think, you go to the Seattle game a few weeks ago where the 49ers take over under 4 minutes on the clock, and I loved the play that Kyle drew up where Brock is in play action. He finds Debo over the middle of the field on 2nd and 11, and it doesn't work out for the 49ers. But if you really trusted your run game and if you really thought that you could move the ball against Seattle's defense, you'd keep it on the ground right there, and you'd just take the broken clock and you'd take the fact you're probably running for 5 or 6 because you're that good and you can punch a team in the mouth in the fourth quarter. And I don't think that Kyle believes the 49ers offensive line can punch a team in the mouth right now in the fourth quarter. And I don't know if the 49ers offensive line itself believes that they can punch a team in the mouth in the fourth quarter.
We'll talk more about Brock Purdy a little bit later. I want to talk about what you think about his offseason coming up. But in terms of this team and like the whole last dance notion that this is the last dance for the 49ers, and maybe it was last year, you know what I mean? In terms of what's going on right now, they are committed financially to a lot of these guys beyond this season.
Oh, yeah.
Like Debo Samuel will go into next year then with a pending free agent contract right at the end of the 2025 season. Trent Williams, with the way things are going right now, this is the least optimistic I've felt about his return just because of his health, how long he held out for. I know he's got more guaranteed money now, so maybe he would come back. You're going to need Ricky Pearsall and Debo next year because Brandon Ayuk will be recovering still from an ACL, so you're back in the same situation you were in without Ayuk in training camp in preseason and having to ramp him back up to being hopefully in some kind of form that he was before. Christian McCaffrey will be a year older. Who knows what happens with the Achilles remainder of this year and next offseason. Trey Greenlaw is a pending free agent. Talanoa Hufanga is a pending free agent. And if they come back, are they shells of themselves? Are they the same guys? Fred Warner's getting older. George Kittle's getting older. It begs the question how much longer you can run with this bubble before things pop, either financially. And they've done a good job about moving money around and restructuring things and helping themselves out there. But it may be as imperative as it's ever been. The 13 picks they have in the draft this year, they've got to hit in the way I think they did hit this year. I do think they had a very good draft this year. The hope was just that these guys didn't have to play the role that you're asking them to play.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the best case scenario for the 49ers is looking at the way that the Philadelphia Eagles completely fell off last season. The Eagles were irrelevant after the 49ers blew them out in early December last year. And the Eagles weren't heard from again. They regrouped this offseason. They look so fresh. The Eagles missed the playoffs, and they look like a completely different team, like a team that could threaten in the NFC and potentially beat the Detroit Lions, go all the way to the Super Bowl. And it's not that long ago that the Eagles were in the Super Bowl, threatening Patrick Mahomes and nearly taking down the Chiefs in that 38-35 loss. That, to me, is what you hope the 49ers do. You rebuild through the draft. The Eagles hit on some early draft picks this year. You get a great free agent. Who knows who that could be and what the 49ers will be able to spend. But Saquon Barkley sure is a difference maker for Philadelphia. Maybe the 49ers find a difference maker on the defensive line. Maybe they find someone at the safety level. Who knows? But you need a true difference maker in free agency or a trade. And then you hope that the guys who took a step back this year, who look like they just played 20, 21 games a season ago, that if they're not in the field in January, they can start conditioning a little bit earlier. That they feel like at the end of games, they are themselves again, which is what the Eagles look like right now. They look like a team that took last January off because they did, and all of a sudden, they got back out on the practice field and they discovered they're healthy again, and they can play with the best teams in the NFL when they have the conditioning to do so.
We're just talking about the running game and the run percentage. Last year, Baltimore led the league in run play percentage. They ran at 49.9% of the time. Chicago was second. That was just the nature of their offense. They were a bad team.
Chicago was second. No one remembers anything.
Niners were third at 47.9%. That was third best in the league last year. So Baltimore and the Niners, the best two playoff teams to have done that. This year, there are 5 teams who are running the ball right now over 50%, and it's closer to 51%. Green Bay at 50.9, Baltimore at 51.02, Detroit at 51, Pittsburgh at 52, Philadelphia at 56. Washington is 6th at 48%. That would have put them like the third most or the fourth most run percentage team in the league last year. The 49ers are down at 10. They run at 46.6% of the time, which is it's 3% off from what they did last year. And it's sunk them to closer to the middle of the pack. If you look at all the teams at the top here, these are all contenders. Philly, Pittsburgh, Detroit, Baltimore, Green Bay, Washington, the Chargers, Arizona, Minnesota are your top 9 before you get to the Niners.
And some of this is a byproduct of when you have the talent to separate and you're up 2 scores instead of 1 score at the end of a game, you run. Like you run in the fourth quarter because you trust your team to run the clock out. And the 49ers have not had that luxury this year, and that is borne out in those stats that you just gave. Like this is a team that in the fourth quarter, more often than not this year, has had to pass to get to where it needed to be. And that is when things start to go south for you.
I'm trying to find what the last time was the Niners were that low. In 2022, they were 5th or 6th, but they were 48%.
Yeah.
48% in 2021.
Lot of games that they were winning in blowouts, though. Those are teams that were able to win 7 to 10-point games.
In 2021, though, they were 3-5 at that point.
They were 3-5.
Elijah Mitchell and Trey Sermon starting games.
I'd love to see what they were down the stretch.
Yeah, the final at the end of that season was probably a lot different. See, like you go 2020, only 41% because they were slinging it a whole lot with C.J. Beathard and Nick Mullins to like River Craycraft and Ronnie James. Was it Ronnie James?
Richie James. Richie James Jr. Last guy to return a kick for a touchdown for the 49ers. Richie James.
Boy, when was that?
Were you going Ronnie James Dio?
Dude, Ronnie James Dio. I'll go Dio all day. Yeah. Going Tim Ryan, Ronnie James Dio. Nice. Adam Copeland, Kerry Crowley with you on a Tuesday afternoon. Matt Mayoko joins us at 4:50. We'll talk more later about Brock Purdy. I'm wondering if anybody believes Brock Purdy has, except for the discussion last week, had lost himself any money going into this offseason just based on his play throughout the last couple of weeks. He also, by the way, has had a couple of really, really big games this year. And I don't think that that's the reason they lost the game on Sunday. I don't know that anybody does. As one of our callers said after on the post-game show, the biggest problem with the game is that Brandon Allen was not the biggest problem. That's the biggest issue the Niners got going right now. Adam Copeland, Kerry Crowley, we got more to come when we come on back. A little tips and picks for the Thanksgiving Day games. Packers at Lions, Giants at Cowboys, Dolphins at Packers are some big ones for this week. And then I said Packers at Lions twice. I think I said Packers twice. We have who do the Chiefs play? Don't they play on Thanksgiving?
They play Black Friday against your Las Vegas Raiders.
My Las Vegas Raiders. Who do the Packers play this week? Is it
Dolphins.
the Dolphins and the Lions, Derek?
It's been a long day. Don't look at the rundown.
Tough deal, dude. Yeah, there's not a lot to look at. Adam Copeland.
Let me just flip over this blank piece of paper to the other side.
Kerry Crowley with
Kerry.
We got a big announcement about the new show starting next Monday, December the 2nd, by the way.
It's not on the rundown.
Get into that a little bit later. That's on the rundown. I'll need the info there. More to come on the Sports Leader. John Lynch discussed his frustration after the 49ers blowout loss to the Packers this weekend. You can find all of that on our podcast page at KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. Steve, what do people do if they have unfiled and unpaid income taxes?
Look, the holidays coming up. I want all your listeners to enjoy their Thanksgiving, enjoy the games, and not worried about their taxes, not worried about some IRS agent knocking on the door. Folks, if you haven't filed returns, it's probably because you couldn't afford to pay it. That's okay. We want to cut a deal for you. Or if you did file the returns and you feel like you're 1,000 feet underwater, you don't know what to do, you're frustrated, you feel like you never get out of it, there's a lot of good solutions, like if you qualify for an offer and compromise, where you just pay part and the government forgives the rest, or get the penalties forgiven. You know, some people owe more in penalties and interest than they do in taxes. Or get you a monthly payment plan that you can afford, not what some IRS agent says you can afford. We have a lot of good solutions. All you have to do is call for your free consultation and say, hey, Steve, get me out of this mess and let me enjoy my Thanksgiving holiday.
Steve can help you. Don't let it sweat you on the holidays. 1-888-TAX-STEALER. Find him at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Now, back to Adam Copeland on KNBR.
Thanksgiving week. Adam Copeland, Kerry Crowley with you. Got an announcement regarding our new show starting next Monday. We'll do that for you at the end of the show today. Tell you about what's going on. And we got some Thanksgiving Day games that we will get into, as well as a Netflix game on Black Friday, which Beyonce performing at that halftime show of that Texans game on Friday. Who's that game? What's that matchup?
That's Chiefs-Raiders on Friday.
Chiefs-Raiders, and then what's the Texans game? Is that Thanksgiving Day?
Texans don't play Thanksgiving Day.
Christmas. Maybe I'm thinking of
Christmas.
Christmas, not Thanksgiving. I'm thinking of Christmas. Well, we got time to complain and bitch and moan about that. Sorry, Derek, I haven't memorized the schedule, but neither of you, since you gave me the Packers playing 2 games this week.
I would have done better than what you just said. Good Lord.
Whatever, dude. I guess we'll find out, won't we?
Derek.
Yeah, thank you. In terms of the games this week, I mean, Thanksgiving, my favorite holiday. No real expectations of me except to show up and eat and watch football.
Wow, that's good.
Yeah, how about you? What are your expectations? What are the expectations of a Kerry Crowley?
I'll take part in the cooking, the cleaning, the preparation, and the breakdown. So, yeah, I mean, after about the age of 10, I was given responsibilities. I don't know what you kind of dream life you're living.
I think we all know that I'm not good with responsibility. By the way, Tips and Picks sponsored by Twin Pine Casino and Hotel. Celebrate Twin Pine Casino and Hotel's 30th anniversary all year long in Lake County, where every visit is a winning experience. All right, let's get into some of the games on Thanksgiving Day. Always get the Lions. Always get the Cowboys. You're getting Cowboys-Giants on Thanksgiving Day, correct? Oof.
Cooper Rush in primetime?
Yeah, against Cooper Rush against Tommy DeVito. Tommy Cutlets against Cooper Rush is a hell of a Thanksgiving
Day. I used to dream about
match.
those kind of games as a kid.
Tommy DeVito might not play in that game.
Well, he said today he's planning to play, even with the forearm tightness. He was like, I'm not missing an idea to get my Cutlets out there.
You can't keep Tommy Cutlets down.
Nah, dude, we need to get his agent back out there too.
Wow.
His agent with a soundbite last week. We looked up his website. It's like the shoddiest looking.
Well, have you seen the guy? I mean, he's not spending on web development. He's spending on his wardrobe.
Well, dude, and the people who are testimonials for him on the website, you're like, who is this player? Like, I don't know who this guy is. He's represented like 3 guys in the history of the NFL.
They're all related to him.
And when Tommy Cutlets is like the head, like the figurehead of his website. Oh, you got the soundbite. What's his name again, Tim? You have it?
His name is Stellan Stellato, and this is on the Peter Schrager podcast talking about the biggest celebrity he met.
Okay, yeah, dude, this is from last week. Peter Schrager podcast. This is the agent for Tommy Cutlets, Tommy DeVito. Here you go.
On the red carpet, NFL honors, a young girl asked me in an interview if I could change closets for the day, who would I want to change it with? And I said, the Pope. And she was blown away. She says, that's a good one. I said, well, I love to be able to bless people and bring people together and help people, those in need. And it kind of transpired. Then a friend over in Italy, connected too. And I think it was a concoction of those 2 moments, and then there I am in St. Peter's Square.
Get out of here.
Literally pinching myself. Tommy had the invite too, but he was, Tommy was locked in.
He's working.
And I was proud of him for that. He said, hey, we're gonna take a rain check and we're gonna do it in 25. I said, well, let me go over there and break bread with the Pope. I got to give him a regalo. So I gifted him a custom football.
Okay.
Yep, by Wilson, painted with the Vatican coat of arms. And it was just one of those moments. And honestly, Peter, as an agent, it's hard to be in the moment because you're always working. You're always grinding. You're texting, calling. And I really just got to sit in his presence and have that moment.
Dude, you're always working. You got like one client. He's a 3rd-string quarterback for the New York Giants. What the hell are we talking about?
I mean, he's done a pretty good job with his client getting him starts with the Giants.
He's always working. You went to the Vatican to get kicking with the Pope. What are you working?
No surprise Tommy DeVito didn't show up. Pope's a Saints fan to begin with.
That's incredible, dude.
I got to give him a regalo.
All right, so Thursday, the early game, you get Bears at Lions. I mean, rank the quality of these games. Bears at Lions, 9:30. 1:30, you get Giants and Cowboys. And then Thursday night football, a Sunday night football on Thursday, Dolphins at Packers. I guess that's your best game.
That's your best game. Dolphins won 3 in a row. 2 is back. Dolphins are back. They're going to be a factor. That's not going to be an easy game for the 49ers when they have to go to Miami.
Bears at Lions. Any upset potential there for the Bears going into Detroit?
Into Detroit, no.
It's a tough deal, man.
Yeah. Lions are too good. Lions defense right now is struggling a little bit. I think they've gone 2 consecutive games without giving up a touchdown. So
2 straight games without a touchdown.
Yeah.
Their defense is struggling.
Yeah, I'm kidding. They really don't have a flaw right now other than the fact that Aiden Hutchinson's out for the season and Alex Anzalone's hurt. They're a linebacker, but man, they put together another heck of a performance against Anthony Richardson, the Colts. So I don't see any way that Caleb Williams and the Bears do some damage in that one.
How about that game this week, though? I mean, they're feisty, the Bears are. They were down 11 points with 30 seconds left, and they sent it to overtime.
Yeah, they find new ways to lose each week.
They lost.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it was incredible. They picked up that onside kick. It was like 0 for 40-something or whatever.
Speaking of which, we don't get onside kicks like that anymore in the NFL.
Like, what do you mean?
Like beautiful onside kicks.
Like well done. It's not a skill set.
It's a lost art. Even good kickers, they don't spend enough time practicing their onside kicks. I've seen way too many times over the last decade, guys just mail it in on onside kicks.
Yeah. Well,
what are you doing during practice?
I don't think anybody knows how to do it. Also, have you noticed like the number of kickers that are just out right now?
Yeah.
It seems like there's so many kickers across the league that are
Anders
out.
Carlson's got a job right now.
Yeah. Well, dude, I saw a kicker, the guy who did the Bears lose to this past weekend?
Vikings.
It was the Vikings. Dude, They had a kicker out there with like number 96 on his back or something. I was like, who the hell is this guy?
Yeah.
The Niners used 3 of them this year. Right? Matthew Wright's still on IR. He's like in the building. He's like in
collecting
the
a
building.
check.
He's like in the building.
Like the old 60-day IL in baseball. You know, all you need to do to be successful in baseball,
Get hurt on the big
get a cup
league
of
roster.
coffee and get hurt on the big league roster.
You're going to get hurt. You want it to be at the major league roster, at the major league level. Giants and Cowboys. Dieter said yesterday he thought the Cowboys might be the worst team in football.
They went out and beat the Commanders.
Yeah, I mean, the Commanders, I don't think the Commanders are that good. I don't think they're fool's gold, but I just think they're a young team playing a fairly easy schedule. Division games are always weird. That was a hell of a game, too. They had a chance to tie it there, and Siebert just misses the kick. Just absolute shank.
By the way, Dallas Cowboys, Jerry Jones on radio this morning. Great medium, by the way. I'm a radio head. He goes on radio and says that Mike McCarthy could be back as the Dallas Cowboys head coach. It's not out of the question that he get an extension to be with the Dallas Cowboys for longer.
Yeah.
You don't just get rid of a Super Bowl winning coach, is what he said.
He didn't win it with you.
It's incredible. That is every Niners fan's dream is for Mike McCarthy to be back as the Dallas Cowboys head
For me,
coach.
it's a reminder. I, too, have been here 23 years. And it is a reminder. I've been here when it was glory hole days, and I've been here when it wasn't. And so having said that, I want me some glory hole.
All right. Okay, man. What's he talking about? I mean, I know what he's talking about, but what's he talking about?
Let you handle that
What
one.
the hell is going on, Jerry?
I want me some glory hole.
Yeah, well, okay, me too. But, win some football games, bro. You know what I mean?
Goodness.
It's fun watching the Cowboys flounder. Dan Jones, by the way, what'd you make of that whole scenario with the Giants? They cut him. First of all, they demote him.
Yeah.
To like practice squad quarterback, or not practice squad.
He's
like
playing
the scout
safety
team
last
quarterback.
week. Yeah.
And then they just outright cut him. And then I love him going like, I want to find a contender. I'm like, you should be looking just for anybody who's going to let you play snaps for the end of the season. You don't need a contender.
Niners could do a lot worse at the backup quarterback spot than Daniel Jones.
Dan Jones or Brendan Allen?
I take Daniel Jones 100 times out of 100.
At this point in the season?
Absolutely.
Why?
Because the guy was surrounded by horrific talent. And at least I think Brandon Allen's whole deal.
So what happened on Sunday, right?
I did. But
where's the horrific talent?
But look, I think that Brandon Allen's whole deal is he hasn't played live NFL snaps in 3 years, and it's just so hard to come back from.
Sure.
Like Daniel Jones was playing live NFL snaps 2 weeks ago. I'd rather have the guy, regardless of how talented he is or, how much he knows the playbook, who was in the battle in the NFL 2 weeks ago and has been doing this for 6 years.
So would you have liked Dobbs over Allen then too?
Absolutely. I would have liked Dobbs specifically because of that. And I know that Kyle loves the guy who knows his playbook and is less boomer bust, and Dobbs very well could have been extremely bust. Like he goes out there, turns the ball over 3 times early because he's taking too many chances, too many risks. 49ers lose that game. But there's also a higher ceiling on someone who's played more recently, and that's why I think you take that risk. Like, yes, you're already down to your backup quarterback. So the reality is you're not going to win that football game unless a number of things go right. Is Brandon Allen going to be the trigger to make things go right against teams like the Bears and the Dolphins? If, for whatever reason, the 49ers were in a situation where they had to play the backup, I don't think so. I think you go with the guy who's gotten the live reps more recently, regardless of how much talent he has. And Daniel Jones has gotten a ton of live reps over the last few years. They haven't been quality live reps. I'm not vouching for the fact that this guy's good. I'm vouching for the fact that you might find something out and find out that ceiling is a little bit higher.
Well, and that's really, he's going to be looking for a situation like Baker Mayfield ended up with, right? Like, I thought Baker was done. Like,
We all thought
when he
Baker
went
was
to Tampa,
done.
I was like, all right, Tampa, okay, you needed a quarterback. Maybe he's a gap guy for them. They can draft somebody and figure it out. Dude, Baker's going to get himself like a $40 or $50 million contract after what he did in the last couple of years. I mean, how about the block he laid the other day, too. Well, it was Bucky
50 yards down the field?
Running down the field, and he's out there like running and laying blocks on dudes in the secondary. I mean, that was impressive. He's a guy that people want to get behind. If they can put together a defense, that's a dangerous team I wouldn't want to see with Baker as like a gunslinger in the playoffs. Not this year, I mean, but in general.
They're like 2 or 3 years away from potentially being really good.
He's a guy who could do something, or make an impact. And then the Dolphins play the Packers at 5:20 on Thursday night from Lambeau Field. I think I'm going to take the Packers in that one. Adam Copeland and Kerry Crowley hanging out with you. Derek and Tim are here, too. They're just hanging out in the other room.
Is that our tips and picks segment?
That's our tips and picks. We didn't make a single pick, by the way.
A lot of tips, though.
Kerry's pick is Dan Jones as the Niners' backup quarterback. We'll
Great job, brother.
Talk some more Brock Purdy next, because we haven't got into the Brock discussion. And people were saying last week, did Brock cost himself some money with the way he's played of late? And then people were going, with the way Brandon Allen played, he might have earned himself some money. I don't know that any of that is so true, but the quarterback situation is a weird one. Can anything be changed or affected for Brock Purdy's contract with what happens at the end of this season? We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Adam Copeland on KNBR, the sports leader.
Adam Copeland, Kerry Crowley with you on a Tuesday afternoon. Brock Purdy, we know he's already had the worst game of his career as a pro earlier this season against Kansas City, which, by the way, incidentally, was the worst game of Patrick Mahomes' career statistically.
You don't count Baltimore last year?
Well, I think statistically and like passer rating wise, it was worse than Baltimore.
It was 4 picks. That's
they threw 4. I think it was in terms of the worst game of his career. It was certainly the worst since the Baltimore game. Difference was after that Baltimore game, they were hot going into that game, and then turned things around after that game and ran into the Super Bowl and didn't lose again until they saw the Kansas City Chiefs. And I'm kind of, by the way, looking for that from the Detroit Lions. We'll talk more about the NFL and around the NFC, but they've won 9 in a row, right? They're 10-1. Barely got by the Rams on opening night, like barely get by, and then go on this huge run after losing week 2. In terms of what Brock Purdy's done, we've all talked about it since last offseason because of going to the Super Bowl and showing everybody that he was the guy we saw in his rookie year when they went to the NFC Championship and coming off the injury. $60 million is kind of what it's looking like, right? Dak Prescott, a guy who's never beat Brock Purdy, got that contract right before the start of the season. And that's all Brock's agent needs to say is, look at what this guy's done relative to Dak Prescott. Dak's never beaten him. Dak's hurt. He got his contract. Brock deserves the 60. And I know that people will look at that and go, that's too much for the numbers he puts up. That's just the price of doing business. I mean, how bad does the Trevor Lawrence contract look now?
Horrific.
How bad does the I don't know if the 201 looks bad. It doesn't look as good as it did week 1 and 2 of the season. Jared Goff looks pretty good.
Looks great. And here's the thing, like 2 or 3 years into all of these deals, if you're good, they look good. If you're bad, they look like the worst deal ever signed, which is what Trevor Lawrence's contract could look like. It's what Dak Prescott's contract could look like if he continues to struggle next year coming off this injury. And I think the 49ers are just in this position, Copes, where you don't want to find out what happens if Brock Purdy hits the market and you have to go get another quarterback. Like, unless you're extremely confident you could trade for a top 10 quarterback in the NFL, and maybe there's an avenue for the 49ers to do that with someone who they might perceive as a top 10 quarterback in an aging Kirk Cousins. Maybe that's what they do before trying to start all over, because Atlanta's got Michael Penix in the fold, and they might feel like that's the way moving forward. But I think 90 to 95% chance Brock gets this $58 to $65 million average annual value deal, which puts him in the realm of players. It puts him in a realm of 1, 2, or 3 other players in NFL history. And all of those guys have recently signed their deals.
Has he done anything this year to change the price tag on his contract this offseason?
I mean, the fact that he's hurt right now, and if he doesn't come back or he struggles coming off of this injury, maybe, but nothing to this point suggests that he is significantly worse than a Trevor Lawrence, a Dak Prescott, or a Jordan Love, who've reset the market this offseason. So, in fact, I think that in many ways he's significantly better than Trevor Lawrence. I take him head up or, straight up over Jordan Love, and I take him straight up over Dak Prescott. Like, if you give me those 4 quarterbacks and I get to choose one of them financially independent of what it would cost for the next 5-6 years, I'm taking Brock. And I think it's a relatively easy decision for every 49ers fan who's watched him play, even if there are moments where he struggled, even if there are moments like the Chiefs game this year or the Ravens game last year where the floor is pretty darn low, because we all know what the ceiling looks like. And the ceiling is, this guy's capable of winning a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Like, with the right talent around him, he is very capable of winning the Super Bowl. Now, the argument could be made that once you pay Brock Purdy $60, $62 million on an average annual basis, you don't have the money to spread around to give him the talent. But is that worth starting over with Carson Beck, Quinn Ewers, or Shadur Sanders? Is that worth taking the type of risk that you need to take and it potentially being another Trey Lance? Because you see how difficult it is in the NFL to get it right at the quarterback position. The Carolina Panthers last year drafted 1-1. Bryce Young was everyone's number 1 overall pick. You could quibble. You could say maybe it was C.J. Stroud, but probably 20 out of 30 NFL evaluators were telling you it was Bryce Young. He got benched this year. It is so hard to find a franchise quarterback in the NFL to the point where there's 10 to 12 sitting around. The 49ers believe they have one, and I think most of the rest of the NFL would say that they have one in Brock Purdy. So if that's the case, he's getting his $60, $62 million. It's just a question of how long is that commitment to him, and can the 49ers potentially get out of it at any point if they feel like another good option comes around, or They feel like things are falling apart in 2025, which maybe that happens. But at the same time, I think that Brock Purdy's deal, if that were to happen next year, they just completely fell on their face, I think that deal would still be tradable.
Yeah, probably. Just depends on how long the deal is, to your point. And we haven't seen a lot of big-time quarterback trades like that in recent years. Russell Wilson is the one that comes to mind. That was a haul.
Yeah.
But again, Brock Purdy in a much different spot in his career than Russell Wilson was when he was traded. Here's the top 10 paid quarterbacks, and it's not by contract, it's by AAV, right? So Patrick Mahomes isn't even in the top 10.
Which is amazing.
But he's got the biggest contract, 10 years at $450, but he signed at $45 million a year. But at the time, it was the biggest. At the time, Jimmy Garoppolo was the biggest. Dan Jones got $40 million, and now that's $20 million off the top paid quarterback.
Yeah.
That was a couple of years ago.
Who ruined it for everyone? Like, who's the guy whose deal put it over the top for everyone? And you're like, oh, gosh, now we got to pay.
Well, you remember when we were younger, the way it used to be was like guys like Tom Brady and Peyton Manning, they would restructure their deal, it seemed like, every single year or every other year to keep money and flexibility around for the rest of the roster. Now, Patrick Mahomes, percentage-wise, like, I believe he made up 17% of the salary cap last year for the Chiefs, and I think the year before it was something around that too. That was the highest percentage of a salary cap for a Super Bowl winning quarterback since it became since the salary cap became a thing with Steve Young back in '94.
Yeah.
So that was like the highest percentage of a player of the cap was Steve Young in '94 until Mahomes did it with 17%. Now they've done it back-to-back years. It's been defense and not a lot of high-paid electric offensive skill players, but it hasn't mattered. They've won back-to-back years. So I don't know if he's the one that, quote, ruined it, but he's also like the best quarterback I've ever seen.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So here's the top 10 guys, and tell me if you take him over Brock. Dak Prescott's at 60.
No. Wouldn't take him over Brock.
Trevor Lawrence is at 55.
No chance in hell.
Joe Burrow's at 55.
Yes.
Jordan Love is at 55.
Probably not, but I would bet there are some NFL coaches out there who would take Jordan Love over Brock.
Who's got a higher ceiling, Brock or Jordan Love?
Higher ceiling? Probably Jordan Love. But in terms of higher floor, I think that Brock Purdy operates with a consistently higher floor.
I would agree with that. Tua is number 5.
I'd take Brock over Tua. We don't know that next week couldn't be Tua's last game. I mean, that's a scary situation.
And how foolish are the Dolphins to give Tua this contract, not have a viable backup for him, and know that it all just operates on Tua while he's got concussion
There's got to be some sort of an insurance policy on that contract. I don't believe that is as straight up as it's made out to be.
What we talked about, I remember when he went down and people were like saying he had to retire and all that stuff. There was all that was a factor in the insurance. Jared Goff is number 6 at 53, which looked ridiculous almost at the time, and now he's like an MVP candidate.
Yeah, I'd take Brock.
Justin Herbert.
See, there's a question there. There's a real question there because Herbert has that incredible ceiling. He's just got that rocket arm, and he can move around the pocket pretty well. I think Brock's more elusive than Justin Herbert, and I really like that skill. But if you're talking about like a bunch of different NFL offenses and you've got to just assess the best possible quarterback for them, I might take Herbert over Purdy.
Lamar Jackson's at 8. I think
taking
that's
Lamar,
the
yeah,
answer is Lamar.
no question.
Jalen Hurts at 9.
Am I getting the healthy Jalen Hurts who looks like he can run around and be elusive in the pocket and, pick up 50, 60 yards a game?
Jalen or Brock? I mean, who's your guy?
I might take Jalen.
Okay, and then Kyler Murray's at 10. I think we both got
I'd take Brock, yeah.
Over Kyler. So there's what? You said Joe Burrow, maybe Justin Herbert, Lamar Jackson, and then maybe Jalen Hurts, but you said probably Brock. So I think 3 of the top 10 paid quarterbacks in the league per AAV right now, which is what we'd be looking at for Brock, you would take over the 49ers' current quarterback.
Yeah.
Which would tell you he's going to get in this price range. Now, it depends on when he signs. Is it early in the offseason? Is it late in the offseason? How do they figure this thing out? He doesn't seem like a guy to me who's going to hold out and wait until the end of the season, especially with how things have gone this year. I think the guy's a true competitor and wants to win. I think they're going to do everything they can to make sure everybody's in camp at the start of next year just because of what's happened this season with holdouts and with injuries and whatever the case may be. He may go like 62 a year. He may go 65 a year because they're all kind of incrementally better. And we'd have to look and see who else is potentially getting a contract at quarterback this offseason. But Dak set the market at 60. He wasn't going to play unless it was the highest paid quarterback in the league, or he was going to, but he'd be a free agent, and good for him getting paid.
Yeah.
Brock's getting upwards of 60, and it's because I don't know if there's anything that can happen this year. If you told me now that Brock was out for the rest of the season, I don't know that hurts him. Unless we really don't know what the injury is.
There's a hypothetical scenario where he's hurt.
Unless it's a Noah Lowry injury, and we're like, where the hell is this? We don't even know what this injury is.
There is a hypothetical scenario that hurts Brock, and it wouldn't happen, and it's silly to think about. But if Brock Purdy were out for the rest of the season, the 49ers decided we're going to put all our eggs in the Daniel Jones basket and Daniel Jones came in and led them to the playoffs, that suppresses Brock's market. Because then they can say, you're probably more of a $45, $50 million guy. If you want to stay here for the long haul, we have a ceiling on what we're going to pay you because we know we can do this with someone else. Theoretically, if Brock could only played like 14 games last season, you saw Darnold for 3 or 4, Darnold could have suppressed his market a little bit. But the 49ers never got a real look at Sam Darnold. You can't just base things off of one game where you're operating. You need a 3, 4, 5 game sample size. And so they didn't have that potential salary suppression last year by proving that someone else could come in and run this offense at the same level who was a, base level NFL starting quarterback in the 20 to 30.
But that's assuming you were going to see the Darnold last year that you're seeing this year. And I would say that if Brock were hurt for the remainder of this season, unless if for some reason they go, oh, we're shutting him down, we're not confident in having him go back out. There's no point in doing this, whatever the case may be.
Yeah.
If at any point that happens, doesn't Brandon Allen help Brock's market? Doesn't Josh Dobbs help Brock's market? I can't imagine either guy plays well enough to go.
I just don't think the NFL views those guys as guys who will be starters in the league.
Right, but I'm saying that it does more for Brock's case in the offense and going, well, they're there with the same players and they're not operating.
Yeah, it does. It absolutely does. And so that's why if you were the 49ers in that hypothetical situation where this Brock injury is just so bad that he needs to sit down for the rest of the year, then you go out and you look for a Daniel Jones type who can come in and potentially suppress that market. Because Josh Dobbs and Brandon Allen are not viewed in that light. They'll always be backups in the eyes of the rest of the NFL.
I can't deal with Dan Jones. I don't want to see that, man.
Well, no one does.
Nobody wants to see that.
And we all want to see Brock healthy and ready to go for the final 5-6 games.
Can you imagine they let him throw number 8? Just have Steve's number 8 out there for Dan Jones?
Oh, gosh.
They're like from one mobile quarterback to another. I was like, I don't know about that.
Yeah.
808 KMBR, 415-808-5627. Do you think that anything can happen this year that's going to change Brock's market this offseason? Let's go out to Tom, who's in Alameda, has been waiting on the line for a minute at 808 KMBR. What's up, Tom? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey guys, it's perfect segue. You guys maybe take Herbert and frickin' Hurts over Brock. I just want to say, Niners fans and Niners radio people, you guys are delusional.
I would take Justin Herbert
it's a
over
no-brainer.
Brock. Yeah, I would. We said Joe Burrow. The one I questioned was Jalen Hurts, and I don't know that I would want Jalen Hurts as much in the Niner offense. Again, I don't think that's a bad move. I think he operates fine, and I think they would have things open for him. But what I'm saying is, of the other guys who are paid at this price point, there are very few that I would take over Brock Purdy, except for the elite ones. It leads me to believe he's probably still in that market.
That's fine. The other thing, though, you, Coach, you were making fun of Jerry. That's fine. He's worthy of making fun
gotta
of
go.
now.
Sorry, man. Sorry. Boom.
That'll do it.
Yeah, that'll do it, man.
Not during Thanksgiving week.
I'm actually really upset that he dropped an F-bomb because I was ready to riff on Jerry. I was like, we're going Jerry Jones. This is good.
Yeah.
Text it in, my guy. That's just the rule. You can't curse on the air. We gotta drop you. You know what I mean? I know it's a slip up because you almost did it earlier. It was like you guys would take frickin'. I was like, whoa.
Yeah, exactly.
Based on how hard somebody says frickin', you kind of know like where they're coming from. Some people just don't say the F word. Some people are using it to cover themselves up, and that was definitely a cover because then he slipped pretty hard on the back end there.
It happens to the best of us.
On the F banana.
415-808-KMBR. Don't swear.
YouTube chat was gifted to a nice little treat there. Can't dump it off the YouTube chat. Adam Copeland, Kerry Crowley with you. When we come on back, we will get a little bit more into what's going on across the NFL. Again, at some point, the Lions got to lose, right? I mean, you usually don't go this many games for a team that has not won an NFC championship or been a contender year after year after year. And that, like, what you don't want is to look up in the divisional round or something like that, and you're down 16 points in the fourth quarter. You're like, damn, we haven't been in this position since the Texans game at halftime back in like week 10. We'll talk more about the NFC, what's going on across the NFL as week 13 upon us now. Is that where we are? Pretty crazy. Niners coming off of a loss, of course, to the Packers. We still to come, by the way, an NBA grab bag, and we'll get into a little bit with Matt Mayoko at 4:50. Adam Copeland, Kerry Crowley with you on the Sports Leader. Mike Silver. Oh, man. He wrote, do the impression. You join Murph and Marcus to debate whether the 49ers season's over. You can find that podcast, KNBR.com, and the KNBR app.
Now, back to Adam Copeland on KNBR.
Adam Copeland and Kerry Crowley with you. Still an NBA grab bag to come, by the way, in about 25 minutes. Matt Mayoko,
NBA grab bag.
NBC Sports Bay Area 49er Insider, joins us at 4:50. 808 KNBR is the number to call, 415-808-5627. We got a couple people on the phone lines. We can get back into the Purdy conversation, then we'll jump into some stuff going on around the NFL. Let's go to Bob. Bob's in San Jose. Bob, what's up, man? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, Adam. I'm calling because I really disagree with your take on Purdy.
Okay.
as it regards if he's out for the year, he's still going to get a multi-year huge contract. I think the right way to look at this is you got to look at how he plays from now and through the last games of the year if he's playing. And if he's throwing interceptions and fumbling, and I mean, you're going to give him $60 million a year for 5 years or 4 years? That sounds crazy to me.
It does sound crazy. I think I'm not convinced, and I don't think I was firm on that. I'm not convinced that he's getting the contract no matter what if he's out for the year. I just think that based on what the backup situation is with Brandon Allen and Josh Dobbs, if they played so poorly, it would benefit his case, I guess is all I'm saying.
I think you're right. I have one last one for you. Baker Mayfield or Brock Purdy?
I would take a Brock.
At the price point, Baker's a pretty damn good deal, too. I mean, Brock's right now pretty cheap, but Baker's going to get paid, too. I think I would take Brock, too, but I mean, Baker's arm, what Baker has on the field now, and I can't believe I've become such a big Baker guy, Bob. I've completely turned the corner on him. I didn't like him at all in Oklahoma. Didn't like him at all when he was in Cleveland, and he was so brash and didn't seem like he was going to be a pro. But he's learned to be a pro, and he has the attitude on the field of a dude I'd want to go to battle with, and that I'd want to be my quarterback. He's a guy that I think they love rooting for.
I get it. Thanks a lot, Adam.
Appreciate you, Bob. Let's go to Tyler in Rockland. What's up, Tyler? You're on KMBR.
How you guys doing?
What's up, dude?
I kind of just wanted to talk. I had a question, actually. Is Josh Dobbs hurt?
No. Actually, less hurt than Brandon Allen based on the finger brace on Sunday.
I just don't know why he hasn't gotten a chance, or I don't know. I just don't want to see Brandon Allen again. I honestly probably won't watch the game if he plays again. That's how bad it was.
Did you think he was the reason they lost?
I mean, I know we had a bunch of injuries and stuff, but I don't know. Josh Dobbs played last year, too. You know, when was the last time Brandon Allen played?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
3 years ago. That was my issue. That was my biggest issue is I'll always take someone who's taken live NFL snaps more recently. Even if the ceiling isn't high, even if the floor is lower, if you've been in the heat of the action, I think you've got a much better opportunity to win. It is so hard to step out on an NFL field. I think that's the argument right there.
Yeah, 100%.
Thanks, Tyler. Appreciate the call. I was like, dude, what is he smoking? I was like, I want some of that. Whatever Tyler's on, dude. I want to give me some of that. I almost asked him. I was like, where'd you go? What club was that from? Where'd you pick that up, dude? Stickiest to the yicky. Across the NFL and what's going on right now in the NFC. By the way, who's going to back in out of the NFC West? Who's the best team? Because week to week, I feel like there's
changes every week.
There's nobody, if I had to go one team where I'm the most confident in just past success and what we've seen in the past, Sean McVay, you can't write him off. Can't write the Rams off. They have a good offense, and they've got a Super Bowl winning quarterback and a Hall of Famer in Matt Stafford. The Seahawks are volatile, but they're playing really good defense. If you're playing good defense and you can pull games out of your ass like the way Geno did, man, the night game is going to be tough. That's what I'll remember forever, dude. When Geno night-nighted. It's been so cool for Warrior fans to watch Steph do it to everybody. Everybody in the USA got to get behind it for the Olympics. We could all root on Steph doing that. It's not as fun when Geno Smith does it to you. You put up 17 points. I don't know that I'm confident in anybody. I thought Kyler and the Cardinals were playing well, but again, division games, always weird. Who knows what happens there? Their schedule is real easy, so they could be the team that pulls it out. I think they still play Buffalo also, but Cardinals have
this is their hardest game this weekend, I think, is the Minnesota Vikings. I don't know that they have Buffalo left on the schedule.
Do they not get Buffalo?
I know that they get the Seahawks once again, and that may be
2 weeks.
2 weeks from now. So that'll be their opportunity for redemption. If the Seahawks win that game against the Cardinals, the Seahawks will be the frontrunners in the NFC West. And I think right now it's kind of a toss-up for me between the 2, 6, and 5 teams.
You're right. It's Minnesota's their most difficult game.
Yeah, and that's still a winnable game. The Vikings are not blowing teams out of the water right now. They've regressed. And I think, look, the Bears shut down Justin Jefferson on Sunday. I think he finished with something like 2 or 3 catches. And Sam Darnold is Sam Darnold. You figured that he was going to regress after the start of the season. So that's a still winnable game for the Cardinals on a stretch of their schedule where every team is beatable. And you look at the 49ers schedule and you could say, well, every team's theoretically beatable, but how beatable is Buffalo on the road? How beatable is Detroit on Monday Night Football?
They haven't beat a winning team this year.
Yeah, exactly. So the Cardinals have it way easier, and the Seahawks are the team playing the best defense. The Seahawks also have the best trio of receivers in the NFC West in Smith and Jigba and Metcalf and Tyler Lockett. So they're going to be really tough to just fall out of the race. Like, I could see the 49ers and the Rams in 2-3 weeks being completely out of the race. I don't think the Seahawks will be. I think the Seahawks will be there until the end. And in this year's NFC West, that may be good enough.
Well, and because of their head-to-head record in division, that's going to keep them around. Same with Arizona to this point. But here's Arizona's schedule. That's what you were talking about. They go at Minnesota this week. They're home for the Seahawks, which is a huge game, by the way.
Yeah, and they get them at home.
It's a massive game at home on December 8th. Then they get the Patriots at home. They go at the Panthers. They go at the Rams. And they get the Niners the last game of the season.
All winnable games.
All winnable games. I think Dante Whitner said that.
Dante said that several times this season about the 49ers schedule.
A couple of years ago, he took him to go undefeated. And I was like, I don't see him losing a game this year.
They go 18-0, and they're going to beat the bye.
I was like, really 17 games.
I love Dante being an Ohio State Buckeye who he predicts for them to go undefeated every season. 49ers guy. I mean, I think he's probably predicted, 2 losses over the last 5 years for his college and NFL teams?
Dante won a lot of ball games in college and in the
Buffalo
pros.
Bills guy, too?
Yeah.
So.
There we go. Attaboy. More on the NFC West. So right now the way it stands is it's Seattle in first. Niners in last, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
But Seattle in division 2-2. Arizona 2-1 in division. They're in second place. The Rams at 5-6, same record as the Niners. They're 2-1 in division, so they have the tie break there. Again, if the Rams won it, wouldn't be shocked. I guess I really wouldn't be surprised. I don't think I'd be surprised if anybody won the West except the 49ers.
Yeah.
Is kind of where I'm at. I think that would be the most surprising thing to happen in the NFC West. Nobody's that good. It's the worst division. You'll be a 3 seed, get to host a game.
Potentially the 4 seed.
Potentially the 4 seed.
Because the Falcons could then win 10 games or so.
Falcons
but
are 6-5. Yeah.
Still don't see that happening. So you're going to see some upsets the first weekend of the NFL playoffs because the 5 and the 6 and the 7 seeds in the NFC will probably all be 10-win teams.
Yeah.
The NFC North might be the best division ever with the way that the Packers and the Vikings are going right now. Both of those teams could be 10-win teams.
Packers 8-3, Vikings 9-2, Lions 10-1.
Yeah. I mean, Lions could win 15 games this year, 16 games if they don't lose again. They're going to have a combined, 45 wins among them? Or, among the division? It's outrageous.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible. I mean, it's the best division in football, and nobody thought the Vikings were going to be this good. I think people were actually kind of looking at it more like a rebuild season. And
once they lost J.J. McCarthy.
Yeah, and you draft a rookie quarterback, and Sam Darnold ends up being a weapon. I mean, I don't think they're this good if they have J.J. McCarthy. They're probably not 9-2. And Darnold won some games for them early in the season, was one of the better quarterbacks in the NFC. You're listening to KMBR and KMBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station, and that is a legal ID. I know, weird, right? I just looked up and I was like, I could do one. Adam Copeland, Kerry Crowley with you. Matt Mayoko.
Kind of early.
Are you? Matt Mayoko at 4:50. I'm Dan Rather.
Kind of early, though.
Yeah, I know. A little early. I'll do it again in 15 seconds. We'll hit again. Pause for station identification on the Giants radio network. Are the Detroit Lions the closest thing you think you've seen to the 99 greatest show on turf?
Man, they're so fun to watch at their home stadium right now.
Yeah.
And they don't seem on offense to have any sort of a weakness because any perceived weakness that Jared Goff has had in recent years has been covered up by their scheme. He is throwing almost as many incompletions
they have
as
scoring
touchdowns.
drives. They have more scoring drives than he has incompletions.
Yeah.
At one point, that was the case.
It all looks so easy for them. And a lot of it starts with their incredible offensive line. I mean, Penei Sewell is maybe the best tackle going in football right now. They've got some great guards. They've got just a group that plays at such a high level, 2 backs in Dave Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs that can cook you any which way. And then the receivers are really good. Sam Laporta, their tight end, I mean, he's been in and out of the lineup with some injury issues, but they also seemingly find ways to score on special teams and defense each week. So they're scoring like 42 points in a lot of their games, or above 40 points in a lot of their games, and they're somehow getting 6 from their defense or special teams in each game. And then they're tacking on the field goals, so they get that up to 9 or 12. It is a team that over the past several weeks has really not had any flaws when they've gone out and performed. Whereas, like, you look at the Kansas City Chiefs, and it's a completely different one-loss team right now, where, like, any team can beat the Chiefs. We nearly saw the Panthers beat the Chiefs on Sunday. The Lions feel invincible unless it's the Bills, the Ravens or Steelers out of the AFC, the Chiefs. There's only a handful of teams that you could see beating the Detroit Lions right now, and I don't think at this moment in time the 49ers are one of them.
You don't think?
I'm pretty certain.
Greg Pop was telling me in the hallway today that he thinks the 49ers are going to go week 17 and beat the Lions.
They've scored 37 points in the last 2 weeks of the 49ers. I mean, that's the thing, is that's why I didn't think, not that having Brock last week or in the game against Green Bay would have been a difference, but I can't imagine the score is all that different. And you go, well, why wouldn't it be? It's Brock. Well, they scored 17 last week against Seattle. Like the offense is just not moving the ball. They're not getting into the red zone opportunities as much as they had prior to Christian McCaffrey even getting there. They were a top 5 or top 3 red zone per game opportunity team, and they just weren't finishing.
Yeah, they were 28th in red zone scoring in terms of touchdowns before McCaffrey came back.
That's where I thought, well, that can change with McCaffrey, because that's a guy who just has a nose for the end zone. You get him back, it changes everything down there. It's tough to throw in those windows, but that's going to help. And now they just can't even get in there.
No.
Now they're just not even getting into the red zone. Here's the point totals for the Lions. By the way, they've only had one game this year where they have scored less than 20 points. It was week 2 against Tampa, and they lost 20-16. Since then, since their week 2 loss and their 9 straight wins, 20, 42, 47, 31, 52, 24, 26, 52, 24.
You're throwing in multiple 50s in a season. You're pretty darn good.
They scored 52 twice in 4 weeks.
Yeah.
Like, they're just destroying teams. And they're doing it against, they did it against the Titans. They did it against the Jags. You put up 52. But they put up 47 on the Cowboys, who we know are bad. 31 on the Vikings. Defense is pretty good. Packers, they put up 24 on at Green Bay. They beat the Texans at Houston. They were down 16 at halftime of that game.
Yeah.
And
that was probably their most impressive win.
Dan Campbell rolled to the locker room and was like, no big deal. We're just going to come back and win this one. Jared Goff's going to throw 5 picks and we'll still win. Like, that was pretty incredible.
Yeah.
So I'm with you. They're kind of a team of destiny, but situation it feels like. But if they get, when they go as far as they're going to go, whether that's championship game or Super Bowl, whenever their season ends, they're going to run into problems that the Niners have run into, where their brain trust and their coaching staff is going to go away after this year. Yeah. Ben Johnson he turned down a bunch of offers at the end of last year. I can't imagine he's back as the O coordinator again.
There will be a decent amount of head coach jobs that open up this offseason.
And Aaron Glenn is probably going to get a head coach.
Aaron Glenn is probably going to as well. He's been discussed as a potential Saints guy, and they're going to be hiring. And I think you look around, the Raiders could be in the market for a new head coach. The Giants could be in the market for a new head coach. The Jets are already in the market for a new head coach.
The Raiders, man.
The Dallas Cowboys, who Jerry Jones insists that Mike McCarthy could be given a contract extension. I don't see how you justify that. There are going to be a number of teams that make changes this offseason, and there are going to be some situations that you walk into that are much better than the availabilities last offseason when Ben Johnson claimed that it was unfinished business for him in Detroit, which I always love. I always love when you turn down jobs and you say, I've got unfinished business in my current job, and you probably leveraged a huge pay increase.
Who did he spur? Who was offering him a job? Do you remember, Derek? Ben Johnson?
The Commanders.
The Commanders offered him the job.
I don't think he wanted to deal with our good buddy Bob Myers.
Oh.
Really?
Wow.
Is that Bob told you? Or?
No, that was floated around by Adam Schefter. Supposedly he didn't want to deal with basketball people.
Did Adam Schefter send that after a hot, steamy session with some woman?
Extra steamy.
Dude, that was so weird.
As bizarre of a comment as you'll find.
He was like, I got the job done.
Yeah,
and I was like, Murph had a good line, too, when they played that last week. He's like, I got the job done. Murph's like, I think we should ask the woman.
Yeah.
I don't think you're the one.
I think we should all know less about each other.
Yeah. We didn't need to hear that. No. We didn't need any of that. Oh. You know what I mean? Like, people making waves now. Chef, and by the way, he was all creepy about it, too, when he told the story. He's like, built up to it. Like, I've been with a woman, was basically what he was telling us. I was like, okay, all right, man. We got it. Anyway, more from the NFC. Saquon Barkley having a Christian McCaffrey-like impact with the Eagles. How bad... Talk about the incompetence of the New York Giants and their brass right now.
They paid Daniel Jones and didn't pay Saquon Barkley.
It's unbelievable. It just made no sense at all. I know for a guy who had the ACL injury that he had too a couple of years back, and to come back as strong as he has, was the only bright spot on that team. The only player on that team of any significance. Now, again, probably should have just traded him then. Probably should have gotten something for him, because to me, that was like having, when you're a bad team like that and you've got an elite running back or an elite wide receiver on a crappy team like that, Devontae Adams and the Raiders, you're kind of like a bad baseball team with an all-star closer. You're like, what are you doing with this guy?
Which somehow they all have.
Yeah. Well,
somehow the A's have a Mason Miller every year.
Scott Barlow just hanging around waiting to be traded every year. David Bednar.
Who was the guy for the Marlins this year? Tanner Scott that got his job in San Diego at the
Marlins
deadline?
used to trade their closer like every year when we were younger. It was like they just had a dude at the back end who could mow guys down. But
who was it? Uga Thurbina?
Oh, dude. Giants tried to get Uga Thurbina, I feel like 8 times.
I think he got into some criminal history.
Are we going to talk about the criminal stuff? I was going to say, dude, I think there's some Uga Thurbina stuff where, I think it was one of those things where he might have been Venezuelan.
Or I think it was Venezuelan. We have to look.
Well,
but,
yeah. Well, I don't want to just throw out some accusations.
Well, I think there was some kidnapping stuff that went on.
Oh.
I think the word machete got used a few times.
Wow.
Well, hey.
Yeah.
Hey.
That'll do it.
I don't know, man.
You know, you don't want to be involved with that kind
It's
of
not
business.
quite Villalona, but I don't think he did it.
Villalona. I don't know. We're going to exonerate Angel
I'm
Villalona on the
going
air.
to say this now. I think it's been long enough.
Yeah.
Villalona, I don't think he did it. Yeah.
Oh my goodness! Yeah, I think you're wading into some dangerous
I
territory.
don't even
there.
remember what the crime was, but
Yeah,
I
don't think that's what you want to be saying about it.
Let's probably get back on Saquon, huh?
Yeah, Saquon.
So the Commanders are proving they're not contenders, you know? Were you ever buying the Commanders?
I was buying the fact that the Commanders could win the NFC East or be close in the NFC East, but I was always buying them as the team that would lose in the first round to the division champion that was either the 3 or the 4 seed, just because of the fact that Jaden Daniels would have to go on the road in his first playoff game. And I don't think you see a track record in the NFL of quarterbacks as rookies going on the road and winning in the playoffs. It is really difficult. They're really good. They're a year ahead of schedule. This is a team that was probably supposed to be a 7 or 8 win team that will finish with 9 or 10 wins because of the fact that they've re-energized their team and Jaden's been a lot better than expected. But I still believe that they're destined for a first round playoff loss.
Well, yeah, and also they hadn't beaten anybody. Like, I thought that their trajectory early in the season and the way they set it up, I thought early on was pretty perfect. You had a college-style coach in Kingsbury there as your offensive coordinator who can just focus on trying to grow Jaden Daniels. You have a guy who's appeared in the Super Bowl as a head coach. Unfortunately, Kyle gets blamed for that loss with the Eagles.
Unbelievable.
Not Dan
how
Quinn,
that happened.
who's the defensive-minded head coach now, head coach of the Commanders. He goes over there from Dallas, but he's I thought that was a good hire. I think Tom and I both agreed that was one of the best available jobs last offseason.
Yeah.
Since the ownership
They were picking
group changed.
early. Yeah.
They're picking early. You get to pick a quarterback probably.
The rest of the offense was pretty good. They already had
some weapons.
McLaurin in there and Brian Robinson.
And they sort of tore down for some picks last year when they traded a bunch of their Chase Young to the 49ers and whatnot. So, I thought the third or fourth place schedule, whatever it was that they were playing off of last season, I thought a young quarterback, an offensive-minded, a college-minded offensive coordinator, guy who had success there to help him sort of dumb down an offense. But I think what we've seen now is that the offense just kind of stalled out.
Yeah.
I feel like Washington's not doing anything more unique or hasn't grown anything than what they had last
This is also the historic Cliff Kingsbury trend throughout his career, both at Texas Tech and with the Arizona Cardinals, is you start hot, everyone figures you out, and then it's over.
Yeah.
So
And again, they won that game where they threw a Hail Mary to the end zone.
Against the Bears.
They didn't win any big games. They just beat some teams that's like, okay, they're the best of teams that we thought were maybe lower echelon teams or bottom of the barrel teams. And I do think there's going to be some growth. I'm kind of excited about what Daniels offers, but so much of it is about coaching and personnel. That's why young guys look so bad off them when they get to the league. Like, I don't know what happened to Trevor Lawrence, but you wonder what the situation would be like if he didn't have Urban Meyer his first year. Oh, my
goodness.
And Peterson, by the way, it's gone bad.
Yeah.
I thought it was going well, and it's not at
This
all.
is the whole thing that gets us back to the Brock argument is we can play the game of which of these top 10 quarterbacks would you rather take over Brock Purdy right now? But it's not like we're playing the game of, hey, would you rather take Trevor Lawrence, Anthony Richardson, or one of these other guys that's just filling in? There are 10 to 12 teams that feel really good and solidified at the quarterback position. Play has gotten so mediocre for quarterbacks across the NFL that what passes as good is remarkable compared to 10, 15, 20 years ago. And so to start over when the crop is a Shadur Sanders, who's a question mark, a Carson Beck, a Quinn Ewers, it just doesn't make sense. And so we've seen a number of texts come in that say, well, maybe you just shouldn't pay quarterbacks that much. But that's not how it goes in the NFL. You're going to end up with these decisions like you're going to have Kirk Cousins on the franchise tag 4 straight years or something like that. And that's just unsustainable for your culture and your foundation.
Sorry, I got distracted. I'm just because I'm going to stand by my Villalona take. I found some information. Yeah, on Angel Villalona.
Glad that I filibustered enough for you to.
Gotcha. Yeah. 2011, cleared of murder charges, Villalona drops $5 million lawsuit against the Giants, rejoins organization. Forgot they brought him back. By the way, at this point.
Never closed the door.
Sabian was not going to let up. He's like, I got it when he was 14. I'm rolling with him still. How about this? He was coming back to the Giants in 2009 after a.
Where did he play? Connecticut?
Well, they sent him back to I think he was going to report to the Dominican Republic to start getting in game shape. Previously, 235 strikeouts to 45 walks in his minor league career. Not very good. The story ends for NBC Sports. What a weird story. And there's still no guarantee he'll be allowed back in the U.S. Tough deal, Villalona.
Wow.
He was supposed to be the savior.
He was, but fortunately the Giants drafted Buster Posey, Madison Bumgarner, and a few other guys.
Yeah, Pablo. Would have been nice to have Villalona, though, hitting tanks. Would have been cool. He's a big dude.
They could have used a first baseman after Galarraga.
Could have used one. Dude, Galarraga. Love my guy.
When we come back, your Andres Galarraga highlights.
When we come back.
Top 10 home runs as a Giant.
When we come back, I'll tell you about how I was at the last game Galarraga ever played, I believe. No, but I was. Anyway, against the A's at the Coliseum. Mike Scioscia batted him second to try to get him a couple extra at-bats. I was like, just hit him lead
Wasn't
off
he
then.
chasing a milestone home run?
I think he really wanted to get to 400. And, dude, I want to say he retired like 398.
Yeah.
I think he signed with the Mets like the next year in spring and then maybe called it.
Man, all-time spring training
I was
contracts.
like, the Mets had like him and Julio Franco at the same time. I was like, that's like 140 years of baseball. On
Julio
one.
Franco could still rope a single into right field. He's probably like 65, 70 years old right now.
Yeah, dude, you know that guy, how as old as he is, I saw a video earlier this year, or like maybe it was this offseason, of him talking about how when he got to the majors, he played with Bobby Bonds or something. Like, that's how old he was. Like, and Bobby Bonds like got him to change his swing and like change his bat size and all this. I was like, this is incredible.
He's probably in the league past Barry.
It was crazy. I was like, dude, that's nuts, dude.
Yeah.
That Julio Franco, didn't he play till he was like 48?
Yeah, I think he was 46. Yeah. The position player, Jamie Moyer.
Yeah, Jamie Moyer, he played till 48, I think.
Yeah.
Rockies.
Cup of coffee in Coors Field.
Adam Copeland, Kerry Crowley with you, talking Moyer and Villalona. Didn't think we were going that today on a Tuesday afternoon in November. Our guy Matt Miyoko is going to join us at 4:50. And when we come on back, we're going to get a holiday version of the NBA grab bag. I walk past the mailroom, big old potato sack, and stenciled on it says NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
We'll do it next on the Sports Leader. The Warriors blew their second consecutive double-digit lead last night in the fourth quarter in a loss to the Brooklyn Nets. How you feeling, Warrior fans? Is the depth all that good? Let us know. 808-KNBR, 808-5627.
Now, back to Adam Copeland on KNBR, the sports leader.
Adam Copeland, Kerry Crowley with you on a Tuesday afternoon. Matt Mayoko joins us in about a half an hour at 4:50. We'll get his thoughts on what happened on Sunday and what he thought when he heard from Kyle Shanahan yesterday and what Brock Purdy could be trending like. They're going to ramp him up slowly or kind of go through the same rest process they did last week. And I guess we won't know until later in the week because they'll see how he feels. They thought on Thursday, Kyle said that he was going to play. And then Friday came and they were like, no, he's not going to play. He's in more pain than he was at the start of the week.
They thought, for the record, up until about 2 hours before kickoff week 1, that Christian McCaffrey was going to play.
Yeah.
So,
by the way, the only guy who ever can determine his own status is George Kittle. Like, he'll be like questionable on an injury report. He's done it twice this year where he steps up after missing games. Like, no, I'm playing this week.
Yeah.
He's like, dude, I'm not going to miss a chance to play the Packers at Lambeau Field. You kidding? I was like, it's just they asked him too about his positivity after the game. They were like, dude, you're like an eternal optimist. Does any of this like challenge that or does it hurt some of that? He was like, why would it? I get to play football, man.
Unbelievable answer. Yeah.
He's like Dennis Quaid in the rookie.
If there's one guy who believes, George Kittle is that guy.
Yeah.
Good Dennis Quaid reference.
Dennis Quaid in the rookie. Today's a good day, guys. You know why? We get to play baseball. I was like, you're in Double-A for like the Tampa Bay Devil Rays.
Devil Rays, yeah.
You're 37 years old. Your wife's like scraping by on top ramen. This is the best. You're a high school math teacher.
Coach was a realist at 14 when he saw that movie.
What was that guy's name? Jimmy...
Jim Morrison.
Jim Morrison, yeah. Jim Morris.
Jim Morris, yeah.
Not Jim Morrison.
Yeah, he was lead singer of the Doors.
Ronnie James Dio and Jim Morrison did. Ronnie James Dio, the Niners receiver. James Morrison, reliever for the Tampa Bay Devil Rays. Every week I come in, and one of my duties here, I'm not really sure why it falls to me to check the mail in the mail room, but every time I do, there's this big old sack there. And it's got stenciled on it these two words. It says NBA grab bag. Let's open it up.
Time now for the
NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
And where else would we start in the NBA grab bag but on the hardwood? More good news for Bay Area sports fans and Warriors fans specifically. Steph Curry now questionable with knee soreness for tomorrow's game against the Thunder. Jonathan Kuminga's missed the last two with an illness. He is also questionable. God, I wish we had George Kittle just be like, no, I'm playing. I wouldn't miss a chance to play the Oklahoma City Thunder at Chase Center. Are you kidding me? Anyway, Steph Curry questionable. Again, early in the season here, and against these opponents, you've already got one in hand against who's on the road against OKC. I'm not all that stressed about it. I'm more big picture with the Dubs right now. I'm more again, you don't have Steph. You never feel good about whoever you're playing. You hope you can get a win sometimes without him. But when we're talking about needing another score or somebody else to be there for Steph, he's not playing 30-plus a game. He's only gone, I think, over 34 minutes once or twice this season. And since then, in his last 6 games, he's gone 27 minutes or fewer, 28 minutes or fewer. So it's okay. I mean, again, they missed him for 2 games earlier this year, and they won both of them. They're missing Melton for those games as well. So similar situation, but you'd like Kuminga.
I think big picture, the issue for me is you look at the schedule, and Brooklyn's a schedule win. You feel like that's a team that you have far more talent than. They're in the Eastern Conference, so their record is 8-10, but the Brooklyn Nets are not very good. We went through this earlier today. We were struggling to name guys who play for them until you turn on the TV last night. And then you look at Oklahoma City, that's a schedule loss. And so the fact that the Warriors picked off one in OKC earlier this year, you feel like, okay, they could lose tomorrow's game. That's fine if Steph's not on the floor. But they lost the game that they should have won. So now they're in that part of the schedule where they kind of need one. They need to start picking off a few games here after you lose to San Antonio, after you lose the Brooklyn Nets. So it all evens out. And for the Warriors, you hope that you just you win far more than you lose.
I think Mike Kohler was saying, I'm leaving for Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving. Don't worry, Mike. I'll be here. I'll hold it down.
I'm working tomorrow.
I got it from here. I'm going Kerry Crowley with you. Moving on here.
Glad I'm coming in.
In the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
By the way, somebody checks in here on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. 707. First text this person has ever sent. Quick Julio Franco fun fact. Only known MLB player to hit a home run with his grandson in the stands. Wow. That's how old Julio Franco was. Looked up a couple others. He had a grand slam once at age 45. Pinch hit home run at age 45. Oldest player to ever pinch run in a game. The Marlins once pinch ran him for the Mets did for Carlos Delgado. I was like, dude.
I was saying Marlins was Jack McKeon putting him in the game.
Yeah, Trader Jack, dude. He was older than Jack McKeon was probably when he was managing the Marlins.
When did he win his batting title? He won his batting title in
Julio Franco won a batting title?
1991. He hit .341.
The Braves? Was he with?
He was with the Texas Rangers at the time.
Oh, that's right. I read one of the other fun facts on him is he's good friends with former President Bush. From when he was part. I was like, why is this a fun fact? Watch me hit this drive.
Why is this a fun thing?
The Julio Franco leader.
The Julio leader. Moving on in
Didn't play in 98. Do we have a reason for that? We'll find that out.
No, I don't know. Moving on here in the NBA grab bag. North Carolina has fired their head coach, Mack Brown. Mack Brown out at North Carolina one day after the Hall of Fame coach declared his intentions to return to the Tar Heels. Yeah, I'll be back. They're like, no, you won't. Sorry. Here's the door. So he is going to coach the team in their final regular season finale against NC State on Saturday, but a decision has not been made about whether or not he will coach their bowl game. What?
Yeah, come on.
He said he wanted to come back. You told him no. He's going to coach the last game of the season. Let him coach a bowl game.
If you're Mac, don't you want to leave? At some point, you get past this weekend. Do you really want to stick around for 4 weeks to prepare for a bowl when they just showed you the door? When you had 3 years. By the way, 73 years old, 3 years left on his deal, and they're giving him the axe.
He's going to get another gig.
Yeah.
I think he'll be just fine. I mean, dude, it's like
18th all-time in wins.
Wow.
18th all-time, yeah.
That's Texas, right, for most of those?
Most of those, yeah. He also coached at, I believe, Appalachian State and Tulane.
How about that?
So
the Green Wave, shut him out.
Yeah.
Moving
the
on.
Mountaineers, too.
Moving on in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Last week, we saw 2 college football games where fans rushed the field early. Stay tuned, Kerry, because we're going to get to you in just a minute.
I was going to say, I was part of field storming this weekend, and not the one that you'd think.
No, Nebraska.
Yeah.
Well, I'm surprised. Would you have made the mistake at ASU? We'll talk about that in just a minute. Oklahoma fans rushed the field early in their win against Alabama. 28 seconds left on the clock. 28, and they rushed the field. Here's Kirk Herbstreit. I wasn't annoyed. It's just sort of a spectacle. Herbstreit, very upset.
They're already coming out on this field here.
Another premature field rush. Goalposts are down.
Let's see if we get people tackled here by the security. What part of you think the clock's in? You think they don't see the clock? They just see other people running and they just take off like sheep? They just take off?
Stampeding sheep.
Stampeding. Usually you don't hear premature, and Derek's not involved in the conversation. Thank you. It happened again, by the way. All that went down after Kerry's Arizona State Sun Devils rushed the field before the end of their win over BYU in one of the weirdest clock management decisions you'll ever see. Arizona State coach Kenny Dillingham has his quarterback run backwards. It's 4th and goal. He has him run backwards behind the line of scrimmage to try to run the time off the clock. Only problem is it's 4th down. 1 second remained on the clock for BYU. Arizona State won the game. Dillingham was pissed that there was still a second left. Here he is.
We took the same English classes at ASU.
Dude, you ever heard a coach so mad after a win?
But that was still.
It was during the game still.
Yeah, that was during the process in which they were reviewing how much time to put back on the clock and whether BYU and Arizona State needed to take the field again, which, by the way, only took 20 minutes for them to clear the field. They had to put the goalposts back up, yet the students, they didn't put them back in the stands. They just put them all on the sidelines.
Just stand here for them. Just wait for a sec, all right?
Everyone watched BYU's semi-successful Hail Mary, by the way, which ended at the 2-yard line, is caught. It's caught at the 2-yard line. Yeah. They just didn't get in. Everyone watched that from the side of the field. Not sure how that was allowed to happen, but...
Did you imagine BYU wins it? I mean, you might have a real situation.
I mean, that's worse than Cal Stanford.
All the students on the field?
Yeah.
Just already hanging out. BYU wins it?
Yeah.
BYU? They were sick. I mean, BYU, that was an incredible end to that game.
I think Lincoln, Nebraska was also premature field storming.
Was it?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
And you were a part of it?
I was a part of it, yeah. I didn't get out there before.
How many seconds were on the clock when you went over the barrier?
I hopped the barrier after the clock had expired, but I was one of the last people out there. We had to come down from our end zone seats. You got to celebrate.
What did you do? What does Kerry do when he storms the field in Lincoln, Nebraska for a Cornhuskers
win? Storm, more of an amble.
He's like, "Where's Matt Rule? Were you looking for him? Like, what was up?"
Well, I mean, we want to congratulate Matt Rule, of course, but Dana Holgerson, the offensive coordinator, who reinvigorated the offense in Lincoln, 44 points with mini Patrick Mahomes, Dylan Raiola as the offensive star that day. So. Just wanted to celebrate with the boys.
Yeah, I mean the Saturdays are for the boys.
Yeah.
Did you have a pop with you like on the field?
No, because they don't sell alcohol inside the stadium in Lincoln. Apparently, that's coming in 2025.
Ooh, you have to go back.
You know what? One time was just enough for Lincoln, Nebraska. Great time.
Moving on here in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
All right. Have you been following at all any of the story or the battle online between former Titans head coach Mike Mularkey and Ian Rappaport of the NFL Network?
I have not. Is Mularkey in NFL media right now?
He was doing a podcast. I don't believe he's in NFL media. He was doing a podcast interview with some guys. I might have been a radio show even, but he's on video. And bottom line is, he's telling a story about when he got fired by the Titans.
Mm-hmm.
He knew he was going to get fired after the final game of the season on like Sunday night. You know, he's got a meeting with ownership the next day.
Yeah.
And so he wanted to mess with ownership and make them feel terrible because he knew he was out. He texted Ian Rappaport and said, I'm told I'm getting extended. So Ian Rappaport runs with the story, and then the next day he rolls in, and that story's out there. And he just wanted to mess with like the GM and the owner. He's like, I just want to get a. And he's like, I think I got him. They were pissed. He's like, I was barely there. I walked in, they fired me, and they were not amused by it. And I left. Problem is, he tells us a story earlier this week, and Ian Rappaport is like, bro, what gives? That's not cool, man. So Ian Rappaport, who, by the way, we ride with, the official newsbreaker of the afternoon show here on KMBR.
Is he?
We don't ride with Schefter anymore after he tried to bone us on that Kyle Shanahan story with Christian McCaffrey.
Try to bone a lot of things.
All right, well.
That's right. Yeah, I did see you taking on Schefter on
did get the job done.
Twitter.
Yeah, he got the job done. Way to credit us, Schefter. Here's what Ian Rappaport had to say after he found out that Mike Mularkey just threw him under the bus for the sake of getting back at his old boss.
After the 2017 season, in the 2018 playoffs, I reported a couple different times the Titans were expected to fire Mike Mularkey. And then I got a tip from a very trusted and reliable source that he was actually getting a contract extension after a playoff run. I reported it. He was fired the next day. It has been one of the biggest mysteries of my entire career, and now it has been solved. Go.
I knew they were going to fire me, so Sunday night I called Ian Rappaport and I said, hey, I don't know if you know this, but I'm going to break it to you. But I'm getting a new contract in the morning. And he reported that it was all over the country. I was getting a contract in the morning, knowing that I was going to get fired. But I just wanted to see the faces on the owner and the GM who was out to get me. And I'm pretty sure I got him for a minute or two.
That's amazing.
That is awesome.
Good for Mike Mularkey.
That was the Brendan Austin show on Action Sports. Those guys yucking it up. Pretty funny for them, I guess, if you don't care about accuracy and taking someone's reputation and rubbing it in the mud. Everyone said Mike Mularkey's a good guy. He always was to me. I liked him. Thought he was very respectable. That is not cool. That's not funny. I was a younger reporter then, and the amount of online hate and ridicule I got because Mike Mularkey thought it'd be funny to get back at his old boss, it was not fun. So I don't have much to say. I don't blame Mike Mularkey. But I want to. And that was not cool, and that was not funny, and we should treat truth better than that.
It's a little funny.
Also, first rule of thumb, like, I don't know, Ian's been in this business a whole lot longer than I have. You got to have multiple sources.
Even when your source is the guy?
Even when your source is the guy, you have to check it out with multiple people.
So, like, if a minor leaguer told you when you were covering the Giants, hey, I'm getting called up today.
Got to verify with the front office or someone who can give you that information. Probably shouldn't have said front office there.
Very reliable
Probably
source.
gave away some sources.
Yeah, there you go.
But you have to verify it with someone who would know.
Because you're a very reliable source.
So this is what happens all the time in baseball. Guys are pulled out of games in AAA and told, hey, you're getting the call to the big leagues. There's going to be a spot for you. And then you come up to the big leagues and all of a sudden, you see Madison's left shoulder. It's actually going to be fine. He's going to be able to make his next start, so you never get activated. So you're in the clubhouse that day. You've been told that you're going to be making your major league debut, but it doesn't actually happen. So all this time is spent traveling to the destination. You always have to verify it with the person who's making the roster move. So you have to verify that with the ownership who's going to fire him or the agent who's negotiated the contract extension. Malpractice from Rappaport. What are we doing here?
Rappaport, I look too, he's like, I don't want to blame Mularkey. I'm like, who else is there to blame? He just told you it was him.
Also, I appreciate that Mularkey had gone 9-7 that season and got into the AFC divisional playoff game.
Yeah. I think there was thought that they were going to fire him like we knew before. It's sort of like when Doug Marrone did that with the Jaguars.
Yeah.
I think he made a run at the end of the season. Everyone's like, damn, we know he's getting fired.
So almost good for him for going after the ownership group that probably shouldn't have fired him.
Yeah. I mean, I get where Rappaport kind of gets hosed on this.
Totally.
He ends up looking bad and doesn't look credible. But also Mularkey's like, yeah, you've been reporting I was going to get fired for a month. So
yeah. There's also ways to report that's like things could change in Tennessee. It's a fluid situation.
I'm hearing conflicting reports out of Tennessee.
Yeah.
Well, sorry, Rap Sheet.
Inside media.
What you got, Derek?
Well, also, can we acknowledge that Mike Mularkey lost his job? And Ian Rappaport's like, oh, poor me. I got media hate. He lost his job. Let him do an FU to the owner before he leaves.
He's like, you can do it. I just don't want to be your puppet.
You got a future in this, Derek.
I don't know. It's pretty good survivor move from Mularkey, I think. Just you dump the rice out on your way out. You know what I mean? Kick everything over. That is your NBA grab bag for Tuesday, November 26, 2024. Matt Mayoko joins us in about 15 minutes. But before we talk to Matt about what's going on with the 49ers, Steph Curry, questionable with knee soreness for tomorrow's game. We'll talk about that next on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. Underdog is the place to play if you're a sports fan looking to win money while watching sports with over 5 million happy players and $2 billion won. Underdog makes it fun and easy to cash in on all your favorite athletes' performances. And you can make a play with only $1, or you can go big with their pick'em game. You can win up to 1,000 times your money just by choosing higher or lower on a player's stats like passing yards, touchdowns, three-pointers, double-doubles, and much more. They got all your favorite leagues, NFL, NBA. You can pair them together. You got college football in there. You've also got some college basketball out there now. And Underdog puts the power to cash out in your hands now. You can either keep riding with your entry or tap the Win Now button and cash out whenever you want. Plus, every dog deserves a second chance. And with Underdog's rescues, you can get your money back and receive a promo if an early injury causes your entry to lose. And this season, Underdog is going to be running a special promo or bonus almost every single day. Like Profit Boost, where you can pump up your winnings with just a tap. When you apply the boost to eligible entries or discounts, you'll get adjusted projections on certain player stats to give you a better shot at a big W and free picks. They're basically a sure thing. A player just has to go higher than a half a point. So what are you looking like? Higher than half a three-pointer made for Steph Curry on Wednesday night for that pick to win. Plus, all new users get that free pick. Just download the app. And use promo code KNBR to deposit now, and you can get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. That's promo code KNBR. Must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concern with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Now, back to Adam Copeland on KNBR.
Adam Copeland, Kerry Crowley with you on a Tuesday evening. Matt Mayoko joins us in about 10 minutes or so. Get his thoughts on I don't know if his thoughts will be much different than our thoughts. What happened on Sunday in Green Bay? Not feeling good for the Niners. Not feeling good for the Giants. And some bad news for the Warriors. Just Steph Curry is now listed as questionable for tomorrow's game with a knee, I guess he got knee soreness. They're not calling it a sprain or anything, but he did miss time earlier this season. Was it an ankle injury he had at the beginning of the year?
Yeah.
There's 2 games
Sprained
early
ankle.
on, and they won both of those games.
I was actually worried that he was going to be out a lot longer than that. Because
I was
historically,
surprised it was only 2. But it wasn't all that serious, I guess, and they won both of those. But the depth becoming a question now. No Jonathan Kuminga yesterday or the day before. And again, I don't know that changes all that much, but a couple of things to pay attention to. Like you pointed out the special team stuff earlier in the show. And Carlos Ramirez last week, I was noting, said to me when we were hosting together that the Warriors, he's concerned about the Warriors' free throw shooting. And I was like, free throw shooting? We're like not even a quarter way through the season yet. It's not costing tons of games.
Also, it's not like a college team.
Exactly.
NBA teams should be fine with their free throws.
They'll be fine. They'll work it out. They're all good. They make their threes. They play defense. And now, when you're playing these close games, the margin for error is just not there. Now, they missed 6 yesterday. I don't know that it's a glaring issue or it's something that you're like, how do you get better there? You have to improve there. And guys are not finding success at the line at all.
Yeah.
Like Pajemski's been bad there. Again, they're the worst free throw shooting team percentage-wise in the league. Tim, they're at 69.5% is where the 49ers are.
69.
I said the 49ers, where the Warriors are free throw shooting-wise.
69.
Nice, summer of 69. I'm all about it. 69 dudes, Bill and Ted, that whole bit. I look back to week 1 of the 49ers season when they played the Jets. And after that game, we're doing the post game. And by the way, most complete game, it feels like they've played all season.
Yeah,
the best
game
looked all season, ran the ball well, threw the ball well. However, they had 6 field goals in that game for Jake Moody. And not everyone, but there was a thought like, well, is that something to pay attention to? You got to get in the end zone. You go, well, it's early in the season, no McCaffrey. And then it remained a glaring issue. I mean, even that game in Tampa, Kyle said afterwards, like, yeah, Moody missed 3 kicks, but
they took 6.
If we had 6 field goal attempts, what are we doing? We shouldn't have that many attempts. At some point, is this something that if the Warriors are not at the superstar talent level that the rest of the conference is at, that issues like this become more glaring or become problematic? Or, I mean, really, it's only if you lose games, right? The Niners, it becomes an issue when you're not finding the end zone and you're not putting up points. Same can be said, but then when you start losing or you're losing players, you start looking for margins for error, and this is one that you don't have a luxury of, I don't think, based on the depth.
Exactly. So the Warriors have one superstar. We all know it. He's been a superstar forever, Steph Curry. The issue with this roster, when you consider what they could do in the playoffs, when you consider what their eventual seed could be in the Western Conference, is they don't have that supporting cast, those killers in the fourth quarter, those closers, like the Boston Celtics do with Jason Tatum and Drew Holiday and Jaylen Brown, and now they got Porzingis back in the fold. The Warriors built this hot start on their depth. Steph Curry has great games, and when he doesn't, it was Andrew Wiggins picking them up, or it was Buddy Hield picking them up, or it was DeAnthony Melton picking them up. And now that DeAnthony Melton is hurt, their margin for error goes down. And when your margin for error goes down, you have to win games by owning the small things. And so the Warriors are right now 4th in the NBA in defensive rating, which is great except for the fact that they've collapsed in the fourth quarter in back-to-back games. So overall, their defense in those games was okay, but in the fourth quarter, they've been abysmal in both of those games. The other way you find advantages, other than winning on defense, winning rebounding battles, winning assisted turnover battles, is by making your free throws, by doing the very simple things, by executing out-of-bounds plays, by limiting your unforced errors on the basketball court, so that when Steph doesn't go for 35, or there's no bench scorer who has an absurd night, who just goes for 25 to 30 and lifts you up, you've done all the little things that give you that incremental advantage, and that's what's missing for this team right now. It's almost like for years the 49ers said, we'll be great at offense, we'll be great at defense, we'll be fine on special teams, just as long as special teams is not an issue. Warriors feel like they can be good on offense, great on defense, and if free throws aren't an issue, they're going to win games.
Yep.
But as soon as free throws become an issue, their margin for error is exposed because they don't have the stars who can will them past those little things. And that's the difference that you see between a Dallas that has Kyrie and Luka that can just take over in the fourth quarter, a Boston, even a Phoenix with KD back on the floor and he's returning to game action. Like the Warriors don't have that with their current level of talent around Steph Curry. And so this injury really makes you worry that free throws could become a drastic issue because obviously free throws are an issue for this team as a whole, But take Steph out of the equation. Like, how much worse would they be? This guy's the best in the NBA at this, or has been close to it
He's
for a
won a
decade.
couple of games already this year where you're like, he's still like in the thralls of an incredible point of his career. Like, he's not on the decline yet.
But he also hits like 93% of his free throws.
not
And when
his
you take
problem,
that
yeah.
out of the equation, who's making them? That's the real issue. Like, who can you consistently turn to at the end of games and say, we want this guy at the line? Like, if Steph was out, you could always say, Clay. Let's get Clay fouled.
Sure.
You don't
Jordan
have
Poole
that
led the
anymore.
league in free throw shooting a couple of years ago.
They've always had someone who you could turn to and say, this guy's going to do it. But are you putting the ball in Kuminga's hands right now? Certainly not.
Like, again, I don't think this is the most glaring issue. I just
No.
wonder if it's something that could become an issue when you start looking at whether or not I don't want to call it fool's gold. They played great basketball. They had great depth. Steve was coaching them up, I think, as good as we'd thought. And they were kind of surprising, which makes everything seem better. Buddy Hield was fantastic. I need some more Buddy buckets, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, what did he do last night? Buddy Hield 3 for 12 last night. He hasn't had many nights like that.
Needs more Buddy.
Needs some more Buddy buckets.
Check the box score.
Instead of Buddy brickets. I was like, dude, I know last night. I was wondering, where was Buddy last night? Oh, he's missing. He's clanking shots. 3 for 12.
Yeah, 2 of 8 against the Nets from beyond the arc, 3 of 7 against the Spurs, 2 of 7 against the Pelicans. Yeah.
He's cooled off.
Give me some more Buddy.
I need the Buddy from the first 12 games of the season is what I need. Adam Copeland, Kerry Crowley with you. Warriors off tonight. Steph Curry questionable for tomorrow against the Thunder, who are the best team in the Western Conference. And Jonathan Kuminga still questionable with the illness. He's missed the last 2 games. And the Warriors have blown fourth quarter leads of 17 and 18 points now against San Antonio and the Nets. All right, when we come on back, our guy Matt Mayoko couldn't join us yesterday. He was on his way back from Wisconsin. And the 49er beat down at the hands of the Green Bay Packers 38-10. We'll get his thoughts on where we are with Brock Purdy, what happened with Brandon Allen. And again, as that caller said the other day, I think the biggest problem is that Brandon Allen was not the biggest problem in that game. I don't know that he goes that much different after 17 against Seattle. We'll talk to Matt Mayoko next on the Sports Leader.
Let it ride!
Ricky Waters stopped by with Greg and Greg this afternoon to chat 49ers and his shot at the NFL Hall of Fame. Listen to that podcast, KMBR.com and the KMBR app.
Let's go out to Matt Mayoko, Niners #1 seed, they ain't no joko. Let's go out to Matt Mayoko, the bye gives Matty a nice week off. Let's go out to Matt Mayoko, he still hasn't answered if he likes hot cocoa. And I know he was expecting to hear this song, but let's go out to Matt.
Matt Mayoko, our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area, joins us weekly here to go over what's going on with the 49ers. And I believe, as I'm told from the guys behind the glass, that's the last time we'll hear a recorded version of that song as an intro to Matt Mayoko. Or maybe we're going to get an updated, modified. We need to get a remastered version.
Things are changing around here.
What's going on, Derek?
Well, we should have saved that song for Mayoko being on the line, but we'll get him shortly.
Are we going to play it again? Please don't.
Why not?
Yeah, all right, we'll play it again.
Absolutely not.
Play it again. Keep that thing close, Tim. We're going to need it on a yo-yo. By the way, Copes and Copes is sponsored by Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit us today at goldenstatelumber.com. Kerry Crowley hanging out with me on this Tuesday afternoon. Like, if you were to gauge your level of hope, and this is what Dieter was saying to me yesterday, and he's right, and something Steve Young has talked about this year, is the expectations for this team and how the goalposts for them have moved or how we've adjusted it and how it's gotten lower and lower and lower, right? Who cared about winning the division ever prior to this point for the 49ers? And now, like I said to you before, when you look at them sitting in fourth place and the teams that are above them and what tie breaks it would take, I wouldn't be surprised in the slightest if 9 and 8 won the division because of these teams not being very good and just kind of beating up on each other and the makeup of the schedule. Like, again, the Cardinals have 6 winnable games left. They could win every one of those. Or they could go 2-3 or 3-3 or 2-4, and I wouldn't be surprised either. But based on what we've seen this year, they've had some fairly consistent play. The Seahawks are getting better, it seems like, defensively. They've got no run game whatsoever, which makes it tough to believe that they're a super competent team. The Rams, who knows if they can turn a corner? They got beat up pretty bad by Philadelphia on Sunday night. They didn't look good at all. They got ran all over. They couldn't stop Saquon, but nobody's stopping Saquon. What did he go for, 240 or something?
I think it was 252.
It's wild. That's wild. By the way, I said earlier that Derrick Henry scored a touchdown last night. That was the first game he had not.
No, the text line has come in today a lot with you and me on the old fact checking.
Well, Tim told me earlier, because actually when I looked up earlier and I said, did Derrick Henry score a touchdown last night? And Tim nodded yes, and then he did correct himself afterwards. Tim hasn't done that to me in a while, where he's just blatantly wrong on a note. But he did correct it, and I forgot to come back with
Derrick Henry did score a touchdown. They just called it back, and then Lamar ran it in on the very next play.
So he didn't score. So he didn't score a touchdown.
I was wrong. Yes. Justice Hill scored a touchdown. Mark Andrews scored a touchdown. 140 yards for Derrick, but no TD.
Thanks, Tim. Text line, save it for Tim, all right? Save it for Tim Webb.
Sorry to the text line. I'm sorry to the YouTube chat. I'm sorry to your family, Carrie. I blew it.
It's okay. Yeah.
But 9 and 8 wouldn't shock me if that's what won the division for any of those teams, and then a tiebreak or whatever happens. I mean, again, it'd be a real bummer if that game in Arizona at the end of the year is for Arizona to win the division against the Niners. You know, not that the Niners would be.
You know what the real bummer could be?
What's that?
If it's Arizona to win the division and the Niners are playing spoiler and they have absolutely nothing
That's what I'm
to
talking.
do. Yeah.
That's what I mean. There's like, not that the Niners would be in it to win the division. I mean, I guess again, mathematically, it's on the table. Practically, it doesn't seem that way.
No.
But if the Niners are to win the division, the only way it can happen is at 10-7. Right? I mean, and that's allowing them to lose one more game is all I'm saying.
Yeah. So
it would happen at 11-6. If you win out, sure, you win the division without question.
Yeah. I mean, you look at Buffalo, you look at Detroit on the schedule, and then you look at the fact that they haven't handled their own division, and you've got the Rams and you've got the Cardinals left. And then the two teams that they've also got have been building a little bit of momentum. Sure, that Bears invent a new way to lose every single week, and it's more heartbreaking than the last, but the Bears' offense has been better since they fired offensive coordinator Shane Waldron. Thomas Brown has them headed in the right direction, and the Dolphins won 3 in a row with 2 at their quarterback position. And by the way, the 49ers do not travel well this year, and they have to go to Miami for that game. So I know that it's not Buffalo, and I know that it's not going to snow in Miami, but that is a long flight across the country. And for a team that's been banged up, dealing with injuries, the last thing you want to do is go fly at 36,000 feet for 6 hours.
Yeah, again, they've had a lot of East Coast trips. They still got to go back to Miami, as you pointed out. The schedule does the Niners no favors. That's why it's so hard to win year after year after year. It really puts in context what Mahomes and the Chiefs have been able to do. It's incredible that they've not just won back-to-back and been to as many as they have. You look at what Tom Brady did with the Patriots, but to have this much turnover on rosters to play a first-place schedule. The travel's incredible. You play so many primetime games. I mean, they're traveling all over the world now to play football. The Eagles open in Brazil. You know what I mean? The Eagles played a game in freaking Brazil.
It also wasn't like Sao Paulo. It was somewhere else, right?
I don't know.
Yeah.
It didn't matter to me.
No.
I was like, I don't care.
Yeah.
It's on a normal time on a Friday or whatever night we got that game. So I was in with that. But it's really incredible year after year in football because it is designed, the schedule and the makeup of the league, for teams to be able to find success and grow like a Washington Commanders team with a fourth-place schedule, with a new head coach and some favorable things going their way. But you look at your ability to grow, and the next year you have to compete against teams that were a little bit better, right, than you did this year. You have to prove you can keep doing it. But teams like, that's why I look at the Lions and I go, I wonder what happens to them. Not because the talent won't be there after this year, but because they probably are going to lose a lot of brain trust.
Yeah.
Whether it's player development stuff and drafting and assistants in the front office, whether it's both coordinators. I mean, Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn could both be gone and are both looked at as top head coaching candidates across the NFL. So, this might be their shot. It hasn't felt like that with the Niners where this is their one shot. Last year, though, with as fortunate as they were with some of the mishaps throughout the season, the 3-game losing streak, the health of the roster last year was pretty incredible until you really get to the Super Bowl. I mean, that was, looking back on it now, we knew it then, it felt like the best chance they had. Not saying a down year is a good thing, but it does feel like you could end up in a situation like Philadelphia if the talent can return to some form of what we saw last year.
I think the biggest distinction over the last 5 years between the 49ers and the Chiefs is that the Chiefs, well, obviously they have Patrick Mahomes, but they've done a better job of reinventing themselves, of finding ways to come back the next season and look different than they were the previous season, even if they won. So you go back to 2019, Patrick Mahomes had Tyreek Hill, and that was a magical connection, and they were going over the top of teams. He had Travis Kelce in his prime at that point. They were an offense-led team back in 2019. And you could say the same, but the 49ers...
What, you're saying the Niners were an offensive team?
The Chiefs were.
The Chiefs were, yes.
2019,
the Niners were a defensive team.
They were a defensive-led team. They had that insane pass rush, but their identity was also ground and pound. Like, you did not stop the 49ers on the ground that season. We saw it in the NFC divisional round. We saw it in the NFC title game. Raheem Mostert was sensational in the playoffs up to that Super Bowl. And the Chiefs have done a great job of figuring out ways to come back and slightly tinker, slightly alter, slightly change their personnel. Of course, it helps that you have Patrick Mahomes, but also Steve Spagnuolo on the defensive side of the football, maybe the greatest case ever for a pure coordinator. And I know that he had a head coaching job and it didn't work out, but a pure coordinator to go into the Hall of Fame because he's figured out how to stop all of these different offenses. And, last year they lose L'Jarius Sneed and they're right back in there. I mean, it's crazy to me.
They traded L'Jarius Sneed. They didn't even lose him. They're like, we don't need him.
How many great pass rushers? Chris Jones, I count as an interior defensive lineman, but how many great pass rushers have the Chiefs really had over the last 5 seasons? It's hard to think of someone who's been a game breaker on the edge. It feels like that's the key to every modern defense, is having a Bosa or a TJ Watt or a Myles Garrett put you over the top. The Chiefs have won on the interior with Chris Jones and just building up a floor on defense where they can execute that scheme to an incredibly high level. 49ers have felt like for the past 3-4 seasons have been, well, they rely on Kyle to scheme guys open. They rely on the just pure talent they have on offense, and you hope that the defense is good enough. And last year in the Super Bowl, you got to the point where the defense just wasn't good enough. And, you get to overtime, and they weren't going to stop Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs. And, you can debate that decision all you want.
They held Mahomes to 19 points in 4 quarters.
I know, it's amazing.
If you told me that, I'd have said the defense was good enough.
Yeah.
The offense put up 19.
The offense put up 19. Christian McCaffrey fumbled.
The special teams get you.
Special teams always get you.
And now we're talking Super Bowl loss again. See what happens?
What a cycle.
Well, to what you're talking about, though, with the Chiefs and their ability to continue to be successful with Steve Spagnuolo, and somebody called in and asked about this, maybe it was last week after the Seattle loss, where somebody said something along the lines of the Chiefs are so much better at keeping their brass. They're so much better at holding on to their guys. They're a much different constructed team. Andy Reid is obviously the head coach and the play caller, and he's a brilliant play caller, but he's similar trend with him is what is happening with Kyle Shanahan, where 5 NFC championship games, he won 1 of them in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Think about the noise we're making about Kyle. Imagine being on Sports Talk Radio or out there in Philly during the McNabb years, where every year they looked like they were the most talented team.
And they're noticeably cool, calm, and collected in Philly.
Yeah,
always
that's what
happen.
I mean. Imagine the maniacal Philly fans who, again, they were on paper, and then they get T.O. They were a team that added talent left and right. Brian Westbrook in the backfield. You had guys on the defensive side of the ball. Dawkins was insane. They had superstars all over the field, similar to what the 49ers have now. talent-wise. They had a franchise quarterback, one of the best in the league every single year. They had a key top number one receiver in T.O. that one year, which was the best their offense had ever looked. They go to the Super Bowl. But he won one NFC championship game. With Kansas City and the way their coaching staff is constructed, you mentioned Spagnuolo, he doesn't want to be a head coach. The Niners have gone through 4 D coordinators now.
Yeah,
four?
They could be on their 5th after this year. In fact, I'd say right now it's more likely than not they're on their 5th after this year. Now, it could be a retread. It could be Robert Saleh coming back, and these guys know him a little bit. But also, Robert Saleh was last their defensive coordinator in 2019, which means that 98% of their defensive personnel.
Was he there in 20 also?
Maybe.
This was his third. It was 21, I think, too. This is his third year in. With the Jets.
D'Amico 21, 22, and then you go to Steve Wilkes in 23, and now it's Sorensen in 24, and in all likelihood, you'll have someone else in 25.
I mean, what's interesting about that is coming into the season, I was okay logistically or logically with the thought that having a guy internally, but bringing in somebody else like Staley, and I don't know how good these guys are.
We have no clue.
I don't know enough about it, and none of us do. We don't know what happens behind closed doors and how the planning and all this operates and how closely everybody works together. Chris Kasarik is viewed as one of the best D-line coaches in the game, and that's just what he wants to do. He has no aspiration, doesn't seem like, to do something different. Not that that's a bad thing. I just mean when guys want to stay in the positions they're in, like Steve Spagnuolo is, no want to be a head coach at all. He's like, just let me coach the defense. I don't want to deal with all the other crap you got to deal with in being a head coach, and Andy Reid is good at that. They have a good thing going. Like, he can finish his career there if he wants to, a Hall of Fame type career. But what's interesting about the Sorensen hire is a lot of what was said as well, same with D'Amico off of Robert Saleh, at least it's somebody who's been in the organization and in that room. It's a voice the guys recognize. So to bring in Staley, I thought, okay, this is a thoughtful process in how they're going to go about this. You had Steve Wilkes there last year, who is viewed as one of the best D coordinators in football. Obviously, it didn't work out here, and there was communication issues. But when you move on, you decided we need more of a brain trust. We need more people here. But as it comes down to it, losing Javon Hargrave and not having nearly enough depth on the defensive line, which is what made them so successful in 19 and 21 when they went Super Bowl and NFC title game, has been problematic. Like, they don't have an edge rusher opposite Bosa.
Yeah.
Last year, it's incredible to me that when Cleve Furl went down, that's when the house of cards fell apart. I was like, that, and all they ever said about him was, sets the edge. He set an edge, Cleve Furl. I was like, all right. So I guess that's what we're coming down to. They can set the edge.
I mean, think back to that 2019 front. Bosa and Ford bookending Buckner and Armstead.
It's incredible. That was when they moved Armstead inside, too.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, wow, he's actually pretty good. He's much better than we thought he was. And losing both of those guys has really, really been an issue. And Javon Hargrave wasn't playing to the level he was in Philly.
No. 4 years, $80 million, and you can kind of see, or you could at least when he was on the field, why the Eagles let him walk. He just wasn't the run stuffer that you thought that he might be. And the issue for the 49ers is when you pay someone that much to play on the interior of the defensive line and cover up one of the mistakes that you made, which was, you drafted a guy who was a top 15 pick in Kinlaw who didn't pan out. So you have to compensate for that in free agency. It prevents you from either A, spending, or B, using a draft pick out there. And they haven't been able to find that bookend edge rusher to Nick Bosa who can tear things up the way that D Ford, when he was healthy, and it was a very brief moment in time that D Ford was healthy, that he was.
It's like 3 plays a game.
Yeah, but when he was
2
in,
sacks on those 3 plays.
It's unbelievable. I've never seen it. It was almost Alden Smith-like how quickly D Ford could get to the quarterback. I mean, that was ridiculous when he was on the field, and it was like Bosa was the Justin Smith in that situation, where D was the Alden Smith.
So, I mean, what's the diagnosis for this? Offensive line, by the way, has to change too and has to improve.
Yeah.
And I'm just not confident Trent Williams is going to be here that much longer. The injuries, I mean, every year there's a question about whether or not he's going to retire. And I know a lot of that is jockeying for the guaranteed money this past offseason, but guy's getting up there. He's like 36 years old, right?
Yeah.
37 years old. And he's one of the best to ever do it, making a lot of money. He wouldn't be walking away from that much on the table relative to what he's made in his career to this point. But, I mean, 13 draft picks this year, how much of that has to be afforded to the defensive line and offensive line?
You have to completely rebuild the trenches, in large part because that is the glaring weakness of this team right now, but also because you've committed money everywhere else.
Yeah.
Like, you can't trade Deebo Samuel. You can't cut Deebo Samuel. Brandon Ayuk is signed long-term. Ricky Pearsall is a first-round draft pick. You can't go expend resources to improve the wide receiver position. Running back, you're going to roll forward with Christian McCaffrey because he got that extension. Isaac Guerrero is drafted to be a part of this thing, whether he's a part of it or not in terms of the game plans right now. He was drafted to be a part of it. Jordan Mason, same thing, undrafted free agent who's panned out. So the 49ers on the offensive side of the ball, the only place where you see draft picks being used is on the offensive line. Defensively, I think they're committed to Diamador Lenore. They may have found someone in Malik Mustafa at the safety position.
Yeah,
They're
a 5-year extension,
to Fred Warner and Nick Bosa. So they have to figure out something, whether Dre Greenlaw comes back or not, to do next to Fred Warner, because this year Devondre Campbell has not been the player they expected him to be when they signed him. They also have to make a decision on what they're going to do with the other cornerback position. If Charvarius Ward becomes a free agent, do you spend resources to bring him back, or do you try and build through the draft there? Is Renardo Green the man you trust? And if so, do you get someone else on the outside, like an Isaac Yadam? Do you bring him back, or a Rock Ya-Sin?
And so, hey, if we're going to ask questions about every level of the defense, let's not forget the linebacking core, which, by the way, Dre Greenlaw had his practice window opened yesterday.
The window is open.
Beautiful. Well done, Tim. That's the most on time you've been in like weeks. Well
Sorry
done,
about Derrick Henry.
Yeah, no worries. You're good. The linebacking situation with Dre Greenlaw, he's a free agent at the end of this year.
Yeah.
Coming off an Achilles tear. I mean,
Hufanga's a free agent too.
And they both want to be out there. Like Hufanga's agent, a member immediately right after Mike Silver said Niners fear he won't play again this year. Yeah. His agent's like, oh, no, he's going to try with a cast because he's a free agent. You want to try to put something out there on tape.
Hufanga's probably not coming back because realistically, Malik Mustafa is going to be the strong safety for the 49ers moving forward. Hufanga's not a free safety, and Hufanga will cost you money. Malik Mustafa was a 4th-round draft pick. He doesn't cost you anything. And the 49ers are not in cap hell, but if they pay Brock Purdy, they'll be in cap heck.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Nice G-rated heck.
Exactly.
Thank you. Beautiful.
Yeah.
First gone in weeks. Yeah, the Greenlaw one is perplexing because now you have problems at linebacker, right? It's a really, really tough situation with Devondre Campbell out there right now. And if he comes back and he's the Dre Greenlaw we know, he's going to be expensive.
Mm-hmm.
If he comes back and he's not, you need to find somebody else to play that position.
Yeah.
So, again, that's another one. So, again, there's holes all over the defense, and they're not able to stop the run right now, certainly not on Sunday's game. And 2 of the games they've lost the worst this year, total of 7 rushing touchdowns against them. 3 for the Green Bay Packers, 4 for the Kansas City Chiefs earlier this year when they got beat.
That's brutal. And a lot of those rushes for Josh Jacobs, I know that the yards per carry ultimately finished relatively low. Considering
4 or something, 4.5 maybe.
But a lot of those rushes look non-competitive for the 49ers defensive front. Like the linebackers were doing a lot of work, safeties and corners coming into the box to help. There were a lot of plays where the Packers got a ton more push than you would typically expect against the 49ers defensive front. And for Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, I don't want to say that the franchise has lost its way because that's a huge statement and that's probably a multi-year thing, but it certainly doesn't have the depth that they anticipated having this year, and that has hurt them dramatically.
Well, you gamble on the health of a lot of guys and the presence of a lot of guys, and their presence of the dudes who you were gambling on didn't show up for a long time.
Yeah.
And the health and production of the guys you were counting on hasn't been there.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why we're asking, of the guys who are on the roster now who have taken a step back in our minds, production-wise, which of the guys you have confidence that they can regain form? Trent Williams?
No. I don't know that Trent Williams will ever be the same player, and that's not to say that he can't be great, but I don't know that he'll ever be the guy that he was the last 3 seasons.
I don't think it's unfair to say I need more from Nick Bosa when he's out there.
You need a lot more from Nick Bosa.
I mean, nobody's ever talking about opposite T.J. Watt what anybody's doing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Nobody's ever talking about opposite Myles Garrett what else is going on.
You need a lot more from Nick Bosa.
I don't think Nick Bosa's, I was talking about this last week. If you gave me the choice between, Max Crosby, T.J. Watt, and Myles Garrett, all 3 of those guys change games or have, at least over the last 2 years, in a much different way than Nick Bosa has. And he's supposed to be on that level.
Yeah.
I know he has that talent, but it hasn't been game-wrecking type stuff week after week like you see from guys who are consistently at the top of the Defensive Player of the Year voting. And so will Nick Bosa regain the form that he had when he was Defensive Player of the Year? We haven't seen that since he got the contract.
Mm-mm.
So confidence in that? He's a guy who I have more confidence in.
I have confidence, but we haven't seen it for a few seasons.
Deebo Samuel?
No.
Brandon Ayuk?
No.
Christian McCaffrey?
Probably not, because the level that we're talking about for Christian McCaffrey is so hard to get to for a running back. And I think maybe the best thing for McCaffrey, 49ers won't do it, is to just shut it down. Because I think right now for him, it's a conditioning thing. And you're seeing someone who he's expending the 10 to 12 reps that he's available for in the first half. And so he has that burst on a few plays. Like we saw, he's getting better. He looks from time to time, the moment that he came back, a little bit better each week.
Yeah, he looked a little bit better. I mean, they had no push and no holes for the run game at all this week.
But you're seeing a little bit of burst. He had no offseason. He had no preseason.
No.
We're talking about someone whose conditioning is not where it needs to be, and that's not necessarily his fault because he couldn't condition with, I don't care how many hours a day you ride the recumbent bike. I don't care how many hours a day you're working out in the weight room. If you're not sprinting and you're not running at full speed, it's not the same. So I don't know that he can get back to that level just because the training that it will take will require exhausting his Achilles.
So we just named like 5 of the most important players on the roster and expensive players on the roster. And your confidence level of all of them getting back to the form of last year or a form that we've seen that would make them contenders is not high. You're not high on Trent Williams getting back to form, Nick Bosa, who else we say? Ayuk, Debo, and McCaffrey. Not tremendously, no. If I were to rank them, I'd probably go Bosa.
Bosa 1.
I'm going to give McCaffrey more of leeway. I'm going to give Ayuk my 3rd rank there. Probably Debo 4th, and then Trent Williams. Just
That's fair.
Age and production to this
But
point.
in terms of likelihood, I wouldn't say it's better than 50% for anyone other than maybe Bosa. And even that, I'm saying 55-45. I'm not giving that like a 70% Nick Bosa is a defensive player of the year candidate again. I'm saying he's maybe second team all-pro, pro bowler type guy, but I don't think that he's suddenly going to become the true game wrecker unless the 49ers have someone opposite him. And again, you have to expend major resources to get him to that point. And they spent the resources to make sure that he was a TJ Watt, Myles Garrett, Max Crosby type guy.
If you need somebody opposite you to be a game wrecker, are you a game wrecker?
415-808-KNBR.
I mean, I don't think so. That's kind of where I'm at. I'm like, TJ Watt, it's like, tell me who's playing opposite him. Nobody cares. He's just racking up like 11 sacks every 2 weeks.
Yeah.
It's like whatever I need to do to get back to the quarterback. J.J. Watt was like that too. And I know they play in different positions, but Myles Garrett, same sort of thing. I mean, you know every week that Myles Garrett is going to change the game, and he's impactful. It just hasn't been the same production-wise for Bosa. 7 sacks for him on the season through 10 games, 1 forced fumble. Last year, 10.5, but the 2 previous seasons, 21 and 22, 15.5, 18.5.
Yeah. I mean, 18.5 sacks, sack per game, you're asking a lot.
34 sacks over 2 seasons, and he's had 17 since.
Yeah.
17
I mean,
and a half.
The other guy who you'd put in front of him right now because we don't see him on a weekly basis because he's hurt is Aiden Hutchinson.
Yeah, and actually,
I'd rather have Aiden Hutchinson.
He was the name I mentioned also. If healthy, he's another one that I think is trending towards TJ Watt territory like that. It's incredible. The Lions have won 9 in a row, and he's been out. Adam Copeland, Kerry Crowley with you. Tuesday evening, we did not catch up with Matt Mayoko.
What the hell, bro?
I guess Derek played the song, and that was that. He was like, oh, they're coming on after that.
It's a good time.
He's heard it before.
What do you have to say to yourself, Derek? We have an announcement about our new show starting next Monday at 2 o'clock. We will get into some of that at the end of the show here today. We also, still coming your way, have a sound soiree, some of the best sounds from across the sports world that you might have missed, or maybe you haven't missed them. You'll hear them anyway next, only here on The Sports Leader. John Lynch discussed his frustration after the 49ers blowout loss to the Packers this weekend. You can find all of that on our podcast page at KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Now, back to Adam Copeland on KNBR, the sports leader.
Adam Copeland, Kerry Crowley with you on a Tuesday evening. I'm off after this until Niner pregame Sunday. Niners and the Bills Sunday Night Football. What's up, Derek?
No Stanford
I got
this
good
week?
news. We're going to play the song again, Matt Mayoko at 5:30.
Oh, Matt Mayoko's going to join us in about 10 minutes. So if you missed that great song, join us at 11. Join us again in 11 minutes. You don't have to hear it again. Matt Mayoko, our 49ers insider, NBC Sports Bay Area. We almost went back-to-back shows with no guest. Derek was really going to be on the hot seat after that. Wasn't going to let that slide through the holiday, I'll tell you that. Anyway, it's Dieter and Kerry tomorrow afternoon, right? We'll be off.
Nothing but positivity.
Nothing but
spreading the good word, good vibes.
Come by tomorrow, too, and see who Dieter thinks should lose their captain's badge next.
I was going to say, you think Dieter's got the Niners going 11-6 or 10-7?
He's going to be like, dude, take the captain's badge away from Steph Curry, too, because he's out. Need to step up. That's my guy, Dieter. Dropping nicknames, too, by the way. You got some nicknames coming your way.
Oh, good.
Well, he dropped on Kevon Looney yesterday. He called him, what do you call him, Loon Dog? And I was
Loon Dog, yeah.
I was like, is that your name? He goes, no, that's what Draymond's been calling him for years. But then he also, in reference to Dante DiVincenzo, called White Dante. And I said, I don't think Draymond's been using that one. I think that's a Dieter special.
That's a Dieter.
White Dante.
Don't forget his Dominic Pooney name.
No, dude, the Pooney.
I know. I heard that.
Yeah.
I was listening live. Listened live to a lot of yesterday's show.
And you, too, can listen live like you are right now. I love telling people to listen live on our apps and our YouTube and all that if they're hearing this, they clearly are.
Yeah.
Like somebody's out there watching it or listening already. It's like watching Nicole Kidman tell you to go to the movies when you're at the movies.
Mm-hmm.
She's like, go to the movies. It's
compelling
better.
ad.
I'm like, I'm here. Who are you selling?
I think she's getting phased out,
Who are you selling this to? I'm already here. I'm not the audience. Put this on TV, not in the theater.
I do want to say she's getting phased out.
Of what?
That whole bit. You're at AMC. I think she's lost that position.
Oh, man.
So,
well, bummer. What do you got, Tim?
I just hope it works out for her.
Yeah. I hope she's okay. Let's get into the sound soiree. Some of the best sounds from across sports you might have missed. And if you haven't missed them, I don't care. I'm playing them anyway. Nice. So is this new soiree bed? Is that what we're going with here?
Temporary soiree bed.
Temporary soiree bed. I like this. What do you think about this, Gary?
Does the job. I mean, it's a replacement level soiree. I've always been a replacement level guy.
This is the war of
It's the horror host above replacement.
Yeah. I mean,
the Kyle horror host above replacement. There you go.
Does he have that ranking?
No. Remember Luke Kuechly?
Heard of him?
Yeah. Remember him, though? Yeah. Carolina Panther linebacker. Just called it quits. He's like, I'm not doing this anymore. Cam's gone. McCaffrey's here. I'm not doing this. Luke Kuechly, he's on the Up and Adams show. Oh, good. More Up and Adams. Play so much of this. Swear to God, nobody hears Up and Adams anywhere except on our show. Nobody ever listens to the Up and Adams. I have to believe nobody listens to this podcast. It's not good.
I think it's TV. Isn't it TV?
I think it's like an app show or like a stream video show.
It's on FanDuel.
It's something.
Oh, well, it's on FanDuel.
Dude, it's on FanDuel. I have to go.
Well, now I know how to watch.
I have to go to the FanDuel app where like you
that's where I get all my
picks and your props and all that. And you can watch the K Adams show.
Yeah.
Not to be confused with the Debo Samuel podcast, which just as good. Asked about how Kyle Shanahan, Luke Kuechly was asked about how Kyle Shanahan, like, is he on the hot seat? Could he be on the hot seat with the way things are going? Here you go.
I think it's preposterous. I think I have played against Kyle Shanahan. I love him as a coach. I think any talk about them moving on from him would be a terrible decision for the 49ers. I mean, I don't know what else to say. I had such a challenge playing against that offense and that system and what they're capable of doing. I just think that they've had some injuries at key places this year. And with that being said, they're a game back in the NFC West. I think moving on from him would be ridiculous.
They have some audio issues at the end of Up and Adams.
Yeah, I guess so. Or she was trying to get in there.
She wanted some more Adams.
Well, yeah, she wanted a little more Adams at the Up and Adams. Yeah, again, I think that we just have to acknowledge, and I said this last week, I know people are like calling for Kyle's job. I'm just not of the belief, and I know we're talking about how much belief and faith you have in some of these guys to become what they were previously. Is the talent still in there for some of these guys, or have they overpaid for players who have expired, kind of like the Giants did at the end of their run? I think some of that may be true. The thought that maybe all five of them are not going to be as good is actually, like, the odds of that happening, I feel like are probably not that high. I still have hope for Ayuk. I think Ayuk can be okay. I think that may be fine. ACL injuries happen now. That sucks. He's out for a period of time. He's going to be here for a number of years. He's a quality receiver, a good blocker. That's somebody who I do think can come back. It's not a devastating injury. McCaffrey's an aging running back with high usage, and the Achilles thing is weird. So that's a little bit different. Debo was a much different player. So there's questions about whether or not he can be the same burst type of bowling ball dude he has been in the past. And Ricky Pearsall, like, jury's out on him. George Kittle, we haven't seen a bit of decline there. So, like, I guess what I'm saying is you can acknowledge that Kyle has built one of the most sustainable, despite all of the brain trust and coaching power that's left, most sustainable franchises in the league over the last 7 years. They've been incredible. NFC championships and Super Bowl appearances just without winning the big one. Only team with more in that span is the Kansas City Chiefs, right? In the time that Kyle's been coach. And you can acknowledge an adjustment and an adaptation to the league needs to happen.
Absolutely. And that to me was the most interesting thing there is Luke Kuechly saying it was such a difficult scheme for me to play against. I think we all acknowledged that in 2017, 2018, 2019 when Kyle was just getting going with the 49ers. Even when he didn't have his horses, which he did by 2019, it was still very difficult to play against. The question is now, is it still as difficult or has the league adjusted? Luke Kuechly hasn't played in the NFL in 5 years. So he's not the guy who's able to tell us right now if defending a Kyle Shanahan offense is as difficult. I'd like to ask Brian Flores that question. I'd like to ask Steve Spagnuolo that question and them to give you an honest answer. You'd never get that on Up and Adams because these guys have to project. You know, Steve Spagnuolo earlier this year saying he doesn't see a flaw in Brock Purdy. Of course, every defensive coordinator is going to say that. But, 10 years from now when Spagnuolo's out of the league, I want to know, was 2024 Kyle as tough to defend as the previous versions? Because right now I think we all look at it from the outside and say, certainly isn't, but is there just a problem with the personnel? Our guy's not executing. What is the difference this year? And that I think we'll have to wait a decade to find out.
That's a good question. Moving on here, a little bit of college football sound. Cal Stanford played the big game over the weekend. How about this guy? Quarterback Fernando Mendoza in the ESPN interview.
Oh, yeah.
The walk-off after Cal wins. What a victory for the Golden Bears. Here's quarterback from Cal, Fernando Mendoza.
Hey, first of all, I want to give all the glory to God. That was an amazing comeback. It's a testament how tough we are as a team. I love my boys. It's amazing. I'm so proud of everyone's team. We're 6-6. We're bold bound, and we retain the axe. Go Bears forever. Let's go.
You were so emotional right now, Fernando, in this moment. What's bringing out these emotions for you?
We worked so hard. We worked so hard for this. I apologize for getting emotional, but it's so hard. As an offense, we've done everything that we possibly could have throughout the summer to being down, having a close game. This has to be the most special moment in my life to date.
Look around at these fans in this moment. What will you remember most from this victory today?
I remember going 98 yards with my boys. 98 yards at that moment we told them, this is why we did the camping trip. This is why we did every Saturday walkthrough. This is why we stayed late until 9 p.m. watching film together. And so that meant so much to me to go 98 yards against a defense that's been playing great. And we ended up scoring in the clutch.
Cal came back to win it 24-21. What a great walk-off interview that was. 25 of 36 did Mendoza go in that game for 299 yards, 3 touchdowns. What are you going to remember about this game? Going 98 yards with my boys. That's such a great line.
That's an all-timer.
6-6. We're bowl eligible. And, dude, the season they had, I mean, they started 3-0. Then they lose by 5 to Florida State. They lose that heartbreaker on the College game day game against Miami, 39-38, where they blow a huge second-half lead. They lose 17-15 to Pitt, where they miss field goals and extra points. They lose 24-23 to NC State. So you have a 5-point loss, a 1-point. You're at 6, 2 more, 8, 9. You have like 4 straight losses by a total of 9 points. So for them to bounce back and then win over Oregon State, Wake Forest, they lose to Syracuse and beat Stanford, they're going to a bowl game. Good for Cal.
98 yards. That's all I'm going to remember.
98 yards from me and my boys. Next one here, Mike Malone, head coach of the Denver Nuggets. He was asked after they lost by 27 to the Knicks. Oof. Lose by 27 to the Knicks. Do you want to flush the memory of this one, Mike?
Oh, that, man. No, we're not flushing. You don't flush when you get embarrassed. You don't flush when you gave up 145 points. You don't flush when you didn't play hard, didn't play with effort, didn't play with physicality. I'm not flushing anything.
You're not staying at my house, Mike. I don't think so, bro.
Going to the bathroom after Mike.
Yeah, he's like, no, you don't flush that. You get embarrassed by that burrito, you don't flush.
Oh, that, man.
Sounds like the kind of guy. Were you in Copes last week when we did the guy who showered with no soap?
No.
Yeah, the Syracuse coach. When you lose, you don't deserve soap.
We did do that sound. Yeah,
winners get washed.
Yeah.
Yeah, winners get washed.
Yeah, he's like, my wife, she makes me sleep on the couch. And I was like, but
winners get to flush.
Self-imposed, dude. Yeah.
Oh, that, man.
Tell you what, you start winning more ball games if you don't flush till you win. Here's one more here. our wine line, KMBR wine line, the Mexican-American Dream checked in. See, he's cutting a promo here? Here we go. Mexican-American Dream checks in on the KMBR wine line.
Listen here, baby. This is a Mexican-American Dream orderly way. I call it because Dieter Kuttenbach, baby, you're a rainy cloud, always ready to drip on everybody's parade, no matter how grandiose or how small. Dieter Kuttenbach, if you had a fragrance, it would be called Hyperbolic by Dieter, smelling of cigarettes and shame. I checked Dieter's voting card, and I found out he wasn't registered with the Democrats or the Republicans or the Libertarians. No, sir, Dieter is a contrarian by nature. Dieter Kuttenbach, please, Captain Obvious, please stop telling us everything that's wrong with our teams and why we should be happy that the Niners are sucking this year, because we know they're bad, baby. We don't need you to tell us that. We don't need you to remind us that our team is garbage and that we're having a tough time. And please don't tell us that we're never, ever, 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 ever going to win against the Spurs just because Wemby's over 7 feet tall and the rest of us are tiny, Dieter. You're making me mad, Dieter. I'm warming up a tortilla and I'm putting some super hot sauce on that side and I'm going to smack you with it, baby. Dieter, you better clean up your act. You better treat us with some respect and recognize it ain't where you're from, it's where you're at. And this is Niners country, daddy. Don't make us mad, Dieter. Be kind. Please rewind. Mexican-American Dream out. Orderly way.
Bravo, dude. Rack 'em. Adam Copeland, Kerry Crowley with you. The Mexican-American Dream cutting his promo on Dieter Kurtenbach. We'll go here tomorrow with Kerry because I'm taking some time off. I'll be back on Sunday. Yeah. We got an announcement on our new show that starts on Monday. That's coming your way at the end of the show today, so make sure you stay tuned. And our guy, Matt Mayoko. We'll go out to Matt Mayoko. We'll find out if he likes hot cocoa. That's next on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. Underdog is the place to play if you're a sports fan looking to win money while watching sports. With over 5 million happy players and $2 billion won, Underdog makes it fun and easy to cash in on all your favorite athletes' performances. And you can make a play with only $1, or you can go big with their pick'em game. You can win up to 1,000 times your money just by choosing higher or lower on a player's stats like passing yards, touchdowns, three-pointers, double-doubles, and much more. They got all your favorite leagues, NFL, NBA. You can pair them together. You got college football in there. You've also got some college basketball out there now, and Underdog puts the power to cash out in your hands now. You can either keep riding with your entry or tap the Win Now button and cash out whenever you want. Plus, every dog deserves a second chance, and with Underdog's rescues, you can get your money back and receive a promo if an early injury causes your entry to lose. And this season, Underdog is going to be running a special promo or bonus almost every single day, like Profit Boost, where you can pump up your winnings with just a tap. When you apply the boost to eligible entries or discounts, you'll get adjusted projections on certain player stats to give you a better shot at a big W, and free picks. They're basically a sure thing. A player just has to go higher than a half a point. So what are you looking like? Higher than half a three-pointer made for Steph Curry on Wednesday night for that pick to win. Plus, all new users get that free pick. Just download the app and use promo code KNBR to deposit now, and you can get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. That's promo code KNBR. Must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Now, back to Adam Copeland on KNBR.
Are we not playing it? This whole thing right before we were going to play it. Adam Copeland, Kerry Crowley with you. Matt Mayoko joins us as well. Sorry, we played the Matt Mayoko song earlier. Matt, and I was supposed to tell you, per Derek, that this is the last time you'll hear it recorded. You'll get it live.
Let's go out to Matt Mayoko.
There you go. What's going on, Matt? How are you?
Was that live? Was
No,
that
that was
the live version?
No, that was not live. That was not live. His pipes aren't warmed up right now.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, if that was his pipes warmed up, then I don't want to know what it sounds like with his pipes warmed up.
Yeah. We'll have to auto-tune it maybe for the next time around. We'll see what happens. Well, good to catch up with you. How was the trip to Green Bay? Unfortunately, there was that game that was right in the middle of it, but I hope otherwise everything went well.
No, everything's good. If you've never been to Green Bay, I always recommend that I had a few buddies go out there, and even with the 38-10 shellacking that their favorite team endured, they left having a grand old time. I guess the great thing is, I think Green Bay is one of those trips, and you should try to do this if you're a fan. Make it regardless of the outcome that you're going to have a good time. Yeah. And Green Bay is a great trip in that sense, because even my buddies were like, the Green Bay fans were so nice that they almost were like, they were nice even before they had reason to pity the 49ers fans. So it's a good trip to go to.
Yeah, they were real nice when they were patting us on our heads when we left.
But they were even nice before that.
Yeah, right.
So that's the key.
And a non-condescending way.
They heard it was a Brandon Allen game. They knew.
They knew what was going on.
Yeah,
so that's kind of where we're at, Matt. Is one of our callers on the postgame show on Sunday. He said it as succinctly and I think as perfect as you could say it. He goes, my biggest problem is that Brandon Allen wasn't the biggest problem in the game on Sunday, and go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, if we tick down the list of reasons or the reasons, the 49ers lost that game, I'm not sure Brandon Allen would make the top 20.
No.
Yeah, I mean, his mistake his biggest mistake was dropped. His biggest real mistake was dropped. His biggest statistical mistake went through Deebo Samuel's hands. So, yeah, he was far, far down the list of reasons 49ers lost that game.
Far down the list, but do we have any sense yet of whether Brock Purdy will be available on Sunday? What's the direction he's trending? What's Kyle telling you right now?
I would say trending in a positive direction as opposed to last week where he trended in a negative direction. But he was able to throw a little bit on Monday, and he came out of that feeling fine. He's going to have the day off today, and then they'll see. And it's basically the same thing with Trent Williams and with Nick Bosa. As I understand it, the MRIs that those guys had did not show anything significant that would be cause for concern and put a time frame on it, like, these guys have to miss X amount of time. It's just a matter of how they feel. And for Brock Purdy, they had the MRI early in the week, which didn't show much. So they thought, okay, he should be able to play on Sunday, or at least optimistically, he should be able to play. And then on Thursday, when he got out there and it just didn't feel right at all, they had another MRI just to see if there was something that was missing, that they didn't see the first time, or wasn't captured the first time, or there was some sort of something that might show more damage. It didn't, but they shut him down. He didn't feel good. His shoulder was not feeling great at all. And so the idea is we'll have a better idea tomorrow. Now, the first, I think Wednesday and Thursday, he was listed as limited. Wednesday, they listed him as limited, and I guess this was by the book as far as how the NFL does these injury reports. The fact that he was out there for warm-ups and just going through the footwork drills, that classified as limited. The next day when he got out there and was throwing softly to equipment guys and then shut it down, that was considered limited. So we'll see if it's a real limited tomorrow or a fake limited tomorrow.
Matt Mayoko joins us on the Yuma guest line. Is it standard to have two MRIs like that, or is that simply he was still having discomfort? Is that a normal thing?
I talked to a former NFL team doctor who said that's not normal. usually you see enough on the first MRI that you don't need a follow-up MRI. So from what I can gather, it was almost to the point on Thursday. It was like, okay, well, if you're still feeling that much discomfort, there has to be something in there that we're missing. So let's go back and look at it. That's how it was told to me. So I guess it's encouraging that the second MRI isn't cause for any more concern. It's just like, okay, well, everything should be okay. Now let's just keep going down the path that they were going.
Obviously, no Nick Bosa on Sunday, Matt, and that changes so much for the 49ers. No Charvarius Ward the last few weeks. We all understand that. But I just wonder from your perspective, what is the state of the defense in your mind? Has it taken a dramatic step back? Is there a way to salvage things before the end of the season? Is Nick Sorensen coaching for his job at this point? How do you assess the state of the 49ers defense at this point in the season?
Well, it's not good. It's not good at all. And I think that, all you have to do is look at the starting defense. The last time the 49ers played the Packers in the NFC divisional round game and compare that to the lineup the 49ers put out there on Sunday. So, a lot of it is kind of injury related. And then the other part of it is, I guess the part that was even kind of overlooked is that a new defensive coordinator on top of that. So, the 49ers will have their opportunity. Kyle Shanahan will have an opportunity at the end of this season to go in a different direction defensive coordinator wise. And I think he'll have an opportunity to go into that direction with somebody such as Jeff Ulbrich, who he would have hired last time if it had worked out. And so we'll see where they go with this. But frankly, I think if you look at that defensive line, and let's just use this game because it's the latest example, but if you go into, any game with a defensive line that consists of Sam Okawanu and Leonard Floyd as the starters, Malik Collins and Jordan Elliott with, Elliott not playing much and now other backups in there, with just Fred Warner, with D. Winters and Devondre Campbell, and then the very young defensive backfield that we've seen. I'm not sure what you can expect out of that defense. I'm not sure that's a winning defense. So, how much of that is on Nick Sorensen? The biggest indictment I've heard when it comes to Nick Sorensen was what Fred Warner said, that they were not prepared for some of the run looks that they got early in the game. Now, I don't know how you can be 11 games into the season and have all that film that the Green Bay Packers have put out there, and you're going up against a guy who's been in the league as long as Josh Jacobs has been in the league and not be prepared for some of the things they show. Now, I'm told, I'm not a X's and O's guy, but I'm told that every team puts new stuff on film every week in the NFL. I just don't know how in the run game you cannot be prepared for some of the stuff that a team shows you in week 11. Now, the adjustments were made. The defense, if you look at the raw numbers as far as yards allowed, or average yards rushing, I should say, 49ers defense ended up being okay from a run defense standpoint. But we all saw the first half of that game, and there was nothing all right about how the 49ers defense, the run defense, played in that game. So, that's the kind of stuff that they're going to have to wrestle with here, and we'll see how the final 6 games goes. No one's been fired yet. Will there be some changes? I would think if it continues going down this path without a dramatic turn for the better, I would think that Kyle Shanahan would have to strongly consider, if not flat out, make some decisions to bring, for some changes on that staff.
Matt Mayoko with us on the Yuma guest line. Kerry just read me a stat during the break. It said, per Next Gen Stats, Christian McCaffrey has not reached a top speed this year that would be equivalent to his top speed in his worst game last season. Now, I don't think anybody...
Well, that doesn't surprise me.
No, me neither. He hasn't had any open... Yeah. I haven't seen him run really at all. He's just kind of running into the line. Is it more about line play right now? Is it him getting up to speed? I'm sure it's all these factors. It's not just one thing. But I'm a little bit surprised that 3 games in now, we haven't seen really anything that looks like Christian McCaffrey from last season even.
Yeah, I'm surprised as well. And from what I understand, he's healthy.
Yeah.
Like there's no, Achilles tendonitis that he's battling now. He is 2023, early season healthy. And so there's no real reason or no real thing I can point to. I would say this about the 49ers offensive line. I think, we can compare last year to this year on a number of different areas of this team. And I don't know that there's any spot. Can you guys think of one? Is there any spot on the team that's improved over a year ago? And I think the answer is no.
George Kittle might be better than he was before. That's it. George Kittle might have gotten better.
Maybe. But I would say he's the closest, right?
Mm-hmm.
He had a good season last year. He's having a good season this year. I'd say he's about the closest. Well, Diamador Lenore.
Sure.
I think we can all. Those are two spots right there. And I guess their nickel defense, as far as the 5 defensive backs they put on the field, that's better this year than it was at any point last year. But I would say as far as the offensive line, I'd say the pass protection is better. It might not look it in a lot of ways, but I think it is. I think it's probably maybe even significantly better than it was a year ago. But I think the run blocking isn't as good. And I think it's, or at least it hasn't been these last 3 games. Maybe it was when Jordan Mason was out there because, he was putting up some numbers. And I at the same time though, I don't blame the 49ers for going with Christian McCaffrey. The dude was the offensive, the NFL offensive player of the year last year. And the way these 3 games have kind of played out since he's been on the field is that the 49ers haven't had a lot of sustained drives. They haven't had a lot of offensive plays. With McCaffrey out there, the entire playbook is open as far as what he can do as a runner, inside and outside, what he can do in pass protection, and then what he can do as a route runner and pass catcher as well. So nothing has fit for the 49ers. Nothing has been a positive for the 49ers this season, and that's why the record, where 11 games in, I would say, people would probably think they would be 8-3 at the worst, probably maybe 9-2. And here they are, 5-6, and very clearly outside the NFC playoff picture.
Aggressively mediocre is what our guy Tim Webb called them, because they're not even beating up on bad teams. They're just winning games against bad teams and not competing really with contenders.
Yeah.
One more for you before we let you go, Matt. Dre Greenlaw had his practice window open yesterday. Well, I know they've got a period of time before he can come back. Do you think they'll use the whole window? What's the likelihood of his return before that window's up?
I would say 0 chance of this week.
Yeah.
And then after that, it's really just kind of to see what he can do. I think it sounds to me like they're planning on playing him, that he will be on the field. And I kind of think that he has to get on the field this season, and for a couple different reasons. One of them being that he is scheduled for unrestricted free agency. So he will want to get out there and at least, show the 49ers, show the other 31 teams in the league what he's got physically, and that would be kind of the floor for what he's capable of down the road. So I think if there's any chance for him to get a multi-year contract in the offseason, he has to get out there. But now I would think that it certainly won't be this week, but maybe next week, maybe week, what would that be? The game against the Bears, right?
At home against the Bears.
Yeah. So that could be something. But the plan is definitely for him to play at some point this season, but definitely not this week.
Matt, appreciate the time as always. Thanks so much. I know it was a long flight back for you. You got back yesterday, so you had a weird travel schedule. But have a great Thanksgiving, and we'll talk to you next week, man.
Okay, appreciate it. Thanks, guys, so much, and happy Thanksgiving to you and yours as well.
Appreciate it, man. Adam Copeland, Kerry Crowley with you. We have an announcement that we'll get into on the other side about our new show, KBR's newest show.
We don't have an announcement.
Well, I do.
Yeah.
I don't even know if I'm going to make it. I might just leave and let the other dude do it. Anyway.
I'm on my way out.
All of us, me, you,
How
and
many
Kerry,
times can you get passed over?
Me, you, and Kerry will leave. We're going to get a slice and a pop, and then we'll figure out whatever the show is on Monday, I guess, when I get here. I'm off tomorrow. Kerry and Dieter with you tomorrow from 2 to 6. When we come on back, a little special announcement on our brand new show that starts on Monday, December 2nd at 2 o'clock. The newest show coming to KMBR. We'll tell you about it next on the Sports Leader. Mike Silver. He joined Murph and Marcus to debate whether the 49ers season's over. You can find that podcast, KNBR.com, and the KNBR app. Back with you on a Tuesday evening. Adam Copeland, Kerry Crowley with you, and Derek Papa in studio. I didn't know you had a key.
You don't need a key.
You don't need a key. There's no key on the door. Nah. And there's no lock on the door. I'm be off tomorrow. Kerry and Dieter with you 2 to 6 tomorrow. I think there's other stuff going on later in the week, but I don't know. I didn't look at the schedule. I think JD's doing something.
And Dieter's in again later this week.
Dieter's around.
Yeah, people loved his 49ers takes on Monday, so.
Dieter and JD on Friday.
Ooh.
2 hours. And you can get a bunch of football on KMBR on the Flamethrower if you're driving around, I don't know, on Thursday, on Thanksgiving.
Can't wait.
You happen to be out and about. We got it for you right here. And then on Monday, we'll begin the newest KMBR show, newest program here on the Flamethrower, the sports leader.
Program.
It'll be myself and Derek Papa. We'll be with you every weekday, Monday to Friday, 2 to 6 in the afternoons. On your afternoon drive, the show will be titled Dirty Work with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
So Dirty Work begins Monday, and you can join us. Oh, dude, see, already
off to a bad start.
Already, dude. I hit myself in the face.
That was symbolic,
dude.
Jesus.
This is not good. That was not a good
Broke
omen.
the microphone as soon as we announced the show.
As soon as I announced Derek's doing a show with me, the mic broke.
It's all downhill from here.
Crazy.
Yeah. Well,
I'll take it from here, Kobe.
This was the high point?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
So,
what you got, Derek? How you feeling, man?
I'm feeling all right. I hope this whole thing goes better than the Niners resurrection today.
Oh, dude, we're talking Greg Papa and Greg Silver's Niners resurrection with Ricky Williams.
Yeah, that was something.
Yeah, dude, they were like doing Ricky Williams touchdown
Ricky Waters.
calls. Ricky Waters. Yeah, I said Ricky Williams. Ricky Waters. He wasn't as baked. If that was Ricky Williams, we'd all be stoned. That'd be nice if it was Williams. Ricky Waters was in studio though, and they were doing like fake touchdown calls.
Yeah.
To resurrect the Niner offense, and I was like, that's not going to help.
That's something.
That's not going to help.
Real quick, I just want to give a big shout out to Kerry Crowley, Dean Kurterbach, and Carlos Ramirez for filling in the last 2 weeks to kind of help me transition to this new thing. First and foremost, if you don't know who I am, Derek Papa, I've been producing this show for the last 2.5 years.
Stand in line. You haven't heard of Derek Papa. Stand
in line. He's not that good. And you might know my drop, Tim.
Derek.
That's me. And I loved doing Tolbert and Copes. I thought we did amazing radio, and it's been some of the most fun I've ever done. And 2.5 years ago, when I had the opportunity to work on this show, I wanted to work with this guy. And when you have an opportunity to work with a legend, you jump at it. And I wanted to work with Tom Tolbert. And Tom and I talked 2.5 years ago, and he wanted to know who I was about. And I told him, I'm a laid-back guy. I'm not going to change who you are. I love your style, and I want to work with you. That's all he needed to hear, and I thought we did a great show.
We had a lot of fun for a couple of years, man. Tolbert and Copes is like the passion project of my life to this point. So
Yeah.
it's a lot of fun. And for those who don't know Derek, like if you've been listening to the show for any period of time, you do, because Derek is the brainchild of the show. I mean, everything that happens. Yeah, except that. Me and Tim came up with that. But, in terms of what we do on the show, like jokes-wise, bits-wise, segment-wise, guest-wise, like Derek is the heartbeat of how this all happens. So he'll be stepping from behind the glass into the studio, and it's going to be, again, we've talked about this, it's going to be a much different-sounding show, and we're not going to try to do anything other than hang with each other. Tim is going to have a bigger role in the show, too. We'll have the crap cam up so you can constantly be seeing Tim when he's not in his chair and I need him to do stuff during the show. You'll know.
Personality like a dead moor.
There you
That's
go.
Tim right there. So, again, Adam Copeland, Derek Papa with you. Dirty Work with both of us starts on Monday, 2 to 6, Monday to Friday on The Sports Leader. And we'll have some fun. We want a lot of people to be paying attention to the YouTube show, the video. We'll be gearing a lot of stuff towards that as well. We'll do a lot of listener engagement stuff. And we'll have some fun, man. I'm looking forward to it.
I'm looking forward to it, Coach.
This is going to be unique. This will be original. And who knows? We'll just do it for as good as we can for as long as we can. And that'll be it. Thank you. Appreciate it, Tim. Now, back off. All right, dude. Have a great Thanksgiving.
You too, man.
And we'll see you guys on Monday at 2 o'clock for the premiere of KNBR's newest show, Dirty Work, with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa. Kerry, thanks for coming by today.
Always a pleasure, Copes.
By the way, last 2 days, Derek's my producer. He booked one guest, and it was a paid one. It was Mayoko. We're going to get him anyway.
Got my rundown today. White sheet of paper.
You guys should see this.
Incredible work.
This rundown, dude, was it 4 segments to say open
dirty
for
work,
now,
some
open
might
for
say.
now, open for now? Roaring start for
It's been a
Derek
long
Papa.
day, and let's be honest, all of our guests left us. So,
Yeah, that's right. Oh, that's right. They left with the last guy.
Hey, guys, good luck. Win the ratings.
Oh, that matters now, huh?
I don't think we're allowed to say that. Adam Copeland signing off with you on a Tuesday evening. Larry Krueger's coming up next with Niners Nightly. He'll be with you from 6 until 7 o'clock. Thanks to Tim. Thanks to Derek. Thanks to Carrie. Everybody have a happy Thanksgiving. Derek Kurtenbach and Carrie Crowley tomorrow with you from 2 to 6. We've got Larry Krueger next. Dirty Work starts Monday from 2 to 6, only here on the Sports Leader.
It's time to bring the 49ers to the forefront.
It's go time. This is the best team that they can put on the field this year.
Welcome to Niners Nightly.
You guys are going to hear it. The latest from the locker room, the latest from the podium, the latest scuttle from the players.
On your proud home of 49ers football. Touchdown! KNBR, the sports leader. Your faithful fix with your host, Larry Krueger, begins.
We'll take phone calls. We'll talk Niners for a full hour. Fired up. Really excited.
Now.
And away we go. Larry Krueger with you. I would say Monday because it seems like a Monday because last night I was on the YouTube channel exclusively. But tonight on the radio side on 104.5 FM and 680 on the AM dial for Niners Nightly on a Tuesday as the Niners get ready to lick their wounds and head to Buffalo where snow awaits them. 30-mile-per-hour winds await them. Wind chill in the single digits awaits the Niners, as do the Buffalo Bills. The 14th meeting of Niners and Bills, and the Niners need a win to make them 500. They're 6-7 all-time against the Buffalo Bills. But welcome to Niners Nightly as we discuss all things San Francisco 49ers as they are 5-6. 5-6. 3-5 in the conference, 1-3 in the division. They're on life support, but they ain't dead yet. All right. They're on definite life support, but because the division's so bad, they still got a shot. They still got a shot to win some games and maybe beat the Rams one time, maybe beat the Cardinals one time, and maybe outrun the 3 other teams in the division for the NFC West crown. And if that is indeed the case, they're probably going to wind up being a playoff team. Maybe the 3 seed. How about that? Maybe a home playoff game. It's all there for the taking. But what I want to get rolling with tonight, the way we have this hour mapped out tonight, the great John Dickinson's going to join us at the bottom of the hour. JD will be in the house, and we'll talk to him about whether or not the Niners are going to miss the playoffs, how they beat Buffalo, why hasn't Shanahan used Mason or Garendo since CMC returned. We'll talk about the horrible tackling in Green Bay. We'll talk about the future of some of these Niner coaches, Sorensen, Schneider. These guys are clearly on the hot seat. But once again, they could be a playoff team. 1 game separates all 4 teams inside the NFC West. And we'll talk to JD bottom of the hour. Why are the Niners worse with Christian McCaffrey than they were without Christian McCaffrey? I need an answer to that. What's the number one need of the offseason if we kind of peek ahead at that? So we'll get into a bunch of issues bottom of the hour with JD. But I want to start off by opening up the phone lines to you guys at 808-KNBR. We didn't take phone calls on a Monday because we were on YouTube strictly. So we're going to take your phone calls here in the first half hour if we get them at 808-KNBR. What is wrong with the Niners from your autopsy? You watched it. Some of you guys are hardcore and watched it again. Some of you guys are super hardcore and watched the all 22. What is the main problem with the 49ers as you see it? Is it injuries? Is it age? Is it Shanahan? Is it Sorensen? Is it Schneider? Is it Debo? Is it CMC? Who or what is the Niners' major malfunction? Why are they 5-6? 808-KNBR. And I guess the other attachment to that, if you don't want to, some people will be here for the autopsy. Some people are more about action. Give me your big move. Give me the big move you're going to make. I'm going to make you John Lynch tonight. I'm going to make you Kyle Shanahan tonight. You're going to have your say, and you can do anything you want. Anything. You want to fire the defensive coordinator? Boom. Goodbye. He's fired. You want to say goodbye to the special teams coordinator? See ya. We'll drive him to the airport. You want to have John Lynch go back to television, John's going back to TV. You want Kyle to take a sabbatical for a couple of years and get some rest. That's obviously much needed. You can do that. Whatever you want to do. What is your major move to positively, that's the one key, to positively impact this team? Don't tell me we're moving out of Levi's Stadium. don't give me anything crazy like that. I'm a solution guy. I can only bitch and complain for so long. And then I'm tired of complaining, and I just want to, I'm all about solutions. So what from your autopsy of the Niners is their biggest issue? 808 KMBR. And what's the big move that you would make? What's going to shake it up? What do you want to do? You want to change regimes? You can change regimes tonight at 808 KMBR. You want to get rid of somebody? Get rid of somebody tonight at 808 KMBR. We'd love to hear from you. We'd love to hear from you. A lot of Niner fans, usually we take lots of calls on a Monday, but yesterday we didn't have an ability to take calls. So we kind of tabled that for today. We played a lot of reaction sound, and I really liked the show that we put out last night on YouTube, where we gave a lot of reactions to, from around the country, different people weighing in. I was listening to Cowherd and Middlecoff, and I really like John. I'm not a big Cowherd guy, but Cowherd thinks the Niners are done, thinks it's time for like a new era of 49er football. John actually believes they should tank for draft position. Right now, the 49ers, if the season ended today, I think they picked 17th overall in the round one. And really, I mean, that's what we're about. And at the end of November, with a playoff berth still possible, tank for what? So you get the 8th pick, the 9th pick, the 10th pick. Is it really going to make that big of a difference? I would say the hell to the no. I'm not tanking. I'm not tanking when I have the possibility of going to the playoffs. If you go to the playoffs, anything can happen. I'm not saying the 49ers are going on a run. I don't believe it. I don't. I will honestly sit here and tell you I don't believe they're going on a deep playoff run. But I would like to see them go to the playoffs. I'd like to see them outrun the Cardinals, Seahawks, and Rams for the NFC West title. That's what I want to see. Interestingly enough, but I ask you at 808 KMBR, what is the major move that you would make to kind of reset the 49er fortunes? There probably isn't a 49er media guy that I respect more than Matt Barrows, who covers the Niners for The Athletic. Matt has an article out, his recent mailbag, and he was asked about, is Sorensen going to be a one-and-done guy? Is he going to be the Niners changing coordinators again? D'Amico, Sala to D'Amico to Wilkes to Sorensen to, do you see the turnover? It's getting a little ridiculous. That's part of the reason I think they're struggling is all the turnover. But this is a player. To me, the struggles of the year are not about Kyle Shanahan. They're not about necessarily Sorensen, not necessarily about Schneider. To me, this is about players. But Matty, in his recent mailbag, says, I see them pursuing the guy they really wanted this year as the defensive coordinator, Jeff Ulbrich. So that's interesting. The Niners reportedly considered hiring Ulbrich as their defensive coordinator before they settled on Sorensen and went in-house. The Jets, Robert Saleh and the Jets said no. The Niners reached out to the Jets, asked for permission, and the Jets said no, you can't have permission. And according to multiple league sources, this is in Matt's article, Zach Rosenblatt of The Athletic also wrote this in March, there was mutual interest in exploring a marriage between Ulbrich and the Niners, according to multiple league sources. But ultimately, the Jets made it clear they were not going to let Jeff Ulbrich leave. And at the time, Ulbrich was serving as the Jets DC, so you couldn't necessarily come to the Niners as the DC because the NFL blocks coaches from lateral moves. So no formal interview request occurred. The Jets had already drawn a firm line. They didn't want to let Ulbrich talk to the Niners. It was a lateral move, so it wouldn't have been a promotion. So they weren't forced to allow him to talk to the Niners, and they said no. So that's an interesting one. According to Matt, maybe the Niners would try to go after a guy like Ulbrich as their defensive coordinator. I like that name. Do I think, I'd like it more if he brought Quinnen Williams with him I'd like it more if he brought some of the Jets defensive personnel. If you brought Sauce Gardner and Quinnen Williams with him, that would be better. Because to me, it's more about players than it is about coordination. But Jeff Ulbricht's is an interesting name. So in a way, Matty is throwing the first vote out there for, hey, you know what? This is what I would do. I'd bring in Jeff Ulbrich. And I'm not sure if Matty's advocating or if he's just kind of sharing info. But there's a major name there. That's a major decision. Firing the defensive coordinator is a major decision. And at this point, I'm not seeing tons of creativity. So I don't understand why, when you have to explain why things are happening, there's too much insider info. You know what I'm saying? Like a couple years ago when Steve Kerr kept playing Anthony Lamb and Ty Jerome over Moody and Kuminga, it was like, come on. Somebody explain this to me. I mean, it makes no sense at all. And here we are a couple years later, those guys are gone on other teams doing nothing, and you're still trying to develop Kuminga and Moody. So was it really wise to give all those minutes to Anthony Lamb and Ty Jerome? Probably not. So, I mean, that's, playing the young players and developing the young players is probably the future. But then somebody asked the question today, right now, who is the Niners young core? Who is the young great players in their prime? I'm not talking about rookies. Dom Pooney might be that, but he's a rookie. Rookie's not a prime, not in your prime. Prime in the NFL is year 2, 3, 4, 5. That's probably the prime. Some guys, quarterbacks and tackles and offensive linemen have a longer prime, but most prime, it's year 2, 3, 4, 5. That's the prime of an NFL career. How many great players do the 49ers literally have in their prime right now? Detroit's got a ton. That's why they're good. Kansas City's got a ton. That's why they're good. I just watched Philly the other night. They got a ton. That's why they're pretty good. Who do the Niners have that's in their prime? Not a rookie, but in their prime that you would consider a very good or great player. Bosa, CMC at the tail end of the prime. Other than that, who are we talking about? I mean, who's in their prime? That's a great player. I love Mustafa. I love maybe Jair Brown, but some people don't even like Jair Brown. I wouldn't call Jair Brown great. So, they don't have a lot of players. Kittle's great, but he's 30. I guess Demo Lenore, who they just locked up, definitely in his prime, great player in his prime. I would put Purdy in there, but a lot of people don't think Purdy's great. Maybe I'd throw Greenlaw in there, but it's yet to be determined what he is coming off this Achilles. So the whole point is they don't have a lot of guys who are in their prime, who are great. And that's kind of why they've regressed. More so than Sorensen, more so than Shanahan, more so than Lynch, more so than CMC ain't CMC. They don't have a lot of great players in the prime of their career. You're great in the NFL. It's not an accident when you have great players and great coaches in their prime. They don't have a lot of that right now. All right, let's do this. Let's take a timeout. People lining up, 808 CAMBR is the number. I want to know, not a minor move, not hey, they need a backup assistant long snapper. Don't change out Tabor Pepper or anything. I want major moves. Goodbye to Purdy, goodbye to Shanahan, goodbye to Lynch, goodbye to Sorensen, goodbye to Hargrave, goodbye to, Debo. Major moves. Nothing. Forget the tiny stuff. That doesn't move the needle for me. What is your major move that's going to shake up the Niners? I want to know. 808 CAMBR. People are lining up. It's a Tuesday night. 808 CAMBR, the number. We'll take a timeout. We'll come back. We'll hit the phone calls next. Bottom of the hour. JD will stop by. We'll get his thoughts on Niners Bills. Is JD going to Buffalo? Do we know if JD's going to Buffalo, Jacob? I know Jacob's on Jacob Violante on the controls tonight. JD is always boots on the ground, man. But Buffalo, that's not necessarily the trip that I'd want to be on. He is going. JD will be boots on the ground with the wind chill at 8 degrees. Oh, my goodness. Oh, we got to talk to him about that. So, anyway, JD, bottom of the hour. Your phone calls, though, at 808 KMBR are next on the Sports Leader.
Mike Silver. He joined Murph and Marcus to debate whether the 49ers season's over. You can find that podcast, KMBR.com, and the KMBR app.
This is where you get your faithful fix. Niners Nightly with Larry Krueger keeps rolling on KNBR, the sports leader.
I mean, they're in the same boat Brock is, really. You know, we have the MRIs and everything. We kind of understand it, but just waiting to see how they respond. They didn't respond great last week. That's why they weren't able to go. Nick and Trent are both in the same boat. You know, Nick with his hip and oblique and Trent with his ankle. And we'll evaluate as this week progresses and hopefully turns a better corner than it did last week.
You got to love AC/DC, huh? A little oi, 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 oi. Got to have some fun because the Niners right now, it's rough. It's rough. Let's go to the lines. Safe at Third's hanging in the city, and he or she is with us on the UMA guest line. Safe at Third, how are you?
Doing great tonight. Great show, great topic. Yep. My thing I would like to see them get into is a defensive line. On the next draft, go defensive, man. You got to go defensive. That's what wins Super Bowls. Go defensive. And if you do that, you get your line together. Because I'm looking at the games. I don't see any real pressure coming off. You know, even with Boza in there, he can't do what he can do best because there's nobody on the other side that can do what they do best. So our pressure tactic is not there. We got to get a defensive line. We got to get our middle together, and we got to get Dre Greenlaw, see what he can do. We were a Dre Greenlaw away from a Super Bowl last year. So we got to give him a chance, see what Dre Greenlaw can do, bring us back to some kind of, you know, efficient defensive makeup. That will take pressures off the cornerbacks and the safeties. They can do what they
I'm with you. I think you're spot on. They would have won the game with Greenlaw. I really believe that. And I really believe they would have beat Kansas City in 54, Super Bowl 54 with DJ Jones. They did not have DJ. They couldn't stop the run. They lost Greenlaw. He was playing like a man possessed. And, that was a crusher. And I totally agree with you about the defensive line as well. We can talk about other positions, O-line, wide receiver. They need a free safety. They got to have another tight end. They're going to need, seriously, you know, probably a couple more weapons, wide receivers, tight end, running back, maybe even a quarterback if Brock's not the guy long term. I think he is, but a lot of people don't. But they need a defensive line. They need a tackle. They need an end. There's some good ones, too. I've been doing a lot of watching college football. Kenneth Grant from Michigan, great player. Walter Nolan, Ole Miss, phenomenal tackle. They have to get themselves an impact tackle. They were so easy to run on. Jacobs ran at will on them between the tackles. It can't happen. It was way, way, way too easy. And they just missed so many tackles in this game. But I think a lot of it was fatigue. They're just worn down. Fred ain't the same guy this week as he was 5 weeks ago because he doesn't have his running mate. And they used to have Aziz as well. They don't have any of those guys now. You got Fred, who's tired. You got no Greenlaw. You got no Aziz, and it shows. Safe at Third. Good stuff, man. Elliot's in Turlock on KNBR. Hey, Elliot.
Hey, Larry. Good show. The
Thank
big
you.
move is to not
what's your big move?
Don't do any big moves. If you got to get rid of Schneider or Thornton, that's all right. But keep the faith in John and Kyle. Let's not be the Raiders. Let's not be the Jets. Let's not be the Colts. Let's not be the Panthers. Thanks, bud.
Yep. I would say this. It's, you know, more times than not, it's a player's game. The players are why you win. The players are why you lose. And the Niners don't have a lot of great players right now. They had a great 24 draft. 23, not so much. 22, not so much. 21, not so much. So, I mean, that's the problem. They lack depth because of the Hargrave move and all the missed number ones. They've missed on like 8 number ones. 8 number ones in this regime. I'm not talking about in the history of the franchise. So I like Shanahan. I like Lynch. But you got to be better at the beginning of the draft. It's just as simple as that. There's no ambiguity about that point. JP's in San Jose, says Shanahan bad. Okay, JP, you're on KBR. I think I know where you're going.
Hey. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. I think everybody talks about it every week. You know, it's really a hard thing to watch. I can sit back and tell you what Shanahan's going to do. When you see his game, he's repetitious. He overthinks a lot of this stuff, and you see it. That offensive line, And I feel bad for Purdy, too, because you know what? You have to be in that system. If you put him in another system, is he as good? And you're seeing him run a lot right now. And that's because Shanahan says, well, I'm going to design this play. Don't worry. If we get pressure, this is where you should be throwing a ball. I want Purdy deciding and making those adjustments at the line. I want to see him go there and audible when it's necessary. You don't see that. People ask that question all the time, but it's Shanahan. My thing is constant.
You think Shanahan's got to go?
Yeah, you have to. Honestly, you can't keep blaming the defense. Obviously, the defense has issues, but that offense, if you're not doing nothing in the second half, if you're a coach that can't make adjustments in the second half, you're never going to be in the winning position. And he hasn't been. He's proven that in every fourth quarter. Where's his problem? They don't make those types of adjustments, and he has his playbook, and he runs his 20 plays, and after that, he doesn't have a whole lot to run off of. It's predictable.
JP, here's the thing. I'm pro Shanahan. Why? Because they still got a top 5 passing offense. They still got a top 5 rushing offense. They've had a pretty good offense for the most part under Shanahan. Now, I realize he's the head coach. So he's in charge of special teams. He's in charge of defense. It all lands at his feet. But if he wasn't good at his core competency, I'm with you. But he's very good at his core competency. I do agree, though, that there has to be an evolution of the man. There has to be, you have to evolve. You have to evolve. You can't just stay with what worked yesterday because it ain't working anymore. Now, why is the end around to Debo not working? Why is the jet sweep to Debo not working? Is it working because people know it's coming, or is it not working because Debo doesn't have the speed to get to the edge? I'm not 100% sure about that. I kind of feel like it's more about the lack of explosiveness from Debo. Others have pushed back and said, no, Debo hasn't lost a step, but I think he has. I think he's got build-up speed now. I don't think he's got quickness like he used to have. I think he's got build-up speed. And CMC, CMC's going for 3 yards a carry, and you got Garendo going for 6, and you got Mason going for 5. So I need a running back share at best. I can't watch another game where it's just Garendo standing on the sidelines, JP Mason standing on the sidelines. I'm losing my mind watching those guys stand around.
I'm crying in my seat right there. Watching that is so hard to see. This guy's going to soften the defense up. In cold weather, can you imagine the size of this guy? I mean, you got a big dose of Jacobs, and that's what you're going to get from Mason. He's going to hit it. By the fourth quarter, you got CMC. Oh, he's going to gut him with his speed and his precise blocking. CMC has his mindset. He's going to be there to do everything you need him to do. He gives you the all-around. He'll catch the football. But Mason, that boy, he was leading the NFL for a reason. He was pounding people. When he ran,
why do you run him? You run him for 16 yards, and then he doesn't run again. You run him for a 15-yard run. The next 4 plays are all passes. You run him for a 15-yard gain, and then he doesn't touch the ball until it's garbage time. I mean, come on. I mean, you gotta. Don't ignore the game in front of you. It's kind of. Sometimes I feel like Shanahan's so deep on his play sheet, so deep into his plan that he's not looking up from his play sheet to just react to the game that's going on. He reminds me in some ways of like a Gabe Kapler versus a Boch, in that he's always, looking for that, for the answer on a piece of paper, as opposed to just looking out on the field and saying, hey, you know what? The answer is right in front of me. I don't want to, and believe me, I think Shanahan's a far better NFL coach than Gabe Kapler was a major league manager. So Kyle, if you're driving around hearing this, I apologize, but the similarities are stark. JP, we appreciate the call, man. Opens up a line at 808 KMBR. Let's take 1 or 2 more before we get to JD. John's in Santa Cruz. He's got a big change for the Niners. John, thanks for being patient.
Larry, thanks for taking my call. I've always admired your assessment of the Niners. I kind of look. I've seen 7 years of Kyle, and Kyle has a hard time making adjustments, and he turns wide receivers into running backs. That's why they get hurt. CMC, I think he ran him into the ground. He thinks he's Walter Payton. You get what's his name? Garendo?
Yep, Isaac
Jordan
Garendo.
Mason. Please use those guys. If you got to use CMC,
we're begging. We're now begging.
Put him in
Kyle,
the slot.
please.
Let him be a wide
please.
receiver. We need a wide receiver. We need another wide receiver. We never go deep. We don't
They
do
have
any
no
of
deep
that
speed.
Let's do something. Don't sit there like you do and look at your play card with that look on your face. It gets so frustrating. But, if Kyle can't do it, bring in Belichick next year.
Wow, he's out there.
That's
you
the
could
way
get
I
him.
look at it. Bring in a new OC, DC, Belichick. Let's go. And try to get I'm not sold on Purdy. I'm kind of like, if you were Joe Burrows was available and somehow you made a trade for him, I'd go for him.
He's not.
But that's
He's not available. I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. It gets a little frustrating. I mean, it's been an incredibly frustrating year. I mean, let's be honest. It's been a very frustrating year. But all I want to see. I mean, I just want to see, like, Guerendo has got 4.33 speed, and you could line him up outside. He played wide receiver in high school. Line him up outside and run him on go patterns. If all he did was run off the coverage, he's creating space and creating room for the other weapons to operate underneath. Use him. You can't, if you put a guy out there who's got 4.33 speed and he runs a go pattern, the other team will defend him. I guarantee you they will not just let him run off there by himself. They will send a defender with him. That alone is worth something. That alone creates space. And the Niners just don't have big playability. They don't have chunk yardage capability without using their speed. And who's fast on this team? CMC, Guerendo, Cowing, who's been concussed, Chris Conley. That's who. So go deep to those guys. Throw the ball deep. At least run them off let them run off the coverage. The fact that Guerendo just sits there and doesn't play at all, it's tough to watch. I can't watch it anymore. You got to get your speed on the field. John, appreciate the call. Appreciate the call, man.
Marty.
Thanks for the compliment, and have a great night in Santa Cruz. All right, let me take one more before the break. Rick, give me Rick and Highway 17, and then we'll get to JD next. Rick, you're on KMBR.
Hey, good evening. I'm actually driving to Santa Cruz right now, end of the day here. So I want to touch on your two questions. Who's in their prime, and what's the big move? What's the solution? So who's in their prime? I'll do that one first because it's maybe the shortest. And the preface is
right.
These guys have obviously played a ton of football with postseason. They've been playing more football than any other team out there right now outside of KC. With that, you're going to get banged up. I do think that CMC is still in his prime. He's injured. To me, injury is not the same thing as no longer being in your prime. Ayuk, he's in his prime. He's injured, but he's in his prime. Warner, he's in his prime. Greenlaw, injured, but in his prime. Bosa, defensive player, he is still in his prime. These guys are just beat down. Ufunga, if that guy wasn't, terribly injured, that dude is priming right now.
We're just having a hard time finding anybody who's healthy.
Well, and that's
everybody that you're saying. I agree with you, but they're all hurt.
Conditioning is the thing, and they've been playing a lot of football. And when you play at that high level, you're going to get banged up. So I feel like that's part of the deal. But that doesn't mean these dudes aren't in their prime. These dudes are studs. They as Niners, Lynch has done a great job of getting solid players, and he has set the table. We've got probably the best roster on paper for years. All right, so those are my prime players. Debo, the dude's banged up, but that dude is still explosive. So going back to the big move, who do we want to get rid of? This may not be the sexiest one. I say get rid of Moody. If we're not going to be able to score touchdowns in the red zone, then we have to have a more reliable kicker. I cringe every time we get in the position of having to rely on a kicker. So if we're going to get rid of anybody, axe that dude.
I hear you. I hear you.
The next, and maybe it's not that big either, but put Kyle on notice. I don't think you get rid of him because, quite frankly, there's no one else better out there right now, and that includes Belichick, and that even includes Salah. But there's really still kind of no one better. But the dude, he's in his head. He's too cerebral. It's like what you're saying. We've had Niner tickets since Candlestick. Our current seats right now are really close. I can see Shanahan's eyes. He's got the 1,000-yard stare. You're right. He's kind of lost. Other coaches have caught on to his schemes. You got to stay one step ahead. I agree with some of the other callers about Guerendo and Morgan. Like,
but you're saying put him on notice, Rick. You're saying what? Tell him you got 2 years, you got 3 years.
Any other industry, including my own, and I'm in management, sometimes, the stuff rolls uphill just like it rolls downhill. You got to take accountability. Performance plan. Like, dude, we're tired of being a bridesmaid. We want to be a bride. We're tired of blowing leads. We're tired of losing to mediocre divisional teams. We're tired of, a lot of things. The reason I say you don't axe him, we're tired of like 3 DCs in 3 years. Like, that's not a good look. Like, that's internal stuff. So leadership matters. The common thread on all sides of the ball is coaching, is leadership. I agree, players, may not be able to execute on the field, but it's the reason we're not seeing Morgan. That's not because Morgan doesn't want to get out there. That's a coaching decision. So we can't not look at coaching. So
Rick, appreciate your thoughts, man. We're going to jump, but we appreciate you jumping in on on the Highway 17. Good luck on your route to Santa Cruz. All right, we'll take a timeout. We're going to come back. We're going to let JD have a couple thoughts on this as well. JD will have boots on the ground in icy Buffalo. We'll talk about that as well next on the Sports Leader.
Ricky Waters stopped by with Greg and Greg this afternoon to chat 49ers and his shot at the NFL Hall of Fame. Listen to that podcast, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
faithful. Time to make some Niners noise on Niners Nightly with Larry Krueger on your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR, the sports leader.
Welcome back to Niners Nightly. Niners getting ready. It's Bills week. They'll be in Buffalo on Sunday, and so will my man JD, John Dickinson. Snow will be on the ground. 30-mile-an-hour winds expected. Wind chill estimated to be 8 at kickoff. And John Dickinson will be there representing KNBR. JD, how are you?
What's going on, Larry? Yeah, good to be with you, man. I'm gonna get to use a lot of that cold gear that I thought I was gonna need in Green Bay, and really didn't. It was a warm 40 to 43 degrees for most of that game on Sunday afternoon at Lambeau.
Well, let's get right into the Niners. We were talking about, big decisions that are lying ahead. And, some people want to go the autopsy route. They could go the autopsy route. If you want to be a man of action, what kind of action do you want to see? One of the big dilemmas, I think, in this offseason is going to be what to do exactly with Deebo Samuel. ESPN's insider, Dan Graziano, had a story this week out on ESPN.com about the different players that could be cap casualties. And he's got the Niners. He's got Deebo Samuel as a cap casualty. He's scheduled to make nearly $17 million next year. Most of it's not guaranteed until March 10th. You could designate him with a post-June 1st cut. And but if you release, and you would spread that cap hit over 2 years. But if you release him in March, he's got, if you release him or trade him, it's going to result in a $30 million plus dead cap hit for the Niners. So what do you do? Do you extend him for, between like 8 to 15 million per year for 2 or 3 years and try to balance it out off the books? Or do you lop him off and potentially take the significant dead cap hit to do so?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it feels to me like this is the end of Deebo Samuel with the San Francisco 49ers, meaning the remainder of this season as they sit now at 5-6 and 6 games to go on the year. I don't know how it winds up ending, but I think when you just look at the other potential, whether it's trade or release or they spread it out or however they do it, but there's just something going on. And I know he had Kyle Shanahan's back today on his own podcast, but there's just something that hasn't been right, whether it's been his play, whether it's been his attitude. And it's funny because, I mean, he came into camp and he was the least of their problems coming into camp. I mean, it was Brandon Ayuk and what was going on there, and Christian McCaffrey's injury that popped up. All of these things, Deebo was way down at the bottom, and he was primed to have, I thought, a great year. And he's had a couple of games where he's been really impactful, but the overall year has not been what anybody would have expected or desired it to be. And so I just kind of look at him starting to get a little bit older. I hate being the body language guy, but from being in the locker room post-game after a lot of these losses, like it just doesn't feel like he's really, one of the guys anymore, and he kind of knows it. Like, I think he knows the structure of his deal means that with everything else that they've got on the books, he's somebody that could either be moved or not be around anymore in some form or fashion. So I don't know. I think he's operating in some ways kind of like he knows it's the final days.
Dieter wants to strip him of his captaincy because he blew off the media, and obviously he talked down to the kicker, put his hands on the long snapper, and then was kind of a no-show himself, dropping a couple of key balls on Sunday, not looking particularly good, other than the kickoff return that was called back because of the Saubert hold. He didn't do a whole lot in the game. Are you with Dietz that strip him of his captaincy, or is that an overreaction?
No, I love the take, actually. I think it's,
I did
it's
too.
not going to happen.
I did too.
It's not going to happen, but I don't think the idea of it is out of bounds for the reasons that Dieter laid out at all. I mean, I just the optics have not really had him being a quality teammate. And look, I think Debo still is beloved in that locker room for everything that he's brought to the 49ers since he came into the league back in 2019. I think he's beloved for what he's done. But just because you're beloved for what you've done doesn't mean that, I think if you polled players in the locker room, they'd all say, oh, yeah, we love Debo. But is he exactly holding up his end of the bargain for this season? I think the answer's no in a number of different ways. Now, you'd never get players to come out and say that. It's kind of like the Warriors thing, right, with Klay Thompson in a way, right? He may not be the player that he used to be. His attitude may be a little bit different, and I'm not saying it's as bad as Klay got with the Warriors, but his attitude may be a little bit different. But you go man-to-man in that locker room, and nobody's going to speak a bad word of him, even though everybody kind of knows, yeah, he's not the same guy, and he hasn't really been the same teammate. But because there's so much love built up, nobody's necessarily going to call him out for it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, it absolutely does. Let me throw you the same questions that people throw me every day. Hey, Krug, why won't Shanahan use Mason and Garendo now that CMC's back? What's the deal, man? I get that one a lot. JD, what is the deal? Why is Shanahan not willing to use Mason with CMC, Garendo with CMC? They had the 10th best rushing attack. CMC came back, and they backslid with the reigning offensive player of the year. It's almost the unthinkable has happened here. Why does Shanahan not use Mason and Garendo anymore?
Well, it's more baffling considering the fact that McCaffrey hasn't been as effective as he's been in the past. I typically would defend it when the question would come up, like last year, and obviously Garendo's a rookie, so he wasn't a part of that, but Mason was around, and Elijah Mitchell, when he was healthy and around, there would be, hey, spread it out, keep McCaffrey fresh. You got a couple of other good backs that in this system can really be effective. So my answer then was always, look, Christian McCaffrey is so much better than both of those guys that you want to have him out on the field as much as possible. And I think to Kyle Shanahan's credit, in a sense, he didn't want to get cute with rotations and letting guys on the field that aren't his best players. The issue, though, is when you're not getting that same level of production, as has been the case in the short time that Christian McCaffrey's been back, and you've had a guy like Mason specifically who had success, and the team had some success when he got opportunities with McCaffrey out. Now you have a little bit more evidence in both directions. McCaffrey not necessarily at the same level. Mason proving with the opportunity that he received when Christian McCaffrey is out that he is more trustworthy, and so why not mix it up a little bit more? But Kyle just hasn't done it, and it's a hard one for me to explain other than there just isn't an internal trust for Mason, whether it's blitz pickups, whether it's the being a threat in the passing game, if the ball has to get dumped off to him on a pass play. Like I don't totally know what it is. Whether is it fumbling? Mason had I always kind of wonder, is Mason somebody? Does Mason cough it up at practice? That was always one thing in prior year, last year, say. I would kind of wonder. So there's some level of not trusting, a rookie, and I think, a lot of coaches just don't trust rookies. So I think Garendo's kind of in his own category on that. I think Mason's in a category where I would more agree that you could spread it up and divide it up a little bit more evenly than it's been, because it's been so extreme. But my only answer, Larry, is there's something internally that Kyle just, as much as he likes Mason, doesn't totally trust about Mason, whether maybe he's hitting the wrong hole on some plays, maybe he's not picking up the blitz on other plays, maybe he's not quite as trusted in the pass game, regardless of how many hours he spent on the jugs gun in the spring and in the summer, and then coughing up the rock, which is something that you can't have happen.
Yeah, I would say that. I would say it's ball security. Mason fumbles, Garendo fumbles, because who's the other guy that Kyle loved them a ton? That was Mitchell, and he never fumbled. I don't think he's ever fumbled at all. So, I mean, maybe that's it. Maybe that's ball security. How about poor tackling? What is the poor tackling? I mean, seriously, what's it attributable to? This team missed almost 20 tackles, and it was like 15 in the first half. And Kyle,
10 in the first quarter. 10 in the first
Kyle's
quarter,
like,
Larry.
well, our count was like 12. It's like, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. 12's way too many. And he said, as soon as he said it, he knew he said the wrong thing because he's like, but 12's too damn many anyway. But what is the reason? Is it fatigue? Is it Greenlaw? Or is it, is it Sorensen? Is it Staley? I mean, why can they not tackle? It seems like it's a defense-wide epidemic at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I just think it starts up front too. I mean, I think anytime you're able, especially in the running game, anytime you're able to get through that first level on the defensive line easily, you've got more momentum to be able to make people miss at the second and third levels. So I think part of the problem starts there. It's just the fact that guys are not getting either tripped up front or at least slowed down to a point where linebackers and safeties and others can come in and make the tackles on the running play specifically. The other part of it is, and I've said this all year, and the people that have heard me on with you and other shows in the station are going to be like, oh, there goes JD again. They don't have good linebackers other than Fred Warner, and Fred Warner can't do everything. Yeah. And Fred Warner's missed a lot of tackles this year, as well as he's played. At times, he would tell you, I mean, there's just been too many times where I think a guy's had a little bit of a head of steam against Fred and can either make him miss a little bit to get by him or get through him. And then, I think it comes down to talent. I think Dre Greenlaw has been missed.
Yeah.
I knew it was going to be huge, but he has been missed even more than anyone I think possibly could have imagined. And then you got a lot of youth in the secondary as well, and guys that are kind of figuring out their way at the NFL level and angles that you have to take and just the toughness that you have. Tackling is a skill. Tackling isn't just about tenacity and just the want to do so. I mean, that's part of it, but tackling is getting the right angle. Tackling is attacking the right part of the body for where you are in the field, and then it's about the ability to want and desire and be physical and strong and all of those different things. And I think whatever it is, the 49ers have not had enough good players on the field this year or experienced players to get it done at the level that needs to be done.
Last one, but number one need. Is linebacker the number one positional need of the 49ers offseason that lies ahead?
No, I mean, linebacker is a need. I think defensive tackles, man. And I know they've tried to address it, and they've also tried to address pass rusher. They need some run stopping, just 320-pounders that can get. I mean, they need some guys who can just get after it.
They need their Chris Jones.
Yeah, they need some guys that are 310, 315 that are just terrors to move. And so that to me, if you're saying, JD, what's the number one thing like on the whole roster, I think they need two new interior defensive tackles that are physical and want the smoke and just can plug up the run.
Yeah, the war daddies, the big war daddies. They need a couple of big-time war daddies.
A couple of guys from the SEC that just
exactly.
Just don't mess around, man.
Exactly. They need those war daddies. I would say linebacker's a close second, though. They need a really good linebacker to go with what they got. They need a couple war daddies up front. They need somebody on that D-line that commands a double team. JD, thank you for your time. I'm looking at my notes here. I'm looking at a JT O'Sullivan note. But JD, thanks for the time. Thanks for jumping in. Your boots on the ground, man. Stay warm this weekend. We don't want to see you with walking pneumonia or something. I mean, that sounds like it could be brutal. In Buffalo.
I got it all, man. I got the beanies. I got the Under Armour. I got the jacket, man. I'm going to be layered up. I got some. It's funny. At Lambeau. In the pro shop there, in the team shop, they sell hand warmers, like those things you kind of keep. You break them and you
put them in your boots.
I bought
or
three
put them in
of
your
them.
Gloves.
Yeah, I bought three of them. I bought them just to not thinking. It's like I might need them for the game in Lambeau. Didn't, but I thought I'm surely going to need them in Buffalo, so I'm going to use the hand warmers from Lambeau in Buffalo on Sunday night.
Oh, man, you're going to need him. JD, hey, man, safe travels. Happy Thanksgiving to you and the fam, and thanks for jumping on Niners Nightly tonight.
Yeah, you as well, Larry. Thank you.
The great John Dickinson. Of course, Niners and Bills go in Buffalo on Sunday. Buffalo's 9-2. They've won 6 in a row. They've scored 30 points or more in 5 straight games, and they're only giving up 19 points a game. It could be rough. It could be rough. We'll take our final timeout. We'll come back, and then we'll hand the reins to Carlos Ramirez. And he is definitely going to take more of your phone calls at 808-KMBR, so keep him company and give him a call. We'll pass the baton to him next on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Niners Nightly with your host, Larry Krueger, on KNBR, the Sports Leader. Sports Leader.
Yes, something crazy happened during the week, but I thought Brandon did some real good things. He had one real bad decision at the beginning of the game early, where he threw it to number 7. Unfortunately, that guy dropped it. But I thought he made some big plays in the game that gave us a chance to get back into it. Him going across the board and getting that touchdown to Kittle He had a couple big third downs. He had a hell of a throw on the one that Debo tipped and ended up being intercepted. I think his two toughest plays were a keeper on 2nd and 7 where he slipped right before he threw it. I think the next play was that pick. And then, but what he does have to do better is protect the ball in the pocket. The ball was on the ground too much.
Welcome back to Niners Nightly. Kyle Shanahan right there talking about Brandon Allen. I thought Brandon Allen played well. He's got to protect the ball in the pocket. A lot of big boys in there. Everybody's swiping. So you got to protect the ball when you're in the pocket, and he knows that. But I thought he played pretty well. I thought he played on time. Thought he played with poise. Threw 3 or 4 really nice balls. I thought he played well. But, you got to take care of the football. You can't in a crowd. And it's as simple as that. You can't hold it loosely. You got to have 2 hands on the ball. But I thought overall he played well. And if Purdy can't or doesn't throw without pain this week, you're going to see more of Brandon Allen Sunday in Buffalo. All right, we're getting ready to hand it to Carlos Ramirez, but let's take one more before we get out of here. Nathan's in Vegas and has been waiting patiently, wants to talk about Fred Warner. Nathan, you'll be our final call this hour on the Sports Leader. What's going on?
Hey, not so much. If I was any happier, I'd be skinny dipping with crocodiles.
Let me digest that and really just let it all sink in. Oh, that's a little creepy. All right, Nathan, go ahead. What else you got?
Well, to me, I'm a Fred Warner homer. It's he's missing tackle, the best, even from BYU.
Yeah.
Until now, but at the beginning of the season, was in preseason, he was injured with that ankle. Then he did against the Patriots. He just seems like a person who can't cut, can't stop and go, can't do, break it down and make the tackle like he needs to, because it just seems like that injury is still bothering him. But he's too much of a player that he's not going to come out because he knows the team needs him.
Dude's a baller. I asked him in the locker room last Wednesday. I said, Fred, how do you rejuvenate yourself in the middle of a season on the fly when you're getting worn down? And he looked right at me, and we got a pretty good talking relationship. And he knows, Krug knows. He knows I'm worn down. But then he's like, he knows he doesn't want to be worn down. So he's like, I don't get worn down. And he kind of laughed about it, kind of winked. I don't get worn down. But that's what's happening here. Fred's an awesome player who's getting worn down. And when you get worn down, suddenly you don't have quite the same quickness, quite the same reactions, quite the same reaction time. And if you don't have your partner in crime, Dre Greenlaw, and your second partner in crime, Azeez Al-Shaair, and you're looking at Devondre Campbell, and Campbell struggling to close down space, suddenly, you know what? This is open game on the Niner linebackers. I mean, the Niner linebackers are giving 0 resistance on the short passing game, and it's been going on for about 5 or 6 weeks. So I love Fred. He's a great player. He's trying to gut it out. He won't admit that he's gassed, but he's gassed. And hopefully he can get rejuvenated. Sometimes guys find their second wind. Maybe he can be one of those guys. But Campbell has been very disappointing, very disappointing. He's big and strong, but he's lost his agility. He's lost his change of direction. The Geno Smith touchdown run, I mean, he was right there. You have to be able to bring him down. He didn't get a finger on him, didn't get anywhere near him. The lack of agility from Devondre, unfortunately, is the reason that Green Bay said goodbye. And he's just not a reasonable facsimile of Dre Greenlaw. There's no offense in that, but that's the reality. And so they backslid there. And let's be honest, they were asking Fred and Dre to cover the entire second level. And they did that last year, and they went to the Super Bowl. But it's a tall ask. It's hard to do it in back-to-back years. And without Dre, it's near impossible. And you saw the results this year. Nathan, appreciate the phone call, though. Have a great night in Vegas.
Yeah, you too.
All righty. Opens up a line at 808 KMBR. But that's going to do it for us. Carlos Ramirez is next. Trevor's hanging in Reno, wants to talk about Purdy, and Carlos will gladly take that call and many more at 808 KMBR. So keep him company. He's talking a lot of Niners. What are they going to look like Sunday in Buffalo? It's going to be a challenge. We'll say that. But Carlos is next. I'm back with you tomorrow. We've got the Wednesday before Thanksgiving. John Warrow is going to stop by from Buffalo, and we'll get his thoughts on how the Bills are looking tomorrow night at 6 o'clock. So join me tomorrow night for another edition of Niners Nightly. We'll take Thursday and Friday off for the holiday, but join me tomorrow at 6 on the Sports Leader. Carlos is next. Thanks to Jacob Violante and all of you. Thanks to JD. Have a great night on the Sports Leader.
It's time for you to sound off, for you to speak your mind. This show is for the faithful. Touchdown! Dub Nation. Bang! Steph Curry again! And the seam heads that bleed orange and black. Good night! This is Sports Phone KNBR. Sponsored by Industrial Metal Supply on the Sports Leader. Check the live stream on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
And the number is 415-808-5627. 415-808-5627. Please play this Violante accordingly. Thank you. Yeah, that's how I feel right now, baby. This season is a freaking roller coaster of love and hate, too. If you're a 49er fan, that's how it feels. We're going up. No, we're going down. Up. Well, we're going up. Did you watch this movie? If anyone knows to what movie soundtrack this banger belongs to, give me a call. 415-808-5627. I'm so rude. My name is Carlos Ramirez. Welcome to Sports Phone KNBR, the most fun, interactive 2 hours of sports talk radio on the planet. That's what my wife says. You too. The number is 415-808-5627. Play for me. Ah, man, what a song. Roller Coaster of Love by the Red Hot Chili Peppers. If you're not banging your head in your car, you're sick. Go to the doctor right now. Have you heard that song before? Jacob Violante?
I've heard the Ohio Players version, but never the Red Hot version.
Did you like it?
Pretty sweet.
It is amazing. Absolutely amazing. From the Beavis and Butthead movie soundtrack is that version. You can't find it on any of the regular Red Hot Chili Pepper albums. It's from the Beavis and Butthead soundtrack. So now you know. If you didn't know, now you know. Why did Carlos, I'm going third person here, why did Carlos start the show with Roller Coaster of Love? Well, I just said it. The 49ers season feels like a roller coaster. I don't know about you, but I love roller coasters. I love them. They're exciting. You go up, you go down, it goes fast. It's week 13. When did the season go by? It's flying by. Doesn't it feel like a roller coaster? It does. So here's the thing. On every roller coaster, you kind of know the ending, right? No one goes on a roller coaster and doesn't know what the thing does. Is it a ship? You know, the ships that go left and right. Is it where you hang your feet? Is it a wooden, you know, like the ones in Great America? Is it that kind of thing? What is it? You know. Does anyone know how this roller coaster ride ends in 2025? Does anyone have any idea? And now, the other roller coaster, play it again, please, because I want to give people context. I want to give people a different perspective. I've found a connecting theme between the NBA and the NFL. Listen to this. Funny feeling in the tummy. The NBA. Listen to that riff. Listen to that. Isn't it beautiful? So why is the NBA a roller coaster? Please, listen to this first. Oh, here's why. I'm going to let you know why. If you're an NBA fan, like I am, and you are going to turn on your television or buy a ticket for a game, it's a roller coaster ride because you don't know what's going to happen. Is Steph playing? Is Lucas suiting up? Is Trae Young lacing them up? Is Giannis available? Am I, as a fan, paying a ticket of over $150, $200 plus the beer, the hot dog, the burger, the jersey, the hat, to go watch an NBA game and not see my favorite player or players play? And that is a problem. Huge problem. And that's, I think, the main reason why the NBA ratings aren't as good and why the NBA has a severe problem. They're trying to fix it. How? Well, the NBA fined the Atlanta Hawks with $100,000 for holding Trae Young out of an NBA Cup game, this still inexplicable tournament that they came up with to make players kind of more excited about the regular season. And they still miss games. That's how you know, Jacob, the NBA Cup don't work. Because for an NBA Cup game, the Hawks sat Trae Young. They knew they could get fined. They're not dumb. No NBA team is. They can make wrong moves in the draft or trades, whatever. That doesn't mean they're dumb. The Hawks knew what they were doing. The NBA launched a full-blown investigation, and they fined the Hawks with $100,000 on November 12th against the Celtics, mind you. The problem is so bad that the Hawks sat Trae Young against the Celtics. That's a massive game. And here's the problem. I am 41 years old. I grew up here in the States, in Venezuela, mainly in Venezuela, which is where I was born. My family and I had cable. One of those stations on our cable package was WGN Chicago. And they carried every Cubs game and every Bulls game. And we knew that every time that TV was going to be turned on to WGN for a Bulls game, we knew Jordan was going to suit up, Pippen was going to play, Dennis Rodman, if he wasn't in Vegas, he would play, Ron Harper, Luke Longley, you name it, Steve Kerr, they were going to play. But not just that. We got excited because we knew, because we were Jordan/Bulls fans, we knew that if that night it was Pacers-Bulls, Reggie was going to suit up, Rick Smits, Hayward Workman, they're all dressing up. The Davis, Del Davis, they're all going to suit up, right? If it was the Knicks, Stark's going to be there, Chris Childs, Patrick Ewing, they're suiting up. If it's the Hornets, Lonzo's there, LJ's there, Muggsy Bogues. You can go down the list. I'm not just watching my team. I'm excited to watch the other team as well. That's not happening anymore in the NBA. And the problem is so significant that they're trying to fix it with the NBA Cup. That's what the whole NBA Cup is for. They're giving players financial incentives to not miss regular season games in October, November, December. That's what it is. Is anyone, did the Lakers hang an NBA Cup banner up in Staples? No. They're getting millionaires to get excited about making more money. That's it. But guess what? It's not working. Because the Hawks sat down Trae Young against the Celtics. And the league found out you can't do that. And now they find him. So I ask you, the fan, because this is a show for the fans, and the number is 415-808-5627. 415-808-KNBR. How do we fix the NBA? Topic number one. How would you fix the NBA? We're giving you Adam Silver powers here on the show. Make this roller coaster ride fun again. Because it went from the Hulk roller coaster ride at Universal to It's a Small World. That's what it feels like. Who's gonna play now in this NBA? Na, na, na. I don't really know. Is he gonna suit up? Is he gonna be hurt? It's a small world after all. I don't want that. No one wants that. I mean, my kids do. They're 4 and 9. I'm a grown-ass man. I want Hulk. I want, a grown-up roller coaster. So how would you fix it? How do you fix the NBA? Because I don't know. Find the teams more money? Do you shorten the schedule? Well, guess what? What do you do with the contracts that you signed your players to? Let's say Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum, who signed massive deals to play 82, not 60. What do you do with the TV deals that are now signed for a decade? Because guess what? NBC Universal signed a huge deal for billions of dollars for 82, not 60. What do you do with the leasing on the building that's for 82, 41? Let's fix it, people. I believe in the NBA fandom in the Bay Area. I believe in the brain trust and brain power that resides within the skulls of the sports fans here in the Bay Area. The smartest point on the planet. That's why we have AI inventions and tech and Silicon Valley. We have it here. Let's apply it to sports. That's what I want to know. Again, the number, 415-808-5627. We have a stacked show. Jordan Elliott is going to join us today to talk 49ers, some Dubs too as well, but mainly 49ers. And Chris Alvarez from ABC7 from KGO will be with us in the second hour. So we have a stacked show. Your calls. Quick break here on the other side. We're going to go with Trevor up in Reno. We have Jay in Rancho Cucamonga. We have Marion Petaluma. It is a stacked show. Stacked. Again, topic number one. Please, let's put our brains together and find a way to fix the NBA. 415-808-5627. Quick break on the other side. More. This is Sports Phone KNBR on the Sports Leader.
This is Sports Phone KNBR. Dial the digits or send us a text at 415-808-KNBR. We're streaming on YouTube all damn day at KNBR 1045.
Ah, yes. The best theme song in sports. Round Ball Rock, the John Tesh creation when men were men and players were players. And they would suit up every damn day to play basketball. Yes. This has to come back next season when the NBA goes back to NBC. Isn't it perfect? This screams Michael Jordan, Isaiah Thomas, Patrick Ewing, Reggie Miller, Lakers, Celtics. Doesn't it? Hakeem, Shaq, baby Shaq up in Orlando, Penny, Dominique, Kemp, and Peyton up in Seattle. I want to cry. Man. Tim Hardaway and Lonzo then in Miami. Doesn't it just say it? Like it's a random Thursday night in November, and everyone's around the TV making some popcorn. Dad's got a beer. Kids got sodas. And you're just sitting down watching a great basketball game. I miss that. I miss it. I have to wait until the playoffs to get it. Right? All right. You're listening to Sports Phone KNBR. That's the topic of the night today to start the show. How do we fix the NBA? I am Carlos Ramirez. Thank you for joining me with Jacob Violante taking care of the ship tonight. Let's go to the phones. Trevor in Reno wants to address the Brock Purdy situation. Trevor, welcome to Sports Phone KNBR. What's on your mind?
Well, I'm going to respect you as a host, and I'm going to go directly to the topic of discussion.
Oh, I appreciate that. Hey, no, I do not mind. Thank you for that. Thank you, Trevor, up in Reno.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And for me, gosh, yeah, that was a great song. Brought back awesome memories. The Bulls and the Jazz.
Like what? Give me what memory brought back. Where did your mind go to with that song?
Man, just the games actually meant something.
Mm-hmm.
And so here is, I almost feel like having a Venn diagram of basketball in the 90s versus even, that's when I grew up. I was born in 84, but I remember the 90s. It, to me, is the players had so much more loyalty with the teams than versus themselves.
Okay.
So it's hard for me to say that the NBA will be able to fix this right away because I think it's a cultural thing. I think a lot of players are more about themselves than they are about the teams. And when they're about themselves and they have a lot more power,
right,
then they can choose to be, you know what, I'm not going to play. And if I don't play, it's going to hurt. It's going to hurt the TV ratings.
Right.
So I think it has to be a cultural shift. So there has to be more emphasis on staying with the teams. Like Jordan, he stayed with the Bulls.
Mm-hmm. So you said you were born in 84. Is that right, Trevor?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, so we're the same age. I was born in 83, so I'm 41, you're 40. Tell me something. When was the last time that you were excited or actually sat down to watch? Are you a Warriors fan?
Warriors fan, yes.
Okay, so when was the last time, Trevor in Reno, that you knew and even made it a purpose to schedule a night with yourself and the TV, or friends perhaps, to sit down and watch an NBA game that was not a playoff game, that did not involve the Warriors, and you were excited about it?
Boy, I can't tell you beside the Warriors.
Right.
Because I remember my favorite one was the Warriors and the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my God. That was incredible.
Right, the KD Thunder, right? KD, Harden, Westbrook, right? Decade ago?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a thing of these two teams hate each other.
Right.
So even if it pissed me off that the Warriors lost, there was something that I could actually be glued to. Like as a sports fan, I respected it just in sports in general. The atmosphere.
Right.
I mean, going to Oklahoma City, And then, Curry hitting that really crazy 3-point shot. Bang!
On a double banger by Mike Breen. But here's the thing. When I was 15, 16, 17, whatever, in my teens and early 20s, Trevor, up in Reno, I remember my high school friends and I, or my college friends and I, in Venezuela, in a different country, we would look up the NBA schedule and say, okay, guys, we got Shaq and Penny against Starks and Patrick Ewing. Let's go. And I was a Bulls fan and a Warriors fan. I had no emotional investment. I just knew that night I'm going to watch a great basketball game. Or you know what, guys? I was a massive fan, such a big fan of the Kings, of the Rick Adelman Kings. Jason Williams, Chris Webber, Vlade, Peja, Doug Christie, then Mike. That was I was so hyped up to watch, I don't know, Celtics and Kings, whatever game, a random game, but I knew the product was going to be so good. We had to watch it. I don't have that anymore, and I miss it.
No, exactly. And again, I think it's because a lot of it is the players thinking about themselves, and if I don't like the team and the team struggles, I can just jump on the net and go somewhere else.
Yeah.
And so for them, it's, why am I going to be loyal to a team if they're losing?
Exactly.
It's all about me.
Exactly. Trevor, thank you so much. I'm going to let you give you your Purdy take, because that's the take you wanted to talk about. So what's your Purdy situation take? Now I'm giving you the favor back. What's your take?
Well, I appreciate that, but before I do that, I'm going to say my favorite sports theme is, I'm biased and I'm a composer.
Okay.
Is John Williams' Sunday Night Football theme.
Yes.
If you look it up, wide receiver, it's John Williams.
Yes.
I mean, doesn't that get you psyched up?
I mean, one and John Tash. I mean, these two, it doesn't get any better.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Now, and I'm going to go back to Purdy. I know you've got a lot of callers. I'm going to say when it comes down to it, a lot of people are saying Purdy's not good enough. He is by far the best quarterback the Niners have had in a long time.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if we wanted to make an argument, if Purdy was in the game versus the Packers, they'd score a lot more than 10 points.
Yep, I agree.
And with what the Purdy, with, who does he have now? Debo's not catching balls. There is somebody who made a great comment that says, I was saying our kicker, I forgot his name, Moody, should have came up to Debo and said, man up, lock in.
Yep.
Let's see what he's going to do.
Yep.
So
I agree.
It's not on Purdy. The 49ers need to build the team around him. They need to have offensive linemen.
Yeah.
They need to have, they need to actually step up.
They
the
do.
Draft selection has not been great.
They do. Trevor, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
And thanks for calling.
You're welcome, and if I don't talk to you later, happy Thanksgiving.
You too. Have a happy Thanksgiving. That's Trevor up in Reno. The number is 415-808-5627. Sports Phone KMBR. You're listening to it right now. I'm your host tonight, Carlos Ramirez. Let's go to Jay in Rancho Cucamonga. Wants to talk about Niners and Dubs. Jay, what's up? Welcome to the show. What's on your mind?
Hi, Carlos. I'm a longtime listener for KMBI. I just moved down here for a couple of years ago.
Okay.
So I get lonely with
man, we got you.
And baseball.
We got you.
I will say this. That last caller, I disagree with pretty much everything he said.
We got to fight. We got a phone fight.
Yeah, I guess you can call it that. First of all, as far as for the players being selfish, remember, it's the owners who made it that way. Remember that. And I'm always all for the players, not for the owners. I know there are good owners like the Warriors that they have, but believe me, they'll kick them out, they'll spit them out, they'll chew them. So as far as loyalty, I get it with the players. The only thing you don't see like that is in the NFL because they don't have as much power. Mm-hmm. I mean, the same thing happens with baseball. They rest the player just to rest the player. I get it with the NBA, and that's, basketball, my favorite sport. But, when it comes to the Warriors, I don't want but I don't want Steph and Draymond tired. I want them fresh. And I know some of the things that you were saying how to fix it. the only thing I can really think of is just going to have to lessen some of the games. But you know, me in general, I love sports in general, but I don't. If it's not my team, unless it's playoff or a massive game, I don't really. I'm not going to sit there and watch, you know, a game from a team I don't root for. Even with football, baseball, same thing too. It's just my team. You know, I had the pleasure of going to see the Warriors down here against the Clippers. Wasn't what I was hoping that happened, but you know, those are the events I go to. I love sports, I really do, but I'm not going to sit there and just watch other games. That's what I listen to it. I actually listen more to. I subscribe to all the apps.
Yep.
Because I'll do that. That's just me. There's just too much time on my hand, and I don't think you're going to get that back with, you know, just in our society right now. You know, and
yeah.
Go ahead.
No, let me ask you something, Jay. If there's a random, would you watch a random NBA playoff game not involving the Warriors or not?
Yes,
okay.
That I would.
Okay.
On there.
But not a regular season game.
Competing with the Warriors. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
But not a regular season game, right?
No,
okay.
But I do that same thing with other sports.
Right.
I'm not going to sit there and watch a Sunday night baseball or Sunday night football. You know, if it's not my team, it's not that I don't love it.
Right.
I'll keep track of the score, but it's just, you know, that's just me on there.
No, I get it. I get it. I understand it. So how would you fix it, Jay, up and run Chukwuemeka? Because here's the thing. There's an article from, let me see the date, from 3 days ago, from November 23rd. The website is Front Office Sports. It says, why are the NBA ratings down to start the season? Quote, NBA viewership on ESPN is down 28% through November 21st. They're averaging 1.7 million viewers through the first 18 games broadcast on the network. On TNT, down 3%. And everyone's got a theory, right? Shaq thinks it's the three-point shot. Too many of them. Others think it's the load management. Others think it's politics that have bled into the sport. I mean, everyone's got their opinion. Why do you think the NBA has lost its shine over the last couple of years, and how would you fix it?
Without reading the whole article, in my own opinion, I think ratings are down only because there's just way too much influx. I think everything that they said, I would agree with, including the politics, you know.
Okay.
But, you know, there's just a glut. There's too much to go on. And then, you know, NBA starts out with the middle of football, maybe a little bit of baseball playoffs, and then you got the holidays. You know, there's a gluttony on it. And, you know, that's just my thought.
Right.
I love basketball, but again, even before it was big, I'm not going to sit there and watch a random NBA game.
Right.
You know, maybe a game with star players, but rarely. I just have too much other stuff to do like that. That's why I purchased the apps. I mean, the NBA, the NFL, and baseball are all guilty of their own.
Right.
They offer so many ways to listen and watch them, and I take advantage of that. That's why I have the NBA app. That's why I have NFL. That's why I have MLB app, because I have other stuff to do, and I get to listen to it. And plus, I love my local broadcasters anyway.
Right.
That's the other reason too.
Final question to you, Jay, before we go to Mary in Petaluma. Do you care about the NBA Cup?
No, and I didn't care about it in general. And I do want to answer a question you had earlier too. No, I don't. It's kind of silly, although I like the way that they set up the way the courts look.
That's fine. That's cool.
But the soundtrack, by the way, for Roller Coaster, I thought that was from Beavis and Butthead.
It is Beavis and Butthead. That's what it is.
Yeah.
That's what it is. That's exactly what it is. Jay, thank you so much. You're never lonely. You're never alone. Whenever you get lonely, we got you here on KNBR. Thank you, buddy.
Thank you.
All right. Let's go to Mary in Petaluma. Mary, you say the NBA we should treat them like a spoiled child. So what do you mean?
Well, I just think that. First of all, thanks, Carlos. Great show.
Thank you.
You're very engaging. Yeah.
Oh,
Great
thank
job.
you. Thank you.
Yeah.
So are you.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I think the same way. Like, okay, the market is saturated. I think all points that have been made tonight are so valid. The most previous caller saying accountability has to be at the top, and what you get is a product of individuals who don't have to work or don't have to have a sense of pride like you once did for a variety of reasons, Carlos. I'm 61, okay? And I've Bay Area sports all my life, huge fan, participant, blah, 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 blah. And I love that you brought me back to freaking WGN and the Bulls.
Yeah.
And Isaiah Thomas, who won me $1,000. I was bartending in Waikiki, $1,000 on that game. I lost the job for betting. I didn't know it was illegal, but I won $1,000. And I bet a customer, just things like that. McHale and Bird, are you kidding me?
I'm going to cry. I'm going to cry, Mary. You're going to make me cry.
Right, Magic Johnson coming out with his HIV diagnosis. Are you kidding me? Like, those are seminal events in a sports fan's history, in my opinion. You're too young. There used to be, I grew up with 3 channels, and there was, you're going to watch sports, and there was going to be a blast, and you probably sat on the couch if you were or on the floor if you were the youngest of 7 kids or whatever.
Yep.
You were going to watch Dad's News, no matter what was going to be on at some point, and maybe on a banner night you'd get, Murder, She Wrote, and maybe Matlock. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Angela Lansbury. What are you talking about?
Exactly. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
And I just love the sports, whatever, the NBA Game of the Week song. You're too young to remember. Come on and sit right down. Get into the action while you're relaxing at home. Sit down and do something nice for yourself. Sharing the feeling with somebody else. Time out for the NBA Game of the Week. And that was in the 70s. And I'm telling you.
We need an applause for that. We need an applause for that, Mary. That was excellent. That was excellent.
I'm telling you. So I think in terms of your point is, I think there's just the market is saturated. You can pick and choose. We have that stuff at our fingertips, like was brought up. But I also think if you start from the very top, a way to maybe fix it, somehow make it a publicly held entity.
Okay.
I don't know. You know what I mean? Like it's just like another huge corporation. It's Bezos with Amazon, and it's freaking Elon Musk with Tesla, and they get to do whatever they want to do because they have the money. And you know what? I'm guilty. Shame on me. I'll support it sometimes. You know what I mean?
Because we love
I
it.
love the
We're hooked on
product.
it. Yeah.
So anyway.
Mary, I have a surprise. I have a gift for you, Mary. I have a gift for you.
What's up?
Ready? For you and the listeners here at Sports Phone KNBR. Remember, the number is 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. We're taking people down memory lane and giving them trips to the better days of the NBA in this show. Let me play you this and see what it means and where it takes you back in time. Okay. Play it, Jacob. And now, the starting lineup for your Chicago Bulls. At forward, 6'6", Scottie Pippen. The man in the middle, New Mexico, Luke Longley. From Split, Croatia, number 7, Tony Kukoc. From Miami of Ohio, number 9, Ron Harper. And from North Carolina, number 23, Michael Jordan. If you don't have goosebumps right now, you got to go to the doctor.
I know.
You're dead right now. I got goosebumps all over. I'm 15 again, Mary. I miss this. I need it again in my life. This feeling of addiction, of healthy addiction to a sporting product. I have it with the 49ers and the NFL, but I need it with the NBA again, Mary. I got goosebumps all over. How do you feel?
Yeah. Same here. I know. We're spoiled. We're indulged. We've been that way for a while. I get that. And it won't happen overnight like the previous caller said, but something's got to give. I mean, let's rein it in. Can we get some perspective?
Please.
Can we just I think, okay. I don't mean to offend anybody. I probably will offend a lot. I think it kind of started slippery slope when everybody was allowed, like when I was a kid, the kids who played sports were legit jocks. Do you know what I mean?
Yep.
We were good at it. We were coordinated. We wanted to freaking be there. We fought like hell. We had tryouts, and if you weren't good enough, guess what? You got cut.
Yeah.
So there's a thing of earning, I think, that might have been lost in the last couple of I don't know. I don't have an answer, but I love your show, Carlos.
Thank you.
Great work, babe.
Thank you, Mary. Mary's got me feeling good about myself. Thank you, Mary. Thank you. All right, we got Ray in Richmond. He says the NBA these days and also the Niners. What's up, Ray? Welcome to the show. What you got, baby?
Look, the NBA these days, man, it's weird. I don't understand. It's like they don't play hard. They don't play defense. All they want to do is chuck up threes, and you got a 7 foot, I don't know what Wemby is. He out there shooting threes. Okay, but you got to go down to the paint when you're that big. And to me, it's no defense, man. Back in the day, when you had Magic going against Isaiah, man, that was glorious. When you had Magic going against Bird, that was glorious. These days, it's not glorious. It's not exciting. Just like right now, instead of watching the Lakers play, because I'm a Laker fan, instead of watching the Lakers play, man, I'm just like, whatever, man. This game, it just don't even seem right. And then with the Niners, now, I actually think, have you heard anything on Purdy and Bosa for this week?
Not yet. We're waiting.
So, I actually think if we get Purdy and Bosa back this week, I actually think we got a chance to go off in there and do what we got to do in Buffalo. I know they're a good team, but Josh Allen is trying to play superhero, and I don't think if everybody's clicking on the defense, he can play superhero. I mean, I know I probably sound retarded, but I'm just a diehard fan, man. I love my team to death, man. That's all I can say, man. So thank you for taking my call. Have a good night, and I'll talk to you later.
Thank you, Ray. Happy Thanksgiving, buddy. That's Ray. Quick break here on the show. Ethan in Sonoma, hang in there. Same with Dan up in San Jose. We'll be right back. Quick break on the other side. More your phone calls, perspectives, the text line, the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. The phones are popping tonight on Sports Phone KNBR. I'm Carlos Ramirez. We'll be right back.
KNBR and KNBR FM, your home of San Francisco 49ers football. The nighttime is the right time for Sports Phone KNBR. Let's go on the sports leader. Streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
The number is 415-808-5627. I am Carlos Ramirez. You're listening to Sports Phone KNBR. Yeesh. We got breaking news, Jacob. We never have breaking news at 7:58 p.m. on a Tuesday night. That's for Papa Show. Papa and Silver, that's what they have. But guess what? The gods of baseball smile at us. Not a Giants fans, though. We got some breaking news, and you're going to be upset about this one. Yeah, it ain't good, buddy. Let's see. How do we do this? Let me think. How do we do this? How do we do this so you at home don't puke? Ready? We have it? No? Yes? All right, go. On his Instagram account, because that's how news are broken in the 21st century, I invite you to follow him, or not, at SnellZilla4. At SnellZilla4. Blake Snell just posted on his Instagram account 9 minutes ago a picture of himself wearing the Dodgers uniform. This is not a drill. I repeat. Blake Snell just posted a picture, evidently Photoshopped picture of himself. Very well done, by the way. The designer was on point. Blake Snell, 9 minutes ago, posted a picture of himself wearing the Dodger uniform. The blue hat, the white uni, blue Dodgers, across the chest, a number 7 in bright red underneath the ERS. So apparently, Blake Snell is or will be a Dodger. We were having such a good show. I was in such a good mood. We're talking about the NBA and how to You have to make it all bad.
Does this mean maybe they won't sign Juan Soto, though? Do they have enough loot for that?
I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know. I think it means they're out of Roki Sasaki and Corbin Burns and Max Fried, right? The Dodgers had the 13th best ERA in baseball last season, 3.92. But if you go specifically to starting pitching, which is what they're going to get with Mr. Blake Snell, the Dodgers last season had a combined ERA in their rotation of 4.23. That was 19th best in baseball. And remember, Shohei didn't pitch last season, so they're going to get him back now this year. Yeah. So let me get this right. The Dodgers are going to get Shohei Ohtani on the mound. They're going to get Yamamoto and now Blake Snell. Oh, that's so much fun. Yeah. What do we do here? Do we call 911? The baseball version of 911. What do you think about this, Giants fans? The Giants lost Blake Snell. At least that's what he's saying, right? I mean, why would Blake Snell post a picture of himself? The caption says L.A. and the two eyes, the wide open eyes emoji next to it. That's what he did. Blake Snell at SnellZilla4 posted a picture. It's got 8,178 likes in 12 minutes. Blake Snell apparently is either pranking everyone or is now a Dodger. Dear Lord. Let's go to Ethan and Sonoma. He was going to talk about the old NBA and the new. I don't know. How does this find you, Ethan? Welcome to the show.
I mean, we were going to talk NBA, but I don't know if that's even on the table anymore.
Damn it.
I mean, the rich keep getting richer. I mean, I'm hoping it'd be a disgusting and awful red herring if this doesn't turn out to be true.
It's not April Fool's Day. It's November 26th, for crying out loud.
I mean, and dropping this at 8 p.m. left me speechless. I thought you were pulling a prank on me.
No.
And I was like, no way.
What would I do that for?
I mean, I'm hoping, it's a dark time. It feels like little hope for Bay Area sports fans. I might be being morbid right now, but I mean, some news like that is just a slap in the face after.
All right, here we go.
How well he pitched down the
Ethan,
stretch.
here we go. We got news. We got details, Ethan. I'm going to share it with you and the world so we can puke together. Ready?
Okay.
Grab your bags. Jeff Passan on X or Twitter. Left-hander Blake Snell and the Los Angeles Dodgers are in agreement on a 5-year, $182 million contract pending a physical. Yeah.
That hurts.
Exactly.
That hurts.
Exactly. Now, let's do some math, which we all love doing on the radio. We have to. So 182 divided by 5 means he's going to make $36.4 million a year. Mm-hmm. You're speechless, right, Ethan?
Yep.
Yep. All right. Yeah, they do. They do. Guess what? They signed the players. They get the people. So now guess what? The World Series champs just signed Blake Snell.
A 2-time Cy Young winner.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
make it make sense.
Let's put it in context. Blake Snell will now be on an AAV scale, average annual value, the 5th highest starting pitcher in baseball per annual average, based on last season, right? Because
right.
Scherzer was making $43.3 million, Verlander made $43.3, Wheeler $42, DeGrom $37, and then Garrett Cole $36. That's based on last season, right?
Yeah.
It would slip into that Jacob DeGrom, Garrett Cole. Snell made $31 last year, so he was the 6th highest paid per AAV. If you go by total, this is the 4th highest contract for a starting pitcher in baseball right now, and the Dodgers have 2 of them.
Wow.
Yamamoto, $325, Garrett Cole, $324, DeGrom, $185, and now here comes Blake Snell, $182. But remember, Ohtani will also start next year for the Dodgers.
I mean, this, I feel like it's been brought up many a times in recent memory, but it kind of brings the question of a salary cap in baseball, because maybe there is definitely some bias as a Giants fan here, but where's the fairness here?
But when you get a guy who's making $700 million and defers $680, that's helping you. And wait, did I forget to mention Tyler Glasnow has the 7th highest contract for starting pitching in baseball? So they have now 4. Because I'm putting Ohtani there. I don't care. He's a starting pitcher now for next season. So let me get this straight. Of the top 8 contracts in baseball for starting pitchers, the Dodgers have 4. Yamamoto, number 1, or Ohtani would be number 1, right? Yamamoto, number 2. Now Blake Snell, number 3, and Glasnow, number 8. Yeah. All right.
No excuses for him now.
Yeah. Yeah. You want to talk NBA, Ethan, or you want to go puke?
I'll probably just go lay in the fetal position in bed.
All right. Ethan, Love you, buddy. Up in Sonoma.
Carlos,
you got some good wine, buddy. You can drown your sorrow in good Sonoma wine.
I'll have a bottle for you.
Just don't drive afterwards, all right?
For sure.
All right, let's go to Dan in San Jose. He says the NBA is giving everybody trophies. Dan, however, Blake Snell just took a big dump on her rundown, baby. He does not care about that. He said, the hell with your rundown. I'm signing with the Dodgers for 5 years and $182 million.
I know. Look, I had an NBA season regular take, and Mr. Snell just blew that out of the water. But I don't know what to make of this. It's a doomsday scenario. We thought that maybe he was going to the Mets. Maybe the Padres was an option. Maybe Boston. It's just terrible. I'm going to have to go sit down like Ethan or something.
How do we counter, Dan? Okay, so let's spin this, all right? Let's get people out of the funk. Let's get positive here. Yeah. All right, let's see. Let's lighten up the mood. This is terrible news, but okay. So the Dodgers made a move. They made a move, right? How would you like to see Buster and company, Manassian and company, make a move? Tell me a move you want to see them make to counter this poop show of Blake Snell signing with the Dodgers.
Yeah, that is a great question. With all the instability that's going on with the organization, it's tough. I mean, you got a new guy in there in Buster. That's fine. But I don't know how you convince these top guys. This has been a long-term problem for the team. Just getting the top talent over here, which you would think wouldn't be that hard. It's not a small market team. It's a beautiful city. I don't care what Shohei Ohtani says. The crime is not that bad. I don't know what to tell you. You're going to have to start with the front office and wonder who's going to step up and make a change.
Let me ask you something, Dan in San Jose. And Dennis, don't move. Steve, Peter, this is breaking news, people. Blake Snell signed with the Dodgers. Okay, how do we phrase this? If, let's say, the Giants react to this and say, you know what? I see your Blake Snell and I raise you a Juan Soto. Would that do it for you?
No, it won't.
No.
They've been blown out of the water.
Mm-hmm.
They're not going to come back this season and match that, like what Ethan was saying with their pitching strength. The Dodgers, they're going to have to, make a long-term play to slowly but surely build up, because they're not matching them with a Juan Soto move this season.
I agree.
They're not.
I agree. You know what I want him to do, Dan? You know what I think, because of everything that Buster has been saying lately, I think the direction of this team will be pitching and defense. Pitching,
I agree,
and defense. All right, now, you know what I would really love? Really love. Okay, so you got Snell. Go nuts and sign not just one, but two. Sign Roki Sasaki out of Japan and Corbin Burns. Or sign Sasaki and Max Fried. Double up. So I see your Ohtani and your Yamamoto and your Snell and your Glasnow. That's your top four in the Dodger rotation. Well, I'm going to come at you with Logan Webb, a healthy Robbie Ray, Roki Sasaki, and Corbin Burns. Game on. Bring it.
I agree.
Let's
go.
go.
You're not going to match what the Dodgers have. You're not going to, get the firepower they've got going on in their, in pitching. But what you can't do is say that we're not going to take this line down. We're going to come out swinging. We're going to be a big boy team, and we're going to say that we're in this. We're not just going to fade back and become I don't know.
Yeah.
The pick whatever bottom dweller team that's hasn't done anything for decades.
Yeah.
That's what you got to do.
Dan, thank you so much, buddy.
All right, I'll call back with that NBA take some other time.
Yeah, not tonight. That went straight off a cliff. Let's go to the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line before we go to more calls. The phones are off the hook with this Blake Snell news, as they should be. 415-808-5627, 415-808-5627. Blake Snell signs a 5-year, $182 million contract with the Los Angeles Dodgers. What do you think? How should the Giants react? How should the Giants respond to this act of baseball warfare? How would you want to see Buster react to this and company? All right, text line on the 415. Brock's sanity is over. That's it. Someone is not happy with Brock Purdy. Carlos, commissioner for a day. Schedule. No back-to-back games. One night off between games. If team plays 2 games in 3 nights, they have 2 nights off before next game. Eliminate Cup playoff. All 30 teams are in. Top 2 teams have buys. I see what you're saying here. I like it. He went with the schedule approach. I like it. On the 415, respect and appreciation, Mr. Carlos Ramirez and company. Godspeed. Stunner Fillmore. Thank you. Thank you, Randy. I appreciate it. Blake Snell, deuces on the 415. Yeah, he's out. He is out. He is now a Dodger. Again, more text lines on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Brutal news. The mountain just got much higher. You think? This is why I can't stand Giants fans. You're all calling for his head. No, they weren't. After a rocky start and are in tears now that he's gone. This is very well deserved for your part in ousting the A's. Well, no one was. Well, he pitched poorly in the first half of the season. You are allowed to call out a player who is underperforming. But in the second half, no one was doing that. I mean, let's not have selective memory here. When he pitched poorly, you criticize, as you should. When he delivered, you applaud, as you should. But I think what stings here, you think Giants fans would be in an outrage if he had signed with the Blue Jays and gone the Kevin Gausman route? No. Or with Boston or Baltimore. Even the Phillies. No. He is now Darth Snell. He has gone to the dark side.
Well, do you remember that 15 minutes where we thought Ohtani was going to go to the Blue Jays?
Yeah.
Like he was supposed to be on that plane.
No one
Everyone on
cared.
that plane. Oh, it was going to be amazing.
Yeah, I mean,
go to Canada.
No. Oh, Canada. Nope. Mm-mm. No, sir. More messages before we go to the phone calls. Come on, man. You and I both know the Giants are not getting that Japanese pitcher or Corbin Burns. It's going to be bad next year. How do you know that? It's a new... Listen, I understand the PTSD element of going through several off seasons of aiming, swing and a miss at big names. I get it. Guess what? It's a new regime. It's a new president of baseball operations. It's Buster Posey. It's Zach Manassian. It's new advisors next to Buster. Remember, it's not the same. Different regime. So let's at least give Buster one offseason before we know. Jump ship. Just when you thought Balky was the worst GM in Bay Area sports history, Farhan said home. Well, this is not Farhan. He's out there. He's been gone for months. He's saying to him, I want to see what Buster's going to do. And Zach Manassian. They'll do something. On the 415, don't sign pitchers to long years. Depends on the pitcher and the age. Depends. If he's 30, I mean, Snell's 31, so he's signed until he's 36. I don't have a problem. That's a perfect deal for me. 5 years, 182, that works. That works. One more phone call before we go to the break, and we come back with more phone calls here on the show. Let's go to Dennis, 209. Again, he says he wants to talk about...
First time we saw it look like that.
Dennis, it says you want to talk about the 49ers. Is that still the case, Dennis?
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
He doesn't have to be on the phone. What?
All right,
Are you there?
We're here. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right.
You know what I know you've been talking about basketball a lot, and up until this horrible news that you just put on KNBR, but
I was going to ask you if you have any opinion why the 49ers keep running McCaffrey out there and he's getting 2 and 3 yards of the run.
That's a great question. I think the answer, Dennis, is he is the current offensive player of the year. I mean, the reigning offensive player of the year. He is, on paper, your most talented, most diverse running back. He can give you passing game. He can give you the screen game. He can give you the outside zone, inside zone. He can give you everything. The thing is, he's not doing it. So maybe I think the coaching staff is in a conundrum saying we need to get this guy the reps because this is for him week 3, and he didn't go through training camp and OTAs and all that stuff with the injury. So I understand the thought process. I just think now it needs to change because you're seeing every time JP Mason touches the ball, something happens. That's what I think is happening. And I also think now in Buffalo, we'll see a different rotation. I don't think we're going to see Mason go for 1 or 2 touches. I think it has to change. That's what I think.
Yeah, because you just can't keep going every game, especially where the 49ers are now, where it's their peril if they're going to make the playoffs or not, and keep running McCaffrey out there and seeing what's happening.
Yep, I agree. How does the Blake Snell news find you, Dennis?
Oh, my God.
Yeah, you said it twice.
I was following your basketball. We've been coming home from up in hills.
Yeah.
And by the way, you were doing a great job on basketball. I really appreciate listening to you.
Oh, thank you.
Until you got to the Blake Snell news.
Listen, I'm a journalist. I went to school for journalism. Sometimes you have to break bad news. That's a deal.
Yeah.
I don't like it, but we have to talk because this impacts directly the Giants. It is addition by subtraction. The Dodgers are now stronger by taking one of the Giants' best pitchers. Now I want to see how the Giants react to this. What is their reaction to this baseball warfare maneuver by the Dodgers? Dennis, that's what I want to see.
Don't talk to the program.
That's what I want to see.
Yeah, because
all right, Dennis.
I can imagine.
Yeah.
I can imagine the guys in the morning when they.
Oh yeah.
When they come on.
Yeah.
And start talking about this, it'll be horrible.
Yeah. So how's that for Thanksgiving gift? Yeah. Take that.
That's not a happy Thanksgiving.
Eat that with your turkey. Yeah. Dennis.
But Carlos, speaking of that,
yeah,
I'm wishing you and your family and the KNBR family
a
happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you, Dennis. You too, brother. Thank you so much for the call. Let's grieve together this poopy news of Blake Snell signing with the freaking Dodgers. All right. Peter, hang on tight. Quick break. We'll be back. More calls, more text line. Everyone is freaking out. Please call now. Let's freak out together. The number, 415-808-5627. If you're just tuning in, don't pass out. The Dodgers have signed Blake Snell to a 5-year, $182 million contract. What must the Giants do to counter this move? Your phone calls on the other side, 415-808-5627. I am Carlos Ramirez. This is Sports Phone KNBR.
Giants fans, this is your hub to have your voice heard. Sports Phone KNBR. Streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Ellie De La Cruz from the right side. First pitch, a swing. Fly ball right center. Moving over is Yastrzemski. He's there. He's got it. And Blake Snell has done it. Snell has thrown a no-hitter for the Giants tonight in Cincinnati. Getting mobbed by his teammates in front of the pitcher's mound. Blake Snell makes history.
Well, we'll always have Cincinnati, Blake. I am Carlos Ramirez. You're listening to Sports Phone KNBR. Breaking news. Blake Snell signs a 5-year, $182 million contract to become a Los Angeles Dodger. Let me give you some perspective, stat-wise, before we go to the phone calls and the text line. Blake Snell has pitched 31 career innings at Dodger Stadium. Remember, he was a Padre and a Giant, so he pitched there, 31 innings. That is the 7th most of any ballpark in the majors for him. It's Tropicana Field, number 1. He was a longtime Ray. Then Petco, he was a Padre. Then it goes Oracle Park, he was a Giant. Yankee Stadium, Rogers Center, makes sense, both AL East teams when he was with Tampa. Citi Field, and now Dodger Stadium. In 31 career innings at Chavez Ravine, Blake Snell has a 2.03 ERA. Again, against a good team. Because every time he faced the Dodgers, that was a good team. He was pretty much on the other spectrum, on the worst team taking the field that day. So he have this in mind. This is a 2.03 ERA against a good Dodger team that will now give him more run support. Shohei, Freeman, Mookie, Will Smith, so on, Teoscar if he signs back, which he will, so on and so forth. And if there was one major aspect that the Dodgers needed or wanted to improve next season was their rotation from last year. They had a combined 4.23 ERA in their rotation. The guy who made the most starts last season for the Dodgers was Gavin Stone. That's not going to be the case this year. Yamamoto will be back healthy. Shohei will be starting this year. Glasnow is there, and now they have Blake Snell there. So a guy who had a 3.53 ERA in 25 starts. Then it was Glasnow with 22 starts. Yamamoto only made 18. Paxton made 18. Buehler, who's out, made 16. And then Bobby Miller had 13 starts. So you can see where that was an area of concern. Only 2 starting pitchers had 20-plus starts for the Dodgers last season. That's why they make this move for Blake Snell. Let's go to the phone calls. Peter in Pacifica. Rat Pack took care of her quarterback.
You are, but I'm not going to talk to you. I'm going to talk to the babe.
Hey.
I'm like Clint Eastwood. I only talk to babes.
Hey, Peter. What's up, buddy?
I told you.
Me?
I'm like Clint Eastwood. I only talk to babes.
Babes? All right, so who do you want to talk to then?
Well, she was on earlier.
She was. Who do you think you called? Peter? Oh, the producer.
Peter from Pacifica. And earlier, there was a babe on.
A woman?
Of course.
Mary from Pacifica?
Calling on Porky.
You want to talk to Mary in Pacifica? Do you think you called the Tinder hotline, Peter?
No. Okay, let's get serious.
All right.
Okay, I'll talk.
All right.
What does Cepeda and Curry have in common?
Lifers.
What?
Lifers.
No. Curry and Orlando Cepeda. Steph Curry and Orlando. What do they have in common?
Steph Curry and Orlando Cepeda?
Yeah, what do they have in common?
Great players, for one, right?
That's boring.
What?
There's a lot of great players in the history of sports.
Well, yeah. Well, I don't know.
But what do they have in common?
They're both right-handed?
I don't even know about that.
Yeah, Steph's right-handed and Cepeda was right-handed.
No. Steph Curry, he was a dribbler. Yeah. And Orlando Cepeda, he was a left fielder.
Yeah,
but what do they have in common?
Yeah, but they're both right-handed. I don't know. What?
That's number 30.
The numbers, the jersey. Yeah, but come on. But Cepeda were different numbers. Yeah, but Cepeda were number 20 and number 12 of the A's.
Cepeda was number 30, and Steph Curry was number 20.
Yes, you're right. Yes.
What?
But he did wear all. You threw me off because he wore also other numbers. He wore 12 with the A's.
I'll make it easy. Let's go.
No, I know what you're talking about. Okay. Are we? What is? You want to talk to Mary first? Now we're playing Family Feud. I think the Blake Snell. Listen, Peter. I think the Blake Snell news messed you up. It messed everyone up. I get it.
The first nation to fall to the Nazis.
What? Oh, Peter. We're playing. He's playing games here, like literal. I think Blake Snell's news broke him. He broke him. Frankie and Visalia. Frankie, how are you taking the Blake Snell news, Frankie?
Oh man, pretty much, man.
Please don't give me any Nazi or World War I trivia.
No.
I can't take it anymore.
No. First of all, that call was an idiot. Honestly, I don't know what he was talking about.
I think he just messed up by the Blake Snell's news. I think he just.
But anyways, to be honest, look, man, I'm a diehard 49er fan.
Yeah.
And that game that I saw, it was the most ridiculous game I ever played as a Niner fan.
Yep.
And I understand, like players get hurt, players get injured.
Yep.
I understand that. I get it. But in the end of the day, you are hungry to win the game. And then honestly, they should have started Joshua Dobbs over Brandon Allen.
Okay.
Brandon Allen, he's not a good quarterback. He's not. He's not a good quarterback. And I love Kyle Shanahan because his dad, Mike Shanahan, is a coach.
Should be in the Hall of Fame.
Exactly. So basically, it should have been Joshua Dobbs starting, but Brock Purdy is the best quarterback that we have in that organization.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I cannot remember the last quarterback that we had good was Steve Young or Joe Montana.
Right.
And so basically what I'm trying to say is the best option for us to get into the playoffs, Brock Purdy is the quarterback for us, and hopefully he plays against Buffalo.
Hopefully, yeah.
Because he's the only one that can give us a chance. And then the defense, Nick Bosa, he has to play.
Yeah.
Trent Williams, he has to play. And Treverius Ward, he's our best corner that we have. Besides DeMolo Lord that we just signed $95 million.
Yep.
But Treverius Ward, he's our other side of our best corner. For us to get to the playoffs, these guys got to be playing football.
Yep.
Kyle Shanahan, he's a real good coach. He's a real good coach. And then people trashing Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah,
Kyle Shanahan.
I agree, Frankie. I agree. Absolutely. I think people who want Kyle out think that the grass is greener on the other side, and it's not. In this case, like if you were to tell me, there are 5 coaches out there that are definitely better than they're not. There aren't.
No,
they just
it's
aren't.
not. It's not. And you know what? Nick Sorian, I mean, he's playing that Seattle Seahawks scheme.
Yeah.
But he's better than Steve Wilkes. Period. But What do you think about that?
I don't know about that. I mean, again, the personnel matters, and Wilkes had different personnel. He had Dre healthy, and that's a big thing. The D-line was better last year. Secondary was different, though. But, yeah, you made good points, Frankie. You made good points. I appreciate it, brother. Thank you so much.
And honestly, I want to ask one more point.
Go ahead.
If I can. The 49ers should have traded for Max Crosby. They should have went after him because the Niners had so much trade capital. They could have got him for cheap.
Maybe they will. Or sign him next season. Who knows? We'll see what happens. That's a good point. Maybe it was too expensive. Maybe they did pick up the phone, but it was a hefty price. All right, Frank.
But Brock Purdy is a good quarterback.
He is.
People keep on trashing. People. I mean, he reminds me of Drew Brees. He really reminds me of Drew Brees.
He does. All right, Frankie, thank you so much for the call. Appreciate it, buddy. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
All right, before we go to the calls, quick, the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Grateful, says 415. Thank you. 408, let's get 2 pitchers for that price. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. They have, on paper, Logan Webb, Robbie Ray, Jordan Hicks, Carson Whisenhunt, and Kyle Harrison. On paper. And you got Mason Black, and you got, some other names. But if you signed, and I'm, maybe daydreaming here, night dreaming, I should say. Let's say you go out and sign both. Sasaki and Burns. Sasaki and Free. You can make a trade. You can package and go trade for a hitter, which is easier than signing for a free agent, clearly. Right? Maybe you can trade for Correa. Different deal. Smaller, cheaper deal. On the low. Thing is a player, the number. 86 games last season. That doesn't make me happy. Are the Giants really a joke now? I don't think so. 415-707. I don't think so. Good riddance to Snell. Never cared for him, says 707. And 415 says, SU, Blake, traitor. He's just getting paid now. He's getting paid. The only way the Giants are going to be successful is pitching and defense. That was huge, not re-signing Snell, says on the 415-5110. Again, I think if you read and understand what Buster Posey has been saying, that is the direction that they appear to be headed. We got 4 more phone calls. We got time for one more before the break? One more? All right, one more. Let's go to Manny in Stockton talking about the Blake Snell situation. Manny, you're in Sports Phone KNBR. Let's hear it.
Yeah, hey, Carlos.
What's up?
Yeah, you're asking Giant fans, how should Buster respond?
Yep.
And my question to you is, how did the Giants blow this deal? We had Snell.
Yeah.
We had him.
Yeah.
If Farhan if he was with the Giants, people would have been asking for his head on a pike. And I don't think this is a great start for Buster. They had him.
Let me ask you something. Let's play this out because I hear you. Let's play it out because I'm giving, I think we all have, to give Buster and company the benefit of the doubt. If they didn't re-sign Snell to that tag of 5 years, 182, which I think is really good. I think it's a good deal for both player and team, right? But instead, let's say they in a couple, whatever the time, they come now and sign because remember, Snell is 31, if I'm not mistaken, 31. What if they said, you know what? Let's not sign the 31-year-old guy, lefty, who was really good, but does have first half of the season hiccups, right? And he does have a tendency of getting hurt. And let's go out and get the monster of the Rewa era. That is the nickname of 23-year-old, 6'4", Roki Sasaki. What if that happens? And you pair him with Logan, Ray, Whisenhunt, and Harrison. What about that?
He's an unknown here in in the States.
So was Yamamoto, and he looks pretty good. And Sasaki is better on paper, or at least as good as Yamamoto. Would you be sad if they do that?
No, I wouldn't be sad, but you know, our pitching is still going to be inferior to the Giants or to the Dodgers. You know, Logan Webb, they call him our ace. He's, in my opinion, he's number 2, maybe more likely 3, in my opinion.
Okay.
But I don't know. We had Snell and we let him go.
Let me give you. Thank you for the call, man. Anything else?
No, I'm good.
Thank you, Manny. Appreciate it, big. All right. Let me give you some numbers before we go to the break. Roki Sasaki, 23 years old, 6'3", 187. Good build, good age, 23, just turned 23 November 3rd. So he will go into his age 23 season next year. He's got 4 years of experience in the J League. That is kind of a quadruple A status league. It's the best baseball league outside of MLB. It's what it is. In 4 seasons in Japan, in the Japan Baseball League, the JPL, 30 wins, 15 losses. I hate that number. I don't care about wins and losses. I think about other numbers, right? Here's what I care about. ERA, 2.02. In 4 years. 4. Right? Innings pitched, 414.2. Ready for this one? Strikeouts, 524. This is even better. Walks, 91. You know what Blake Snell does? Walk a lot of people. So, here's what I'm saying. If the Giants sat down and said, you know what? Snell is really good, but he's up in the 30s. His timeline does not align well with Logan, Bailey, Luciano, Wisenhunt, Harrison, Schmidt. It's a different age group. And he said, we want to build a same age. I mean, he didn't say, but he kind of mentioned his team grew up together. Timmy, Kane, Mad Bum, Buster, B-Craw, Belt. They were kind of generationally on the same package. So if the Giants sign Sasaki, who is 23, you should get a decade's worth of Sasaki, Wisenhunt, Harrison, Webb, perhaps, and the aforementioned players. So, again, I'm trying to find a way here and be positive about what just happened, because what I think happened was the Dodgers signing Snell means they won't sign Sasaki or Fried or Burns. Quick break on the other side. I mean, we had guests. We had a punt on our guest, which I'm sorry. But breaking news is breaking news, and this is Sports Phone, your show. So Dwayne, Mike, and Justin, sit tight. We go with you on the other side. This is Sports Phone KNBR. I am Carlos Ramirez. We'll be right back.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys.
Giants fans, this is your hub to have your voice heard. Sports Phone KNBR. Streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
What is this? What is this nonsense, Jacob Violante? That you're putting on my show? My show.
This is a Jordan special, and I loved it. It was really good. She was like humming in the background, saying like, "Our heart will go on. Blake Snell's gone," and I dig it.
What is this, Jordan? Are you saying the Giants season is like the Titanic, or are the Dodgers going to sink like the Titanic? What? I don't understand. Okay, here's the deal. We got 10 minutes left, and we have 5 callers standing by. That means everyone gets 2 minutes. All right, please. Let's be fair here. Everyone is going to get 2 minutes. Starting now, let's go to Mike in San Francisco. Mike, you got 2 minutes. What's up, buddy?
Okay, Carlos. I'm just going to read what I got.
All right.
I'm listening or already reading it. There's people who are crying, people who are distraught, crushed, angry, even indifferent. But Blake Snell didn't do us any favors from the get-go. He signed a deal that had an option after like every season. He wasn't prepared for camp. He came into the season looking like he had some things keeping him up at night. Pitched poorly half the year and got hurt twice, probably from lacking conditioning. What he didn't do at the end of the year prepared me for today. Okay. He didn't sign a new deal. Okay. That would have let me know two things. One, whether we were going to spend or not this offseason, sorry, I messed that up. We could draw a tier 1 free agent.
Yep.
And two, most importantly, that he didn't want to be here.
Okay.
I figured he would sign with LA. About LA.
Okay.
This pushed the envelope on what they are doing, meaning not paying for Shohei's duration of during the duration of his contract. If they sign Soto, public has to protest that. And that signing today should cement that in everyone's mind.
Okay.
Game on.
All right. Thank you, Mike. Let's go to Justin in San Jose. Blake Snell signing with the Dodgers. Justin, you got 2 minutes. What's up, buddy?
I just wanted to touch on something that I believe Roki Sasaki is better than Blake Snell.
You agree? Well, on paper, right?
On paper,
you haven't seen him yet.
Posting under like a 1 whip throughout his entire career, pretty much.
Yes.
Unbelievable. But I give us less than a 20% chance of actually going out and getting him.
Yeah, everyone is saying, I'm reading a bunch of articles that it's a fait accompli, that the Dodgers are going to sign him. His posting begins on December 2nd. He can't sign before January 15th. So I don't know if the Giants are in on him or not. I have no idea. I hope they are. And if they are, I hope it's a massive, I'm with you, Justin. He is the real deal.
Yeah. And there's so many teams. I mean, I think he has a higher chance of going to the Padres.
Yeah, with Darvish there? Yeah.
Darvish, people like Hae-Sung Kim, they're out there. They're probably going to be vouching for him more than anyone on the Giants would be. And seeing the Dodgers get Snell really, hurt, but it does open up more opportunities for him.
Yep.
For Sasaki to come to the Giants and maybe for Posey to send everything they can to try and get him.
I agree. Or Corbin Burns. I agree. All right. Thank you, Justin. Great call, buddy. Let's go to Mo in San Francisco. He doesn't know why I'm talking about Roki Sasaki. Why not?
No, it's not a question of why not. Sure, great, but what's to induce Sasaki to come here? And the other thing is, the Giants just missed out on Kikuchi, which would have been a really good addition and at a $21 million a year thing.
Yep.
And there's still Corbin Burns. I thought the Dodgers were going to go after Max Fried, and I think now Boston maybe looks like they're the favorite because they were in on Snell as well, and they didn't get
So my point, if I'm Sasaki, and I get it, I mean, I put myself in that kid's shoes, right? If I'm a Japanese superstar, which he is, and I'm going away from my country, and I'm moving to a different time zone, country, language, everything, and I have not one, but two of the biggest stars, the biggest star in the sport who is my countryman, and a second guy, I have two fellow Japanese stars who are going to help me acclimate to the city, the team, the culture, everything. The guy who calls the media people for the Dodgers speak Jap. I understand all that. I see all the attractions and bells and whistles. However, he can be a third or fourth option with the Dodgers, or he can come here and be the biggest attraction on an Asian. He would be bigger than Jung Ho Lee from an Asian-driven market in terms of being the guy, not just here but abroad in terms of marketing and all that stuff. and what it means for this market with the Asian community and being in the Pacific Rim, all that. I get it, but that's what the Giants offer that the Dodgers don't. Spotlight. He will be the second starter here, maybe 1B to Logan's 1A. That's how I see it. And being with Buster and having a guy like Patrick Bailey catch you for your career, we'll see. We'll see. I don't know.
He wants to be with a contender.
He does.
The Giants are not a contending club yet.
Yep.
It'll take maybe another year or two before they become that. And I understand. I agree with all the things you said. He'll be the big fish in a smaller pond, rather than being with the other Japanese stars. No, yes. I don't disagree with that. It's going to be they're going to have to and they can market him here. That's
absolutely.
Sure. So
and it's San Francisco. It's better weather. I don't like weather. Yeah.
So that's in the Giants' favor, but they'll have to do a pretty big hardcore press.
They will.
To get him to
they will.
And they still need a shortstop, and they still need a bat, and they still need a lot of other things. And Corbin Burns is still there. The Giants should pay what Snell got.
We'll see.
That's what it takes.
Thank you, Mo. Great call, buddy. Let's end it up with Don in San Francisco talking Giants. Don, you got 2 minutes. What's on your mind?
Well, on my mind is, oh my God, he has to go to the hated Dodgers.
I know.
I'm so sick, man. That made me sick. I don't know what's the Dodgers doing. Like they're buying the championship. The way I look at this, see, Carlos.
Well, when you have Ohtani defer $670 million. By the way, it appears Blake Snell's deal also includes deferred money. How much? We don't know. But that's what Fabian Ardaya is reporting from The Athletic. Quote, Dodgers deal with Blake Snell includes some deferred money, sources tell The Athletic. Whatever it is, it helps them because now they can go. Maybe they can go out and sign Sasaki or whoever. Who knows? Maybe they'll sign. I don't know, Messi and Patrick Mahomes and whatever. I don't know, man.
Okay.
I'll talk to you later. Quick one, Don. Quick one. Oh, okay, he's on. All right. Do we have Chris? We do? All right. Final break here on the show. When we come back, Chris Alvarez joins the show. We're going to be talking NBA only. Here, give you a break on the Blake Snell news.
Sports Phone KNBR keeps rolling live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Back here with more Sports Phone KNBR, Carlos Ramirez, and I'm now joined by Chris Alvarez. You see him, you love him. He's the sports anchor / reporter on KGO or ABC 7 News Bay Area here in San Francisco, the Fresno State and grad unofficial newsroom DJ. My first question, Chris, is when you're the unofficial newsroom DJ, what are your go-to jams at the newsroom up there at KGO?
Oh man, it depends on my mood. So I like Usher and I like upbeat songs. But right now, you can maybe catch me in a little bit of Christmas music. So
okay.
Yeah, it just kind of depends on the mood and what the newsroom needs. But sometimes, sometimes we have less people working around the holidays. It's kind of that weird time of the year where there's less people and you're just trying to get things done over the last, month and a half here. So maybe I'm just playing music for myself. But I always try and bring good energy regardless if I'm bringing music or just positive attitude in the newsroom.
So you're giving me a theme here, which is let's tie some music up with the current state of affairs for a couple of teams here in the Bay Area. Let's begin with the Warriors, back-to-back losses. There's an article up in NBC Sports Bay Area by Monty Poole says consecutive losses sent Warriors back to school at, quote, intense practice. So give me a song or if you want a music genre that would describe the current mood of the Warriors going back to a, quote, intense practice after back-to-back losses.
That's a good one. These are good questions right off the bat. I was not ready for this. That's a good call, curveball. Let's see. Warriors with an intense practice. Man, you know what? Let's put anything like Bay Area vibes. Maybe play Blow the Whistle. Get that going at practice.
Yes.
I think that's that reminds me of some good times. Or California Love. And the Warriors have been good. I think they even do that now with their starting lineup. They brought that back in the intros. I think that's pretty good. So. Let's just get back to it. Look, I mean, it's a 2-game losing streak. The Warriors have gotten out to such a hot start. I think maybe even hotter than maybe, a lot of people here in the Bay Area, the national pundits have thought that they would get out to, especially considering a lot of different faces. Obviously, Clay is gone, but you have the new kind of, what is this, the 2024-25 strength in numbers version of the Warriors where you're playing 12, 13 guys a night. And so, look, it's a couple-game losing streak in a situation of 82. But you'd like to get back on track, and look, they have a chance to get things right against a really good Thunder team tomorrow with first place in the West on the line. And then the one thing I like about the start for the Warriors is that remember how hard it's been last year, and you have to really fight to get back in, and they had 46 wins, which was really good, but it wasn't as good as it could have been with all those close losses and a couple of Draymond suspensions. You're building a little bit of equity, so when you have a little bit of a losing streak or inevitably some of your guys go down and there's some injuries, you have a little bit of cachet built up. But look, you don't want to have this streak go into anything a little bit further here down the line. The tough schedule coming up before they go in the NBA Cup quarterfinals. So this is a nice little stretch for the Warriors to be tested and get back to work. And I'm interested to see how they play tomorrow night against OKC.
That's the voice of Chris Alvarez from ABC 7 here on Sports Phone KNBR talking about the Dubs. When you lose back-to-back games, it's one thing to lose. I mean, every game is different. You know this. Every loss is different. I think what's more concerning about this is the fact that they were both blowouts, they dilapidated. They pretty much threw away a couple of big leads, 17 over the 14 minutes against the Spurs. Then Monday night blew an 18-point lead over 19 minutes against teams that are not expected to be in the playoff hunt in the Spurs in the Nets. Did you find any common threads between both losses?
I think Steve Kerr said it right yesterday. He was talking about the execution, and there's a little bit of a lack of focus. I think that's part of it. And then you think about the San Antonio game at the back end of a back-to-back coming off an NBA Cup game that they really had to fight hard in New Orleans to get that win. So maybe there's a little bit of I don't want to say it's a built-in loss. That's not an easy game. Look, the Spurs while they might not make the playoffs, they're going to trend. They're a team that's hungry and is going to fight. You got Wemby. He's a problem. And so, look, the good news is you're building these big leads. You're getting out to these leads where you're out in front, but you just have to close. And I think maybe that's what, Monty Poole was talking about, the intense practice, focus on the basics. And so I think that's kind of it. You have the lead. You just kind of have to in the non-Steph minutes, and guys, I think that's what was concerning about the Nets loss. You see it all over social media. When Steph was taken out and when he came back in, the change in the points, and Dennis Schroeder had such a good game for the Nets. So I think there's a lot of positives, but you just have to play a little bit better, and you have to play better in the non-Steph minutes, and I think that's what the Warriors need to focus on. You don't want to have Steph running out there 35, 40 minutes in November. You want to kind of manage his minutes now, so when you need him at the end of the regular season, obviously the playoffs is where you need him, but you first have to get there. And so I like where they're at. They just need to kind of refocus. And I think that the Anthony Melton injury was a tough blow for them for sure, Carlos.
Yeah, I was going there. That's a great point. The Dubs, as of right now, Chris, they have 5 players averaging 10-plus points in the season, led by Steph with 22.4. Then it's Wiggs, 17.5, Hield, 15.5. Then you have Kuminga, both these guys coming off the bench at 13.3. And then it's Melton with 10. Can this team survive, even thrive, without Melton in that fifth scorer role? And who has to step it up? Because I don't think this is sustainable. I don't think they can be a top 4 team in the West with just Steph loading every single offensive burden on the team. Someone has to step up on the offense. Who is that?
I like what Andrew Wiggins has done so far, and I think if he can get a little more, I think he said he was at 17.5 or somewhere in that range, so if he can pump it up a little bit north of 20 on a very consistent basis. Look, every night it's not going to be your night. You're not going to get your shots in. They're not going to go down. Buddy Hield, if he can stay on a pretty good trajectory, is a nice scorer in that second unit. I'd like to see a little more from Podziemski. He's a little bit of his confidence is lost, but Steve Kerr said, look, it's a long NBA season. This happens to anybody. I mean, look, it even happens with Steph Curry. He goes in a little bit of a slump where he's not the all-world Steph Curry we know. So I think it's a matter of just trying to get those consistent minutes and the scoring where you want it to be. And, the Melton loss is big. But, again, I think this team, it'll be interesting to see where they're at come trade deadline time. I actually had a conversation with Mike Dunleavy when the home opener and talking about, you're always grading the team and you're looking at every scenario and say he's done a really good job, obviously, in the offseason, but you want to be in position to where you can strike. And does that mean that the Warriors are going to go for one of those really big names, or can they make one of those deals? You looked at what they tried to do in the offseason. There was talk they were in the Paul George sweepstakes with Lauri Markkanen. What does that look like in a couple of months? Who knows? And how much are you willing to give up? And so the question there is can you get one of those guys? Do you want them? But the question is, how much do you have to sacrifice?
Right.
Whether that's some of your young guys, the depth, can they survive with just, a strong starting 5 and then no depth? Because I don't know that that's the answer either, Carlos.
Right. That's well said. Chris Alvarez from ABC7 joining us here on Sports Phone KNBR. Steph is questionable for tomorrow's game against the Thunder with bilateral knee soreness. Is that concerning to you?
It's a very specific injury. I think Steph will probably play. I think it gets a little more I think it's more of a concern when he starts missing games. So we'll wait and see what that looks like. I think a lot of times with these injuries, Carlos, you know this well too, with the way gambling and all those things are involved, you kind of have to list everything just to make sure you're covered. And so I did not see, and correct me if I'm wrong, I didn't see anything in the game where that happened. But I did also. I'm a new dad too, so I missed a lot of the.
Hey, congratulations, and hope you get sleep.
Well, yeah, we're working on that. We're not getting many minutes on the sleep, so we're working on getting that.
Here's a spoiler. Here's a trailer / spoiler for the next 3 years. You're not going to sleep.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's good to know.
Yeah.
That's good to know.
Yeah.
Might as well just forget about it now and move on. I'm pretty proud of myself, honestly, and especially my wife too. But I'm proud of how much you can rally, and you learn about how much sleep you function on, and it's not much. You don't need a lot, I guess.
Here's the thing.
On adrenaline.
How old are you?
I am going to be 39 in January.
Yeah, I'm 41, so we're kind of on the same boat. So what happened to me, and this was a beautiful segue. What happened to me was my first daughter was born. I was 32.
Okay.
At that point, I only napped on planes. At this point, I'm calling baseball games in Venezuela. I'm traveling all over the country with Fox Sports. I'm doing everything, radio show. I'm doing everything. So my go-to was napping on the plane because that was, it's a small country, so flights were The longest flight you can catch is an hour flight. So it was a good hour power nap. But when my daughter was born, I learned how to nap. My body forced me, and I'm 32 at that point. Now I'm 41. Every time I get a chance to get some shut-eye, Chris, I'm napping. I'm napping, buddy.
That's awesome. I used to do that. The thing that I learned how to nap actually in college when I was like overloading on my courses and I had a couple different jobs. But my new thing is I've learned how to drink iced coffee. I hated coffee. That's kind of my little so I'm a little bit reverse of you. Like I learned to nap at like 20 years old, and I'm so good at it when I need to be. And I even got like a 20-minute one the other day before work. I was exhausted. I'm like, I got to drive in. I'm like, I took 20 minutes and felt like a little bit of a new human. But the coffee is the new thing for me. So that's my new go-to. I'm a little bit of a coffee drinker now.
So check this segue out. From a baby talk to, is the NBA babying their players too much? The NBA has fined the Atlanta Hawks $100,000 for holding Trae Young out in the NBA Cup. The NBA did an investigation and determined that the guard known as Trae Young could have played in an NBA Cup game against the Celtics back in November 12th. The NBA, to me, has a big issue with this load management, making up bogus injuries so players are not exhausted, which to me seems, unreal. Does this fix it? Like finding a team $100K, is that a solution?
I don't know. I mean, I'm thinking about the NBA teams and what they make. It feels like a really small penalty. I mean, I feel like you're kind of telling the tone of your voice now. If you start taking it gets into a tricky gray area, because if you start taking away, let's say draft capital or I don't know, they're not going to knock them with a loss, but it's going to be hard to prove like who's hurt. It's a little bit of a gray area, putting someone if they're really hurt or not, and that's kind of the tough point. Like, what point does it hurt enough, but it's not too strict of a penalty? I don't know that $100K. I mean, that's a good chunk, no doubt about it, but I'm thinking about an NBA team and what they're worth and what they make. It probably feels like a real small slap on the wrist.
I'm with you, because, I mean, here's my thing, and this is why I think, and I don't mean to sound like, old man on the lawn just shouting at the world, because the things were better when I was a kid. You and I were kids. Yeah. But I'm old enough, and I think you are too, to remember, I grew up in Venezuela, right? And we had, on the cable system we had at home, we had WGN, which meant we had every Cubs and Bulls game. And I knew, Chris, every time I would put the game on, a Bulls game on, Jordan would play, Pippen would play, Rodman, if he was in Vegas or partying, he would play. But more so, I knew whoever they would play. If it was the Hornets, I was going to see Alonzo Mourning. I was going to see Larry Johnson. If it was the Knicks, Stark's going to be there. Patrick Ewing's going to be there. If it's the Pacers, I'm going to see Jordan and Reggie go at it, and so on and so forth. On this day and age, no one knows. Like, I'm buying a ticket that's $500, $700, $200 plus, the jersey, the hat, the hot dog, the beer, whatever. It's $500, and now this guy doesn't show? Give me my money back.
Yeah, it's a good point, and I think that's what the NBA, they really want their guys, especially in these big games, the NBA Cup or the primetime games. Once we start getting into kind of like the ABC and the ESPN, they really want to focus, and they want their players on the court. And so I don't know what the solution is. I mean, look, I think shortening the season would be a step, but then then the NBA is going to want to take the money from your paycheck. No one wants to lose money on their paycheck. They like where they're at on that. Yep. They want to play less games, and so I don't know what the solution is there. Think about if the NBA season was anywhere between 64 to 70 games. Like, it's still a lot of games, but then you can spread the schedule out, the back-to-backs. And look, the NBA is trying everything. I'm sure you're well aware of what they're trying to do with the All-Star game and mix it up, which will be really interesting, especially that's in San Francisco this year. I'm looking forward to the NBA All-Star game, and especially if that kind of goes through with what they're doing with the kind of the pickup style and the three-point shooting contest with Steph and Sabrina, I'm sure, coming back. And you see the rumors of maybe Caitlin Clark and Klay Thompson. That'll be really interesting. So you're always trying to compete in a saturated market where everyone's attention seems to be on a 7-second reel on Instagram. Like, you got to keep people's attention. So I agree. Look, it's tough for the consumers and the fans. When you buy a ticket, you want to see your face. How many times do you see those signs? I traveled from you name it country or 3,000 miles away to see this player. And I'm thinking of Steph specific, but it's a tough reality, and I don't know what the solution is, and the NBA is kind of trying to keep figuring it out, and I applaud him for that. So we'll wait and see. But you're right. I mean, when you're buying a ticket and you're spending your hard-earned money to go see, you name the player and they don't show up because they're not feeling it. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate for the fans, no doubt about it.
That is Chris Alvarez. You can catch him every single day because he doesn't sleep, like you heard on ABC 7 News. Chris, thank you for the time, brother. I appreciate it. Quick yes or no, are the 49ers making the playoffs?
Yes.
All right, there you have it. Chris, thank you so much. Congrats. Is it a boy or girl? What do we have?
Baby girl Priscilla, yeah.
Priscilla, beautiful name. Yeah. So, Priscilla, your daddy can't sleep. Cut him some slack, Priscilla. Buddy, love you. Great job. Keep up the good work at ABC. See you soon.
All right, man. Happy holidays. We'll see you out there.
You too. Happy Thanksgiving. Chris Alvarez here on Sports Phone KNBR. All right, my thanks to Chris Alvarez who joined the show, everyone who chimed in, who called to vent their frustrations on the Blake Snell news. Thank you so much for doing a great job. This is Sports Phone KNBR. This is the show for the Bay Area fans. For Jacob Violante, I am Carlos Ramirez. We'll see you next time right here on The Sports Leader.
in there. So that's not going to knock them out. I'm worried about this Clemson-South Carolina game, what that might do to Indiana.
The Palmetto Bowl.
If you get Clemson in there, there's too many variables that I'm worried that Indiana will be the sacrificial lamb for somebody that is more of a name brand, whether it's a SEC team or even Clemson out of the ACC. If you root for chaos, that's great. We all do. But the more chaos, like last week's chaos kind of helped Indiana with Alabama losing and all the Big 12 stuff. But more chaos this week might hurt them. And I don't even, again, this is not me as a fan of anybody. I just want to see them get in. Now, The Athletic has them as a 95% chance of getting in. But that 5% is too great for me. So I cannot say that they are a lock. I fold that they are a lock in any way.
I, for one, am an agent of chaos. I'm like a dog chasing cars. I wouldn't know what to do if I caught one. No, nothing? Not going to get the reference there?
No.
You've never seen The Dark Knight?
So, I watch movies one time, and I don't make it my personality. I just watch it, enjoy it, and move on with my life.
Oh, we've been working together for 6 months, and it's the first time you've ever heard me mention The Dark Knight. I wouldn't say that's part of my personality.
Okay, all right, I apologize.
Fair enough. You suck. Speaking of people who suck, or I wish they did, but for all the reasons they do, Blake Snell and the Los Angeles Dodgers are in agreement on a 5-year, $182 million contract. They've now handed out 5 contracts worth at least $100 million since the start of the 23-24 offseason. The same number of the rest of baseball combined. Oh, Bart, did I mention that there's deferred money in this deal? I affirm something has to be done here, so call or fold. MLB will have a salary cap in our lifetime.
A definite fold on that.
Fold.
The players will never go for it. So the baseball is so far gone from ever having a salary cap. Major League Baseball is. What would have to happen is like a Thanos level event. Now I'm going to reference a movie.
And I understood that reference.
And I understood that reference.
See? You can be fun sometimes.
But you remember the shot in not Captain America, in Endgame, Infinity War, Endgame, where they show you what the world looks like after 5 years, and they show you Citi Field, and it's a barren wasteland.
Yes, that was right in the start of the movie.
Because there's no baseball, because half of the population's gone, and so they're not playing Major League Baseball. Now, I wonder that part in the movie quite a bit. Because if the half of the population disappeared, don't you think we'd still pick up baseball in 2 years?
I think they must have just snapped all the Mets fans. They didn't shoot over to Bronx because they would have a Yankees game on.
5 years is a long time. Anyway, it would have to take something like that where baseball was no longer baseball, or a new league popped up, or aliens attacked us. I don't know. The current trajectory, never.